Chapter 465. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, Mo Jiuqing did not reply but uttered 3 words. Mo Jiuqing. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. During this period of time, Mo Jiuqing was known by everyone in the Center God province. Why did he fly out from the red bead? Mo Jiuqing no longer paid any attention to Zhou Xuanji, and he covered hundreds of meters with each step as he walked towards the sky. Lu Jingfeng frowned. He looked at Mo Jiuqing in confusion. He had never heard of Mo Jiuqing's name. He had not been in the Great Thousand World for the past few years, so he did not know about Mo Jiuqing's earth-shattering achievements. The demon ancestor looked at Mo Jiuqing with squinted eyes. I heard that the demon ancestor is peerless. Today, I shall challenge you. Mo Jiuqing laughed wildly. After he spoke, he quickly disappeared into the black hole. A horrifying shockwave came from the black hole and tore the northern wilderness region apart. Zhou Xuanji was forced to crawl on the ground, and all the legendary swords were blocking his head. The black hole disappeared suddenly. The demon ancestor and Mo Jiuqing's aura dissipated too. However, the catastrophe of the northern wilderness region had just begun. Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw that the mountains and the ground around him were cracking. The northern wilderness region was splitting apart. He continued to heal himself and prayed that Skyfall would not be destroyed. 2 tribulation executives appeared beside him. What's your relationship with that person just now? Dao Seeker asked anxiously. He desperately hoped that Mo Jiuqing could defeat the demon ancestor. If the northern wilderness region was destroyed, the tribulation executives would cease to exist. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but looked at Lu Jingfeng. Although the demon ancestor was being held back by Mo Jiuqing, Lu Jingfeng was still a threat. Lu Jingfeng was still in shock. He thought that he was dead for sure, but Mo Jiuqing appeared. He saw clearly that Mo Jiuqing was summoned by Zhou Xuanji. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and fell into a dilemma. Should he kill Zhou Xuanji? Mo Jiuqing's powerful aura made him shudder. But if he did not kill Zhou Xuanji, could this grudge be resolved? If a first-class great emperor grew, only God knew how powerful he would be. After the thought, he raised his right hand and walked toward Zhou Xuanji with a blade of light. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and took out his 2 legendary swords. Both of them were severely injured, but Lu Jingfeng was a true god after all. If they fought again, Zhou Xuanji would surely die. You can't fight anymore. Dao Seeker stopped Zhou Xuanji and said with a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji stared at Lu Jingfeng and said coldly, if I don't fight, who? Dao Seeker fell silent. Without Zhou Xuanji, the northern wilderness humans would have been annihilated long ago. Seeing Zhou Xuanji walk over shakily, Dao Seeker sighed and walked up to him. In the future, the northern wilderness region will really depend on you, he said. With that, he charged towards Lu Jingfeng without any hesitation. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Wasn't tribulation executives not supposed to interact with humans? He subconsciously looked at the man in the woven rush raincoat and asked with his eyes. The man in the raincoat sighed and did not speak. Dao Seeker sprinted toward Lu Jingfeng. Dazzling light burst out of his body as bolts of heavenly thunder appeared out of nowhere and interweaved on his body. I am the heavenly tribulation of the northern wilderness. I should protect this realm with my life. Dao Seeker's voice became solemn. Heavenly thunder surrounded him, and his aura increased crazily. Zhou Xuanji frowned. What is he going to do? Lu Jingfeng also frowned. He was severely injured and was not as powerful as he was at his peak, so he sensed the danger. Tribulation executive, he took a deep breath and slashed with his saber. The saber chi swept horizontally, and Dao Seeker clashed with it. The heavenly thunder tore the saber chi apart. He was extremely fast, sweeping up 2 rows of dust along the way, as though he was going to split the ground in half. He came up to Lu Jingfeng and slammed his palm. Lu Jingfeng could not dodge in time and was struck in the chest. With a loud boom, he flew out like an arrow and disappeared into the horizon. Dao Seeker pursued him. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. So powerful. He could sense that Dao Seeker borrowed the power of the heavens and the earth. Other than that, there was also the heavenly tribulation. Tribulation executives are so powerful. He looked at the man in the woven rush raincoat and asked, "You are so powerful. Why didn't you attack earlier?" The man in the woven rush raincoat sighed, "Once we attack, we will be annihilated." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He understood what the man in the woven rush raincoat meant. Dao Seeker wanted to perish together? On the other side, Dao Seeker caught up with Lu Jingfeng and slammed with both of his palms. Lightning struck Lu Jingfeng's body, and Lu Jingfeng could not retaliate at all. They leaped over cliffs. The northern wilderness region was in a mess now. Cities and towns had collapsed. It was as though they had returned to the beginning of the world, when the heavenly might wreaked havoc. Dao Seeker slammed with all his might, and Lu Jingfeng flew across the surface of the sea and fell into the deep sea. The ocean was still in a state of turmoil. Lightning wrapped around his body, and Dao Seeker turned into the tribulation god. He gathered the power of heavenly thunder in his palms and turned them into 2 lightning balls. He waved his right hand, and lightning struck down suddenly. The lightning ravaged the ocean and evaporated the seawater within a radius of 10,000 miles, turning it into a mist that covered the sky. Lu Jingfeng leaped up from the bottom of the sea with his saber and pierced into Dao Seeker's chest. Dao Seeker was enveloped by a powerful radiance, and his expression could not be seen. He said calmly, "Destroy my northern wilderness. Destroy the world." Countless lightning bolts exploded from his body and turned into a lightning net that engulfed Lu Jingfeng. "Ah!" Lu Jingfeng cried out miserably. The might of the heavenly thunder was so horrifying. The northern wilderness region was facing a calamity, and the heavenly thunder gathered by the tribulation executives was definitely the strongest. It was equivalent to the retaliation of the northern wilderness region. Lu Jingfeng felt that his body would explode at any time, and his soul was also facing the danger of dispersing. He quickly distanced himself from Dao Seeker. Dao Seeker slammed his palms forward, and all the lightning bolts shot out. They gathered into a lightning pillar and engulfed Lu Jingfeng. "Damn it. Just you wait. If I don't destroy the northern wilderness region, I'm not human." Lu Jingfeng's resentful roar sounded, and his aura dissipated in the heavenly thunder. He no longer existed. Dao Seeker used the power of the tribulation to kill a true god. If Lu Jingfeng was not severely injured, Dao Seeker would not have succeeded. The lightning dissipated, and the powerful radiance on Dao Seeker's body also dissipated. His feet started to petrify, and the petrification spread upwards. He took a deep breath and looked exhausted. He looked around, and his eyes were filled with reluctance. He had protected the northern wilderness for more than 100,000 years. In the end, he could not escape his fate and died fighting for the northern wilderness. "I really hope there's an afterlife," he mumbled to himself. His entire body was petrified, and he turned into a stone man that fell into the raging ocean. A bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. It struck the petrified Dao Seeker into ashes, which were dispersed by the wind. He died without a burial. "He's dead." The man in the raincoat stood beside Zhou Xuanji and said calmly. Zhou Xuanji, who was healing himself, opened his eyes in silence. He felt a little complicated. To be honest, he had always been filled with resentment toward the 2 tribulation executives. The tribulation executives were the witnesses of history. They always stirred people's hearts. When the northern wilderness region faced a true crisis, they could not do anything. But Dao Seeker's performance today dispersed his resentment. There was a tinge of inexplicable disappointment in him. That true God is dead. Although the tribulation is over, the northern wilderness region, the man in the raincoat sighed. He looked afar and saw waves rising from the crisscrossing valleys. Chapter 466. The northern wilderness region was torn apart. The surrounding ocean was affected, and the waves surged toward the continent from all directions. Zhou Xuanji left on his sword and flew toward Skyfall. He could not protect the world with his severe injuries, so he could only try his best to protect Skyfall. At this moment, On Skyfall, 1,000,000 disciples stood in formation to defend against the seawater. At a glance, the mountains around Skyfall were already submerged by the seawater. It was like a lone peak amidst the raging waves, the only pillar between the heavens and the earth. Finyu Dragon King coiled around Skyfall and breathed out dragon flames, drying up the seawater. Lin Chang'e, Ning Zifeng, Xiao Jinghong, Meng Tianlang, and Shen Bantian used their sword techniques to defend. Everyone was doing their best to defend. Their faces were solemn, and sweat covered their foreheads. No matter where they looked, they could only feel despair. What was the apocalypse? They finally understood. There was only one hope left in their hearts, so they continued to persevere. Living beings in the northern wilderness region, that true God has been killed by the tribulation executive. When the world is peaceful, the tribulation will be over. I am already severely injured, so you can only rely on yourselves. Persevere for a while more. Don't give up hope of survival. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the world. His voice was so weak, but his words ignited a flame of hope in the hearts of all living beings. All living beings persevered, but every minute and every second, many died. This catastrophe affected every mortal in the northern wilderness region, both overseas and overseas. Although despair was boiling, it was also the beginning of transformation. When Zhou Xuanji returned to Skyfall, the waves had already calmed down. Seeing that he had returned on the River of Swords, a deafening commotion erupted on Skyfall. A smile appeared on Zhou Xuanji's fatigued face. 2 months later, Zhou Xuanji absorbed the heavenly law's celestial power above the clouds. His cultivation efficiency in the northern wilderness region was less than 1/10 of that in the Great Thousand World, but at least he could still cultivate. He opened his eyes and saw a boundless ocean below the sea of clouds. Numerous mountains stood on the surface of the ocean. At first glance, this place looked like an archipelago. After the catastrophe, the northern wilderness region was broken into dozens of continents, and the population was greatly reduced. But the humans and demons were still resilient. They began to travel around and re-establish order. In the mortal realm, there was no longer a distinction between overseas and overseas. A month ago, Zhou Xuanji sent 100,000 disciples out to train and help the weak. He slowly stood up and walked to the peak of Skyfall. A towering portal of 20 feet in height had already been erected. Zhou Xiaoqi, a big and small heir, little black snake, and Chongming demon monarch were circling around the portal. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Xiao Jinghong hurriedly walked over and cupped his fist, saying, "Revered teacher, the portal has been successfully built." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He flipped his right hand, and a fist-sized rock appeared. There were blue lines winding around it. It was the stone of 2 realms. Regarding Zhou Xuanji's request, Yang Yutian did his best. He bought 2 realm stones a long time ago. One was placed on the newly built portal at the Divine Cliff, and the other was given to Zhou Xuanji. When Zhou Xuanji returned to the northern wilderness region and connected the 2 realm stones, the connection between the northern wilderness region and the Great Thousand World could be realized. Zhou Xuanji placed the 2 realm stone into a groove on the portal. Next, the entire portal shook violently. There was a loud bang. All the spirit stones on the portal burst forth with energy, converging into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. The starry sky above began to ripple. Jiang Shui, Zhou Xiaoxian, Daoist old man, and the others walked over and looked up, their faces full of anticipation. From now on, the living beings of the northern wilderness region would join the Divine Cliff after they ascended. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. The battle 2 months ago had made him more reserved. Apart from cultivating, he would think about many things. We can finally go to the upper realm. What are you talking about? You don't have the strength to ascend. What's there to be afraid of? Since we can't become great emperors, why don't we go to the Great Thousand World to look for opportunities? Although the ascension tribulations can increase one's strength by leaps and bounds, the time we spend cultivating in the northern wilderness region might be able to make up for it. Master didn't allow you to ascend. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Han Shenhua, Huang Lianxin, Zhou Xiaoxian, and the others started talking about the upper bound excitedly. Jiang Shui walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said softly, "It's all in the past." Zhou Xuanji did not look down but continued to look up. "Not yet," he replied. "They might want it to end, but I don't." They were not referring to the people in the northern wilderness region but those who were against the northern wilderness region. All these years, the northern wilderness region had been suppressed a lot. Zhou Xuanji did not want it to end just like that. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to use his power to prove that the northern wilderness region was inviolable. His goal now was to break through to void extreme immortal as soon as possible. Just the true gods alone were enough to render him helpless. How could he compete with those powerful cultivators? 3 days later. Zhou Xuanji held Jiang Shui's hand and stepped out of the portal to the divine cliff. As for the other disciples, they stayed at Skyfall to cultivate. Only after they surpassed the great realization stage would he allow Emperor Sword Court's disciples to enter the divine cliff. Other than that, all living beings in the world could also ascend through tribulation and enter the divine cliff directly. "Sister-in-law is here." Yang Yutian chuckled. 4 elders stood beside him, and they were all smiling as well. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji wanted to bring his wife along, they agreed. This would only make Zhou Xuanji's relationship with the divine cliff closer. Jiang Shui nodded and bowed. "Thank you for taking care of me in the divine cliff," she said. Yang Yutian laughed heartily. After that, he personally sent Zhou Xuanji and his wife back to their residence. After entering the residence, Yang Yutian and the others left. Zhou Xuanji introduced Xiao Chan and Bai Suan to Jiang Shui. Xiao Chan and Bai Suan were very curious about Jiang Shui and wanted to get to know her. The 3 girls were not distant from each other and quickly became friends. Nightfall. Zhou Xuanji flew to the clouds with Jiang Shui and cultivated together. When he began to extract heavenly law celestial power, dense spiritual qi gathered around him, allowing Jiang Shui to get twice the result with half the effort. And so, time passed quickly. Every other year, Zhou Xuanji would return to Skyfall to take a look. Each time, he would bring back many natural resources and ask people to plant them on Skyfall. Spring passed and autumn came. Soon, 50 years passed. Zhou Xuanji reached 157 years old. In 50 years, he obtained 113 legendary swords. The highest was only god-slaying, and there was only one. During this time, 10 people ascended from the northern wilderness region. Ning Zifeng and Finyu Dragon King had already ascended and officially joined the divine cliff. Ning Zifeng and Finyu Dragon King still treated Zhou Xuanji as their leader. Yang Yutian turned a blind eye to this. Above the clouds. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes with a deep frown. Jiang Shui, who was beside him, opened her eyes and asked concernedly, "You still haven't found the opportunity to break through?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and sighed. He was a little depressed. "Heh, you still have to rely on me to break through." Chapter 467. Zhou Xuanji looked at the old beggar. He grabbed the red bead on his neck and asked, "What is the red bead you gave me? How can it summon Mo Jiuqing?" Jiang Shui looked at the old beggar curiously. Zhou Xuanji's first teacher in name was unfathomable, and she had long wanted to meet him. The old beggar smiled proudly. "This is our teacher bead. If anyone is in danger, they can teleport out through the teacher bead. But they must be at least a true god and proficient in the reincarnation shuttle." Teacher bead. Zhou Xuanji was speechless at the name. "What is the reincarnation shuttle?" he asked. To be proficient in it, it must be a spell, formation, or divine ability. The reincarnation shuttle is a divine ability that shuttles between planes. With your capability, you are not qualified to learn it. The old beggar replied. He flipped his right hand, and a jade lotus appeared in his hand. A wave of fragrance wafted out from the lotus, which soothed Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui. Their senses became much clearer. This is a 100,000-year-old extreme frost lotus root. The massive amount of spiritual qi contained in it is enough for you to break through to void extreme immortal. I will protect you in case another despicable person appears. The old beggar threw the extreme frost lotus root to Zhou Xuanji before he drank a mouthful of wine and smiled. He turned to Jiang Shui and praised, 5 elemental spirit body. You are quite talented. During this period, I will teach you a divine ability as well. Take it as my gift to my disciple's wife. Jiang Shui was pleasantly surprised and quickly bowed to express her gratitude. Zhou Xuanji sized up the extreme frost lotus root as he asked, how is Mo Jiuqing? Mo Jiuqing saved him, so he was concerned about him. That brat overestimated himself. If not for the fact that it was not the demonic ancestor himself, he would be dead for sure. He has already returned to the Center God province to continue his revenge. Soon, you will hear from him again. The old beggar replied casually. Apparently, he was not fond of Mo Jiuqing. He had so many disciples, and Mo Jiuqing belonged to the group that he did not like. Not the demonic ancestor himself? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. That pair of eyes almost destroyed the northern wilderness region. Lu Jingfeng was so weak before it, and yet it was not the demonic ancestor himself. How powerful would the demonic ancestor be then? He sat cross-legged on the clouds and began to absorb the extreme frost lotus root. The old beggar walked in front of Jiang Shui and said with a smile, I'll teach you a divine ability now. I see that you're cultivating a demonic art and it's not suitable for you. I'll also teach you a cultivation technique that will allow your 5 elemental spirit body to be fully improved. With that, he quickly stretched out his hand and tapped Jiang Shui's forehead with his index finger. After a while, he stopped, and Jiang Shui continued to feel the inherited memories. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and smiled as he said, I'm going to take a walk in your divine cliff city. You can break through at any time, don't worry, with me around, no one can stop you from breaking through. With that, the old beggar disappeared. Zhou Xuanji did not open his eyes but focused on absorbing the extreme frost lotus root. A wave of extreme cold ran through his body, and a layer of frost appeared on the surface of his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a huge amount of spiritual qi, and this is only a small portion. Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed in amazement. He suddenly wanted to know where the old beggar had gotten it from. An hour later, he asked Jiang Shui to wait for him at his residence. He was about to undergo the tribulation, and he did not want to hurt her accidentally. Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortal was to transform one's inner pellet into a heavenly pellet and of 10 additional Tao patterns that contained the power of the heavenly law. Void Extreme Immortal was a transformation of the soul. In the previous stages, the soul was weak. Normally, if the body was destroyed, the soul could hardly defeat the enemy. But Void Extreme Immortal could refine the soul. Boom, thunderclouds gathered, and the heavens and earth turned dark. A vast heavenly might spread out. Even the divine Cliff City's disciples could sense it. Soon, people gathered. They looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar and cried out in shock. He's going to break through again? I heard that he's only 150 years old. A Void Extreme Immortal at 150 years old? Even if he's a first-class great emperor, it can't be this exaggerated, right? We don't understand the world of a first-class great emperor. This is a good thing. Our divine cliff will become more powerful. The divine cliff's disciples were looking forward to seeing how powerful Zhou Xuanji would be after his breakthrough. Before, he could already sweep across Void Extreme Immortals. After breaking through, would he be able to battle true gods? Yang Yutian appeared in the air and cried out, spread out and protect Zhou Xuanji. The disciples came back to their senses and surrounded Zhou Xuanji from all directions. They did not reject this mission. Zhou Xuanji was already the Divine Cliff's representative, and the Divine Cliff's future depended on him. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the more powerful the Divine Cliff would be, and the more benefits their disciples would receive. If Zhou Xuanji died, the Divine Cliff would be devoured by the other factions. They would share glory and destruction. The heavenly lightning became more and more powerful, as if there was a terrifying existence rolling in the thunderclouds, causing all the disciples' hearts to pound. What heavenly tribulation was this? A lightning silhouette with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly appeared above the clouds. He spread out his 6 arms, each holding lightning. He was 300 meters tall and looked like a god of lightning, looking divine and majestic. Zhou Xuanji looked up, and the thunderclap sword appeared above his head. He frowned slightly. This lightning silhouette was so powerful. Its aura was even more powerful than Tang Juetian's. Before he could think too much, the lightning silhouette swooped down. Tens of thousands of bolts of lightning fell, as if the sky was collapsing. It was extremely majestic. With a thought, Zhou Xuanji used Void Instant Kill straightaway. The thunderclap sword shot up with extreme speed and pierced through the lightning silhouette. Everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. Such a fast sword speed. However, the tribulation had only just begun. Numerous lightning silhouettes were formed from the heavenly lightning. At a glance, there were countless of them, and they surrounded Zhou Xuanji like heavenly soldiers. Yang Yutian frowned and mumbled, "This tribulation is already showing signs of breaking through to true God. The more powerful the heavenly tribulation, the more powerful and talented Zhou Xuanji was." He was both happy and worried at the same time. At the foot of the mountain, in a dense forest, the muscular man brought Bai Hao Yisan and Feng Qiu to a cave. The muscular man said, "Mo Jiuqing, why aren't you coming out to greet your senior apprentice brother?" Bai Hao Yisan was incredibly excited and stared fixedly at the cave. He had long wanted to meet such a ferocious person like Mo Jiuqing. Feng Qiu, on the other hand, was very uneasy. He was afraid that Mo Jiuqing would go crazy and attack them. "Aoshi, why did you come to find me?" Mo Jiuqing's voice came from the cave with an indifferent tone. Aoshi was the muscular man's name. More accurately speaking, he called himself Grandmaster Aoshi and liked to take in disciples. Evidently, he had inherited this from the old beggar. Grandmaster Aoshi snorted coldly, "Can't we reminisce? You went to the northern wilderness region before. Can you tell me what happened there? Also, why did the demon ancestor's split soul appear?" A series of footsteps came from the cave, and the pale-faced Mo Jiuqing walked out. Chapter 468. The Xian court's disciples discovered the northern wilderness region and attacked, forcing a demonic cultivator to ask for help from the demon ancestor. "My sworn brother comes from the northern wilderness region, which is why I acted." Mo Jiuqing looked at Grandmaster Aoshi and replied calmly. The corner of Grandmaster Aoshi's mouth curled up, revealing a mocking smile. Wasn't his last sentence deceiving him? Xian court? Interesting, even though the Xian court and Xian Daoya don't have any relationship, their names are too similar, and it is precisely because there is no connection that it is so confusing. Grandmaster Aoshi touched his chin and muttered to himself. Mo Jiuqing could not deny it and did not reply. His gaze landed on Feng Qiu, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Feng Qiu felt his hair stand on end, and he instinctively hid behind Bai Hao Yisan. Grandmaster Aoshi looked at him and asked, "How about we team up and go to the Xian court? At the same time, let this junior of mine gain some knowledge and fight for some fortuitous encounters." Mo Jiuqing did not reply and instead said to Feng Qiu, "Your talent in the Tao of Fate is not bad. How about you join me? Poaching in public." Feng Qiu's heart thumped with excitement. Bai Hao Yisan asked, "Martial uncle, what realm are you at? Can you teach me a few moves?" Grandmaster Aoshi rubbed his forehead, feeling humiliated. Mo Jiuqing glanced at Bai Hao Yisan and said, "Your foundation has been damaged, and your temperament is unstable. It will be difficult for you to become great." Critical strike. Bai Hao Yisan almost vomited blood. Grandmaster Aoshi grunted coldly, "Mo Jiuqing, you still haven't answered me." The surrounding forest started to tremble as a massive might exploded out, causing Bai Hao Yisan and Feng Qiu to almost fall to the ground. Mo Jiuqing calmly replied, "When do we leave?" Hanging court. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Grandmaster Aoshi laughed and said, "Why don't we go find that junior brother and go together? That's more interesting." Mo Jiuqing frowned slightly, feeling somewhat hesitant. That old thing must be with Zhou Xuanji. He knew the old thing didn't want to see him. The Divine Cliff. Zhou Xuanji had already endured the heavenly tribulation for 4 hours. All the Divine Cliff disciples were watching from afar. The thunderclap sword revolved at high speed, its aura surpassing that of a heavenly tribulation. All the disciples were dumbfounded. That sword, a sword that absorbs heavenly tribulation? That's not right. That sword is gradually becoming stronger. It wasn't this powerful before. This is the first time I've seen someone go through a tribulation like this. Who did Zhou Xuanji inherit his sword from? Ning Zifeng and Finny Dragon King were the most excited. As expected of their master, he was too strong. Zhou Xuanji's magic energy began to skyrocket. He quickly condensed it into heavenly law celestial power. He wanted to transform his magic energy during the breakthrough. He converted all of his magic power into heavenly law immortal energy. Boom! His aura surged and surpassed that of a 10th revolution golden immortal. His entire soul was sublimating, and an indescribable transformation was taking place. He felt that everything around him had become illusory. Void extreme immortal. He was truly stained with the word immortal. Although most of the void extreme immortals did not have heavenly law immortal power, their strength was already comparable to ordinary immortal gods. Ding! Detected that the sword owner has reached the void extreme celestial realm. Gotcha started. Congratulations, sword owner, for drawing, ancient gazing, wolf ancestral soul sword, gold, evil blue sword, heaven trampling immortal boots. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He was not too surprised. He had already guessed that he would get the ancient gazing sword when he broke through to the void extreme immortal realm. In the past 50 years, his luck had never been good. He was probably waiting for this moment. Information about the wolf ancestral soul sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, wolf ancestral soul sword level, ancient gazing description, transformed from the ancient heavenly wolf tribe, contains the souls of billions of heavenly wolves, and can be used to form ancestral souls for battle. It possesses immense divine power, and requires at least a void extreme celestial mid-stage cultivation base to use. Transformed from the heavenly wolf race? Zhou Xuanji was quite shocked in his heart. How powerful would an entire race be if it turned into a sword? In addition, the evil blue sword had also appeared. He had always been thinking about the 7-colored evil swords, hoping that they could form the ancient demon sword. Evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil red sword, evil scarlet sword, evil blue sword. Just one more round. The heaven-treading immortal boots was a magic tool, so he could try it out after his tribulation. Use the Emperor's might to suppress the dermic powers in my body, and let the heavenly Tao's grace concentrate on the heavenly Tao immortal power. The old beggar's voice suddenly came to Zhou Xuanji's ears. Zhou Xuanji did as he was told. The Emperor's might was a type of suppression. It could suppress those at a lower stage than oneself. But all this while, Zhou Xuanji's enemies were very powerful, so he rarely used it. But after the old beggar appeared, he gained a deeper understanding of the Emperor's might. The Emperor's might could help in cultivation. He began to suppress his origin energy with the Emperor's might and let the heavenly law's celestial power fill his body. And so, the heavenly law's celestial power began to fuse with his bones and muscles. A while later, the thunderclouds began to dissipate. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had already turned into a man of light. His powerful aura made everyone's heart tremble. Is this brat really just breaking through to void extreme immortal? Yang Yutian was shocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji's aura was not far from that of a true god. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's aura exploded again. He suddenly raised his head and let out a long roar. The radiance on the surface of his body retracted back into his body, and his entire body was glowing with a faint radiance. He opened his eyes, and 2 rays of radiance shot out from his eyes as though they were real. Heavenly law's celestial body. His body had completely transformed into an immortal body. From now on, he would be generating celestial power instead of celestial power. In other words, he was already an immortal god. A true immortal god. He was exhilarated in his heart, but his face was cold. The transformation of his body and soul caused his power to grow tremendously. Compared to before, his power grew by more than 100 times. This sense of power filled him with pride. If he were to encounter Lu Jingfeng a few decades ago, he would not be in such a sorry state. At this moment, his breakthrough was over. He sat down cross-legged and began to recuperate his qi. He stored the thunderclap sword into the supreme storage. This time, the thunderclap sword should be able to level up to celestial shaking grade, and there was hope for it to reach god-slaying grade. The lightning in its body had all been converted into heavenly lightning, which dealt innate damage to demons. The divine cliff's disciples discussed excitedly. They were all guessing how powerful Zhou Xuanji was now. Could he resist a true god? After that, Yang Yutian dismissed the disciples. He did not disturb Zhou Xuanji and left. The sky quieted down. The old beggar appeared before Zhou Xuanji and chuckled, "Brat, you are quite talented. This time, you can be ranked among the immortals." Ranked among the immortals? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at him in confusion. At this moment, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed before the two of them. After the light dissipated, a tall man wearing silver armor appeared. He held a long spear in his hand and had a dignified expression. Zhou Xuanji has comprehended the heavenly law immortal body and can be ranked among the immortals. Now, follow me to the God Palace to meet the Master of Gods. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and looked at the old beggar instinctively. The old beggar nodded with a smile, indicating that he could go. Chapter 469. Zhou Xuanji flew up into the sky with the legendary general. They were extremely fast. Under the guidance of the legendary general, Zhou Xuanji did not feel the barrier of the first heaven. He could not help but ask, could it be because I have already cultivated the heavenly law immortal constitution that the restrictions of the second heaven are useless to me? If so, could he fly above the 33rd heaven directly? The legendary general replied, yes. But you can only go to the 9th heaven. You cannot go to the higher heavens unless you are more powerful. Of course, the higher heavens are inhabited by powerful beings. If you are not careful, you might be consigned to eternal damnation. I advise you to be respectful. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhou Xuanji intently. As a genius of the Center God province, how could the immortal gods not know of his existence? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought and did not ask further. A while later, they finally came to the 9th heaven. There was nothing special about the sky here. It was vast and boundless with blue sky and white clouds. It was relaxing and relaxing. The legendary general flew in front. Suddenly, a radiance glowed around him. Next, the space in front of them began to ripple. A group of majestic palaces appeared. The smallest palace was 30 meters tall, while the most majestic one was 300 meters tall. There were two 300 meters tall statues of gods in front of the gates. Teams of divine soldiers patrolled the place. Zhou Xuanji even saw some fairies entering the palace playfully. The scene was as beautiful as a painting, like a dream. Soon, the two flew into an arched door and continued ahead. Most of the immortal gods along the way were cold and aloof. They did not even look at Zhou Xuanji. They continued ahead. They came to the largest palace. 8 legendary generals were waiting in front of the gate. The legendary general who led the way walked up and said a few words before signaling Zhou Xuanji to follow. The two stepped into the palace, and a powerful radiance flashed. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes instinctively. When he opened them again, he saw a gigantic silhouette on a platform in front of him. The Master of Gods. He wore a majestic silver-white emperor's robe and sat upright. His shoulders were broad, as though they could bear the weight of the world. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes seemed to hide 2 starry skies. Other than him, there was an old man in a white robe. His hair was white, but his face looked very young. The white-robed old man looked at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "The youngest first-class great emperor in history. I finally meet you." The divine general who led the way bowed and left. Zhou Xuanji cupped his fist and asked, "I'm Zhou Xuanji, I wonder." The white-robed elder stroked his beard and smiled. "I'm Old Star Lord, and I'm in charge of the celestial positions in the palace. His Majesty is the master of all gods, and you'll become an immortal god in the future, and you'll listen to his orders." Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change, but he felt a little jealous in his heart. The so-called immortals and gods were also used by humans. He couldn't help but wonder who was stronger between the master of all gods and the demon ancestor. The fact that the old beggar had asked him to come meant that he hoped that he could receive the protection of the master of gods. "Zhou Xuanji, you were born in the northern wilderness region. After reincarnating, you retained the memories of your previous life. In this life, you have extraordinary talent and became a great emperor before 100 years old. Now, you are only 157 years old and have reached the void extreme immortal stage. Your talent is indeed powerful. We will allow you to directly become a third-rank immortal god." The Master of Gods asked as he stared at Zhou Xuanji without blinking, giving him a great deal of pressure. He asked hesitantly, "Can you explain the difference between civil and military positions? The positions of immortals must be different from those in the mortal realm." Old Star Lord said with a smile, "A civil position is responsible for local incense offerings and astronomical phenomena. A military position is relatively freer. You can wait for orders and slay evil in the mortal realm. Both positions allow you to enjoy incense offerings in the mortal realm, provided that there are people in the mortal realm who believe in you." Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, "Then, I will choose the military position." He did not like the fact that the civil position was going to other places. He still had to help Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff develop. "Follow me." Old Star Lord nodded and walked over. After that, Zhou Xuanji left the God Palace with him. The Master of God's expression changed. After Zhou Xuanji disappeared, he mumbled, "A first-class great emperor that even the great Emperor Dao Court and the demonic emperor want. What's his background?" He decided to observe Zhou Xuanji more. On the other side, Old Star Lord flew Zhou Xuanji among the palaces and explained the situation of immortals to him along the way. The factions of the immortals were collectively known as the God Palace. Most of the immortals came from the ancient immortal clans, but there were also acquired ones like Zhou Xuanji. Other than the immortals from the ancient immortal clans, the other immortals were not allowed to stay in the God Palace. They could only come up when the God Palace ordered them to. The God Palace would protect each immortal god and give them a salary, which was immortal spirit pills. Each pill contained massive amounts of spiritual qi. Other than the God Palace, no other place could produce them. Currently, there were more than 100,000 immortals and tens of millions of ordinary immortal soldiers. There was a fundamental difference between immortal gods and immortal soldiers. Immortal soldiers were not much different from cultivators in the Great Thousand World. Most of them did not have heavenly law celestial energy. With Old Star Lord leading the way, Zhou Xuanji came to a small palace. There was an elderly immortal god inside. When he saw Old Star Lord, he immediately bowed to him respectfully. "Register him as a third-rank immortal general. His name is Zhou Xuanji. Find out his identity first." Old Star Lord said with a kind smile, which made the elderly immortal god open his eyes wide. Zhou Xuanji. The ancient genius who ranked 13th on the Great Emperor's stele? He took a deep breath and walked up to the counter. He pulled open a drawer and took out a bronze mirror. The bronze mirror began to reflect Zhou Xuanji's past. It was a scene of him going through a tribulation. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. What kind of monster was this boy? The heavenly tribulations he faced were not the ones he should have faced at his cultivation level. After a while, he took out a medallion and engraved Zhou Xuanji's name before handing it to Zhou Xuanji. Following this, Old Star Lord brought Zhou Xuanji to receive immortal spirit pills, 3rd-rank divine armor, and 3rd-rank divine weapon. Old Star Lord's status in the God Palace was extremely high, and it was rare for him to personally receive a newcomer. Soon, news of Zhou Xuanji becoming an immortal god spread. Zhou Xuanji's name was like thunder to their ears, and they all knew him. I heard that boy became a third-rank immortal general straight away. Why? How old is he? He already broke through to Void Extreme Immortal. Even a Void Extreme Immortal shouldn't become a third-rank immortal straight away. Humph, as expected, talent is popular everywhere. The immortal gods began to discuss Zhou Xuanji. Most of them were not convinced of his position as an immortal. It was not like the God Palace did not have any first-class great emperors. Old Star Lord stopped and said to Zhou Xuanji, "You can go back now. The God Palace will summon you through your immortal medallion. From today onwards, you are an immortal god. As an immortal god, you must act with integrity and must not harm living beings. Of course, if anyone dares to target you, the God Palace will protect you." With that, the old Star Lord disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji played with the third-rank immortal medallion in his hand and suddenly laughed. "I have another backer, and it's a giant one." Chapter 470. Zhou Xuanji kept the third-rank immortal token and dived into the sea of clouds. He did not stop along the way. He passed through the 9 heavens and returned to the center god province. However, it was not the divine cliff below him. Fortunately, he was already a Void Extreme Immortal, so his flying speed was much faster than before. Half a day later, he returned to the divine cliff. He didn't tell Yang Yutian about this, but went to find the old beggar first. He told them about his trip to the divine palace. The old beggar nodded in satisfaction and said, "The master of all gods and that old guy Xing Chen really know how to behave. No, to be a god. A third-rank immortal general is already a great favor for you. Remember, in the future when you are in the divine palace, if anyone with a lower immortal base dares to bully you, you have to act immediately. Because the heavenly rules of the divine palace are on your side. Similarly, don't antagonize existences with a higher cultivation base than you." Zhou Xuanji remembered these words, which meant that someone would provoke him. He asked, "How strong is the master of all gods? How is he compared to the demon ancestor?" In his heart, the demonic ancestor was a first-class existence. He stood side by side with the 9th Nether Buddha, the heavenly saint, and the old immortal. He felt that the old immortal might be the strongest because the old immortal could predict the birth of the heavenly saint. Of course, it was also possible that he was just good at divination. The old beggar glared at him and said angrily, "Focus on your cultivation. What's the point of asking these questions?" Zhou Xuanji curled his lip. "You don't know?" Then, he turned around and prepared to return to his residence. "Wait, let's go to the forest where we were training. Someone is waiting for you there." The old beggar stopped Zhou Xuanji and said this before walking towards the divine cliff city. Zhou Xuanji was confused in his heart, but he still flew toward the forest. Passing through the thick fog, he arrived at the forest. He saw 4 people at a glance. They were Mo Jiuqing, Grandmaster Aoshi, Bai Haoisan, and Feng Qiul. His expression didn't change as he walked up to the 4 people and asked, "What's the matter?" He looked at Grandmaster Aoshi. Who was this guy? Bai Haoisan crossed his arms and coldly harumphed arrogantly as he said, "Stinking brat, we're here to give you a fortuitous opportunity and a chance for revenge. Hurry up and kneel." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and felt that his acting was quite good. Grandmaster Aoshi said, "My name is Tian Han, so you can call me Grandmaster Aoshi. I'm your senior apprentice brother, and we want to go to the Xian court to cause trouble. Do you want to come?" The true god that attacked the northern wilderness region came from the Xian court. Zhou Xuanji heard him and asked, "What can I get?" "Don't tell me it's just revenge." Feng Qiul sighed. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more uncomfortable he felt. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, Bai Haoisan was inferior in all aspects. Moreover, it was far inferior. Mo Jiuqing said coldly, "You can take whatever you want from the Xian court?" "Oh. So exciting." Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "Are we leaving now?" The wolf ancestral soul sword required the cultivation of a mid-stage void extreme immortal. It would probably take several hundred years just by cultivating. He could only look for opportunities. The void extreme immortal realm was divided into 4 small realms: early, middle, late, and perfection. After reaching the great circle of the void extreme immortal stage, one could attempt to become a heavenly law true god. Yes. Mo Jiuqing nodded. Zhou Xuanji said with a frown, "Give me some time, I need to make some arrangements." The 4 of them did not have any objections. Zhou Xuanji immediately returned to his residence and told Jiang Shui about this. Jiang Shui pouted coquettishly and said, You can never stop. You've just broken through and you're thinking about other opportunities. Come back soon, I'll wait for you. She also planned to go down to the mortal realm to see Zhou Xiaoxian. The 2 of them spent some time together before Zhou Xuanji left. After coming to the forest, the 5 of them gathered. Grandmaster Aoshi waved his right hand, and Zhou Xuanji's vision darkened. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was within an orb of light. He glanced at Grandmaster Aoshi stealthily, feeling quite shocked. Just how powerful was this fellow's cultivation? It seemed that he was more powerful than Mo Jiuqing, or else how could he be in charge of all of this? The Xian court has over 100 true gods, and the most powerful person was a first-class great emperor. Now, his strength is unfathomable, Grandmaster Aoshi said, breaking the silence. Grandmaster Aoshi said, breaking the silence and starting to talk about the Xian court's strength. Zhou Xuanji silently listened and did not say anything. Since there were 2 big shots leading him, he only needed to focus on stealing things. Grandmaster Aoshi guessed that the Xian court was related to Xian Daoya, and this operation would most likely draw out Xian Daoya. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, Xian Daoya comes from the great Emperor Dao court, and those people are all quite ferocious. This operation will leave the center god province, so you must follow us. Don't get lost, or else you will die without a grave. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and wanted to ask why he didn't say so earlier. Was it too late to back out now? After Grandmaster Aoshi finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji looked at Bai Haoisen and said, Why do you only have 2nd Revolution Golden Immortal Cultivation? This was quite heart-wrenching. Bai Haoisen almost coughed up blood and did not know how to retort. Grandmaster Aoshi coldly harumphed, This boy is already crippled. Feng Qiu madly nodded. Mo Jiuqing arrogantly stood by the side and did not say anything. On a wasteland, Xiao Hongjun and a man walked side by side. This man wore white clothes and a purple shirt. He had a handsome face and his hair was combed behind his head. His facial features were chiseled, and he had a big smile on his face. Hongjun, our Xian court has discovered the location of the northern wilderness. Before, a senior apprentice brother almost destroyed the northern wilderness, but he was stopped by the demonic ancestor. 50 years later, he finally returned. The Xian court plans to destroy the northern wilderness, and when the time comes, they will definitely force Zhou Xuanji to descend into the mortal realm. The man in purple smiled, looking very eager. Xiao Hongjun asked indifferently, Who from your Xian court will act? When mentioning Zhou Xuanji, she felt quite angry. This fellow was like a cockroach, no matter how much she stepped on him, she would not be able to kill him. The 2nd court lord will personally act, the man in purple said with a pleased smile. The purple-robed man smiled smugly. Xiao Hongjun looked at him in surprise. The Xian court's 2nd court lord was extremely powerful. Was it worth such an expert personally acting to deal with Zhou Xuanji? Thinking about it, it made sense. A scourge would last for 1,000 years, and it was best to kill Zhou Xuanji as soon as possible. She smiled and said, Is that so? I hope that when we go to the Xian court, we will be able to receive news of Zhou Xuanji's death. The man in purple chuckled and said, Of course. He was filled with confidence towards the Xian court. In his heart, the Xian court was the most powerful existence in the world. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, suddenly felt the orb of light stop. He opened his eyes and saw a massive island floating in the sea of clouds below. There were countless demon birds circling around it, giving off powerful demonic qi. Even from far away, Zhou Xuanji could sense powerful auras. Very good, the Xian court's 3 court lords are all here. Today, we'll slaughter them. Today, we'll kill them all, Mo Jiuqing said coldly, his eyes giving off killing intent. Back then, the Xian court had suppressed him before. A python inscription whip appeared in Grandmaster Aoshi's hand as he said, "Do we forcefully attack, or do we have a plan?" Bai Hao Isin and Feng Qiu both looked incredibly excited, feeling incredibly expectant. After saying this, Mo Jiuqing swooped down. "I alone am enough." He turned into a ray of light and directly pierced through the massive island, and a deafening explosion sounded out. Chapter 471. Mo Jiuqing smashed into the Xian court like a meteor, causing the massive island to crack apart. Powerful auras exploded out, shaking the heavens. Who dares to attack the Xian court? Enemy attack. Seeking death. Kill him. Despicable, my house. Just who is it? How dare they? Furious curses sounded out, and following this, there were waves of explosions. Mo Jiuqing was completely unrestrained within the Xian court, rampaging about and catching the Xian court's disciples off guard. Looking down from the sky, Zhou Xuanji and the others could sense a wave of demonic qi rampaging about the Xian court incredibly quickly. Grandmaster Aoshi said, "Let's go down together. Don't get too far away from me." After saying this, the orb of light around them suddenly shattered, and the 4 of them dove down. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Bai Hao Isin and said, "Don't self-destruct again." Bai Hao Isin felt humiliated, and his face and neck became red. He did not have time to retort before Grandmaster Aoshi and Zhou Xuanji smashed through the roof of a palace, and he and Feng Qiu rushed in. Countless disciples rushed over from all directions, and all kinds of magic techniques dazzled everyone's eyes. Zhou Xuanji directly cast Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep, and 300 or so legendary swords shot out, all of them giving off silver light. They started to circle around Zhou Xuanji, forming a massive silver orb of light. Anyone who came close would be attacked by the legendary swords, and they were incredibly sharp. Bai Hao Isin and Feng Qiu kept their distance and closely followed Grandmaster Aoshi. The 2 of them looked at Zhou Xuanji, looking quite shocked. What a powerful aura! This boy's control over swords was becoming stronger and stronger. Bai Hao Isin felt quite bitter in his heart. He felt that he could not continue to wander around, or else Zhou Xuanji would leave him further and further behind. He had once been an invincible great emperor who had swept through the northern wilderness. Grandmaster Aoshi. You're seeking death. A furious roar sounded out as a pillar of light descended from the sky, landing in front of Grandmaster Aoshi. After the powerful light dissipated, a well-built man dressed in dark blue robes appeared. His body was like an iron tower, and he gave off a ferocious aura. He punched towards Grandmaster Aoshi, his right fist flashing with lightning and sounding like a lion's roar. Grandmaster Aoshi forcefully received this punch, and he took a step back with his right foot. Grandmaster Aoshi laughed in disdain. Xian Court's 2nd court lord, your strength has indeed stagnated. You really are trash. His chest shook, and he sent the 2nd court master flying. He raised his hands and sucked the 2nd court master toward him. Then, he raised his right leg and kicked the 2nd court master, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. The 2nd court master crashed through many palaces and disappeared into the horizon. Tyrannical. Domineering. In front of him, the 2nd court lord was like a mortal, unable to resist at all. The other side. Mo Jiuqing fought with the 1st court lord and the 3rd court lord. He displayed absolute strength and suppressed the 2 court lords. Blood-colored demonic qi wrapped around his body, and his palms were like sabers and swords, sending 2 court lords flying. On the way, he also took the lives of the Xian court's disciples. The white-haired great court lord's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Mo Jiuqing. You will die a horrible death." He opened his arms, and the 9th heaven Xian thunder suddenly fell on him, and his figure quickly rose. Countless bolts of lightning exploded out from his body, filling the sky. He was even larger than the entire Xian court. Mo Jiuqing condescendingly laughed and waved his right palm. Countless blood dragons flew out from his palm and roared as they slammed into the great court lord, devouring the lightning on his body. His body blurred and came before the third court lord, and his eyes widened. The third court lord's gaze met with his, and he instantly became dazed. Pucci. The third court lord's body was covered with blood, which turned into a blood mist and bound him. Mo Jiuqing raised his hand and grabbed his head, lifting him high into the air. The great court lord tore through the lightning and blood dragons and quickly rushed over. Mo Jiuqing did not even look back. He turned and kicked out, causing the great court lord's chest to cave in, and his body was sent flying back. Why, his power, the great court lord thought to himself in shock, and despair covered his heart. The Xian court was finished. Zhou Xuanji used sword sect Immortal Ghost Weep and darted around the Xian court, collecting all sorts of treasures. If Emperor Sword Court wanted to become powerful, it needed resources. The northern wilderness resources could not compare to the Great Thousand Worlds. The Xian court's disciples continuously rushed at him, but they were all killed by the legendary swords. Even Void Extreme Immortals could not block 3 of his swords. He was incredibly powerful. Rumble, Grandmaster Aoshi carried the second court lord and smashed through the palace next to him before stepping out of the rubble. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Boy, didn't I tell you not to run around?" In his hand, the second court lord's body trembled like a dead dog, and his eyes lost focus. Zhou Xuanji was inwardly startled. The second court lord's aura was incredibly powerful, and he had never thought that he would lose the ability to fight so quickly. Just how powerful was Grandmaster Aoshi? "You all," the second court lord gritted his teeth and opened his mouth with great difficulty, wanting to say something. Grandmaster Aoshi's right hand suddenly burst into flames, burning his soul to the point that he did not even have a chance to reincarnate. Bai Hao Isin and Feng Qiul hurried over, feeling incredibly excited. This was especially so for Feng Qiul, his body trembled in excitement. Too powerful. He was incomprehensibly powerful. Grandmaster Aoshi looked in another direction and muttered, "That fellow has also finished his battle." As he spoke, Mo Jiuqing rushed over with a gust of wind and stopped in front of the 4 people. In less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the Xian court's 3 elders had all fallen. Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed. No wonder Taichu Yudao had died at Mo Jiuqing's hands. That fellow was so powerful. Mo Jiuqing waved his right hand and countless blood-red clones flew out from his body and spread out in all directions. He was going to slaughter the entire Xian court. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything. The winner took all. This was how it was. The Xian court had wanted to destroy the northern wilderness. Back then, had they shown any mercy? Mo Jiuqing suddenly stomped his foot, causing the ground to collapse. The others looked down and saw a spacious underground space, and deep within it was a glowing lake. At a glance, it looked like a silver river, incredibly resplendent and beautiful. So many Xian River Earth Core flowers. Not bad, Grandmaster Aoshi said as he gave a pleased smile. Grandmaster Aoshi smiled with satisfaction. Then, the 5 of them jumped down. In the sky, Xiao Hongjun and the violet-robed man quickly flew. The Xian court is just ahead. When the time comes, I'll bring you to see the court lord and help you ask for some Xian River Earth Core flowers, the violet-robed man said as he smiled. The purple-robed man smiled, and he seemed very magnanimous. Xiao Hongjun nodded slightly and said, "I wonder if your second court master has already set off." The purple-robed man pondered for a moment and said, "Soon. Recently, he has sent out his soul to search for senior brother Lu Jingfeng. Once he finds senior brother Lu Jingfeng's soul, he will head to the northern wilderness region." The 2 of them quickly passed through the sea of clouds and saw the hanging court island. They suddenly stopped and widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The majestic hanging court island had already been shattered, and countless rocks and corpses floated in the air before slowly descending. There were special restrictions in the sky that allowed the island to float, and as the Xian court was destroyed, the restrictions gradually weakened. How is this possible? The purple-robed man's body trembled. He could not believe his eyes. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 472. Within the ruins of a palace, Zhou Xuanji and the others jumped out and landed on the ruins. Zhou Xuanji held a soul in his right hand. It was Lu Jingfeng. Lu Jingfeng's face was filled with fear, despair, and regret. He had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would come and destroy the Xian court. How could this be? In the entire Xian court, he was the only one left alive. This feeling of not being able to avoid death made him feel like he was going to collapse. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said, "You lost." He clenched his right hand tightly, and Lu Jingfeng's soul exploded. There was no possibility of him surviving. Although he did not know why this fellow still had a remnant soul, it was no longer important. "There's someone there." Feng Qiu suddenly pointed at Xiao Hongjun and the purple-robed man. When Xiao Hongjun saw Zhou Xuanji, he looked as if he had lost his soul. She did not understand why Zhou Xuanji would appear here. Who are the two beside him? Mo Jiuqing and Grandmaster Aoshi gave her goosebumps. It was as if she was facing her father. Grandmaster Aoshi sneered, "Should we kill Patriarch Bloodbat's daughter?" He raised his right hand and sucked the purple-robed man over. "What's going on?" "No. No, no, no," the purple-robed man screamed in terror, no matter how he tried to block. What welcomed him was Grandmaster Aoshi's raging flames. Amidst his blood-curdling screams, he was burnt to ashes. Xiao Hongjuan's heart was pounding with fear. She really wanted to escape. However, she found that she couldn't move. There was an invisible force binding her. She looked up and discovered that Mo Jiuqing was staring at her. His gaze was extremely cold, as though there was an unforgettable hatred between them. "Just kill him. I don't like the disgusting smell of blood." He did not have any enmity with old ancestor Bloodbat. However, he still remembered that old ancestor Bloodbat had mocked him in the past. Grandmaster Aoshi smiled and said, "Don't kill him yet. Old ancestor Bloodbat has his uses. Don't provoke him for now." Mo Jiuqing snorted coldly before the five of them turned into a ball of light and quickly flew away. Xiao Hongjun was drenched in cold sweat as he stood rooted to the ground. At this moment, she was terrified of Zhou Xuanji. The resentment in the past had completely disappeared. After all, it was impossible for Patriarch Bloodbat to destroy the Xian court, but those two people could. She tried her best to control her emotions and made up her mind that from now on, she would never think about dealing with Zhou Xuanji again. She wanted to stay away from Zhou Xuanji. Jinx. An absolute bane. It seemed that no one who opposed Zhou Xuanji would have a good ending. The destruction of the majestic Xian court was the most terrifying example. The other side. Zhou Xuanji and the others began to discuss Xian Daoya. Grandmaster Aoshi frowned and said, "It seems like Xian Daoya has nothing to do with the Xian court." Bai Hao Isin coldly harumphed, "How is that possible? How would that bastard dare to show himself after seeing the two of you joining hands?" Xian Daoya himself was not strong, at least not as strong as Grandmaster Aoshi and Bai Hao Isin. Even if he appeared, he would not be able to help, so there was no need to add to the trouble. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt. He did not have a good impression of Xian Daoya, but neither did he have much hatred for him. He still owed Xian Daoya a favor. Up until now, Xian Daoya had not really targeted him. Of course, if he had the chance, he would not let Xian Daoya go. Zhou Xuanji had already harvested many Xian River Earth Core flowers, and he could not wait to go back and cultivate. He asked, "What are your plans now? Are we going back?" Grandmaster Aoshi said, "I'll send you back first, and then I'll go see my revered teacher." Hearing this, Mo Jiuqing tightly frowned and immediately left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Grandmaster Aoshi shook his head and laughed, but he did not say anything. The four of them flew towards the divine cliff. News of the Xian court being destroyed quickly spread throughout the nearby provinces, and this shook the world. The various factions immediately thought of Mo Jiuqing. The things that Mo Jiuqing had done in the Center God province had long since spread. The Tang King clan and the Dao Heaven sect were not just famous in the Center God province. After returning to the divine cliff, Xian Daoya still did not appear. Grandmaster Aoshi brought Bai Haoisen and Feng Qiul to visit the old beggar, while Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence. Before Jiang Shui had returned from the mortal realm, he gave Xiao Chan and Bai Suan 4 Xian River Earth Core flowers. He also felt that Fei Hai was pleasing to the eye, so he also gave him one. Following this, he found Yang Yutian and gave him some of the Xian River Earth Core flower seeds, leaving the rest for Emperor Sword Court. Xian River Earth Core flower. Where did you get it? Isn't this the Xian Court suppressing flower? Yang Yutian asked in delight. Following this, he felt a bit worried that the Xian Court would come to make trouble. Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, I have 2 senior apprentice brothers who brought me to make trouble for the Xian Court and raze them to the ground. He gave a simple explanation of what had happened, but he did not say the names of his 2 senior apprentice brothers. Yang Yutian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he stood there in a daze. That was the Xian Court. They had been slaughtered even when 3 court lords were present? He immediately thought of Mo Jiuqing. Could it be that Mo Jiuqing was one of Zhou Xuanji's senior apprentice brothers? Thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing's experiences were quite similar. They both had a mysterious teacher supporting them. He did not dare to continue thinking about it. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and turned to leave. Yang Yutian did not stop him and paced around the palace, feeling quite shocked. Zhou Xuanji came to Skyfall and gave the Xian River Earth Core flower seed to Huang Lianxin to plant. He then gave each of the other elders 5 Xian River Earth Core flowers. Everyone was curious about the origin of the flower, and he gave a simple explanation, which made everyone sigh in amazement. Daoya old man sighed and said, This brat has a new teacher, I'm no longer useful. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and ignored him. After chatting for a while, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Divine Cliff and continued to cultivate. There were still 1,000 or so Xian River Earth Core flowers in the supreme storage. Mo Jiuqing and Grandmaster Aoshi did not think much of it. Bai Haoisen and Feng Qiul each took some, and the majority went to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji once again immersed himself in cultivation. Within a month, news of the Xian Court being destroyed spread to the Center God province. 3 months later, the Big Dipper sect was destroyed by Mo Jiuqing. The immortal gods moved out again to hunt down Mo Jiuqing. Zhou Xuanji was not summoned by the God Palace and cultivated in peace. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. With hundreds of Xian River Earth Core flowers, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to Mid-Void Extreme Immortal. He couldn't contain his excitement. He could finally use the ancient gazing sword. In these 10 years, he had gained another 22 new divine swords. They were the Returning Void Sword, the Tumi Sword, the Setting Sun Sword, the Clay Embryo Sword, the Lingqi Sword, the Antimatter Sword, the Shrinking Steel Sword, the 9 Stars Spirit Embedding Sword, the Galaxy Mystic Dragon Sword, the Twitch Sword, the Trash Sword, the Edgeless Great Sword, the Clear Sky Sword, the North Dark Sword, the 1000 Kill Sword, the Judgment Sacred Sword, the Demon King Sword, the Illusory Sword, the Great Sun Sword, the Firmament Sword, the Primordial Heaven Sword, and the Song Chant Sword. The strongest was only at the Celestial Shaking level. There wasn't even a God-slaying level, let alone Armageddon or Ancient Gazing. Today, he could finally take out the Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword. He took a deep breath and left the vicinity of the Divine Cliff. He was prepared to head to a deserted place to test out his sword. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 473. After leaving the Divine Cliff, Zhou Xuanji landed in a mountain forest and took out the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword. The sword was as wide as a palm, and there were many sharp hooks on both sides of the blade. They looked like wolf fangs, and there was a wolf's head connected to the hilt. It looked sinister and terrifying, and its eyes were blood red. With this sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji seemed to hear countless wolf howls resounding in his ears. Rumble, the surrounding forest shook violently, and the pebbles by his feet were shaken into the air. What a powerful strength! He felt that he could shatter heaven and earth with just a swing of his sword. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down so that he would not be so impulsive. He tried to use the divine power of the wolf ancestral soul sword. With a boom, the ground beneath his feet collapsed, and the surrounding trees were swept away by the wind into the sky. Zhou Xuanji's robe fluttered in the wind, and his expression changed. He quickly put away the wolf ancestral soul sword and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Even though he had already reached the mid-stage of the Void Extreme Immortal stage, he was still shocked by the power of the ancient gazing sword. This sword could not be used casually, or it would cause too much of a commotion. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. "Stop right there. Kid, hand over your treasured sword." A cold cry came. Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw a man in white standing on the ruins, looking at him coldly. This person's face was grave and stern, and there was a baleful aura between his brows. He held a long sword in his hand, ready to draw it at any time. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "What if I don't hand it over?" Clang! The man in white drew his sword and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. In the blink of an eye, he came before Zhou Xuanji. His right hand trembled, and his sword stabbed out like a snake. Zhou Xuanji took out the nine-flame chimera demon sword and easily blocked it. His right hand was slightly numb, and he was secretly shocked. True God! If it wasn't for the fact that he had already transformed into the heavenly path immortal body and his cultivation level had reached the void extreme celestial middle stage, he might not have been able to withstand the attack. The white-robed man's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Zhou Xuanji took out dozens of legendary swords and unleashed Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! The divine sword circled around the white-robed man in a frenzy, and he was unable to retaliate. His entire body was covered in injuries, and his white robe was almost torn apart. He hurriedly retreated, distancing himself from Zhou Xuanji. With a horrified expression, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who the hell are you? To be able to control so many swords, and to be in the vicinity, you are the divine cliffs Zhou Xuanji." He cried out in shock. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and over 300 legendary swords appeared. His aura grew tremendously, and he quickly flew towards the white-clothed man. The white-clothed man was so frightened that his guts almost ruptured. He turned around and fled. Zhou Xuanji unleashed the ancestral dragon sword and swallowed him in one gulp, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. The white-robed man was spat out by the five-clawed golden dragon. He was in an extremely sorry state. All the divine swords were aimed at him, and he had no way to retaliate. "Wait! I was wrong. I was wrong. I beg you. Please spare my life." The white-clothed man cried out in terror. A true god could not even withstand a single blow from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stopped and transformed back into his original form. The white-robed man fell to the ground, and a pool of blood flowed out from his body. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and asked, "What will you trade for your life?" The white-robed man didn't dare to look him in the eye. He quickly took off his storage ring and said, "There are many treasures here. Do you want to take a look?" After that, he wiped off the essence blood imprint in the storage ring and threw it to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He was quite satisfied. However, his face was filled with murderous intent. Just this much? The white-robed man trembled in fear. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why was he so foolish? Since his opponent could control such a powerful enchanted artifact, he must not be an ordinary person. He gritted his teeth and said, "I know a secret. I can tell you." Zhou Xuanji looked at him coldly and waited for him to continue. "I found a demonic emperor cave abode, and there's a sword that looks like a divine sword in it. But it's too powerful, and I don't have the power to take it. I made a map, and you can find it if you follow the map to the mysterious dream forest." The white-robed man broke his sword and took out a map. Demonic Emperor Cave Abode? Divine Sword? Zhou Xuanji grabbed the truth sword and flew up to him. He pierced it into his chest and said, "Is what you said true?" The white-robed man replied instinctively, half true and half false. His expression turned into one of horror. What happened? Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly, tell me the truth. The white-clothed man was terrified as he answered truthfully. The map was real, and it turned out that there were many restrictions in that cave abode. Even a true god would find it difficult to break through. He had only seen the appearance of the holy sword from afar and had not truly touched it. Zhou Xuanji kept the map and decapitated the white-robed man, storing his soul into the Xianxia map. Since this brat dared to lie to him, he should not blame him for being ruthless. After storing everything in the storage ring into the supreme storage, he left with the map. Back at the divine cliff, he found the old beggar and told him about the demonic emperor cave abode. The old beggar took the map and examined it with a frown. The demonic emperor did leave behind many cave abodes, but I've never heard of him controlling a divine sword. He mumbled to himself, and Zhou Xuanji listened quietly. A while later, the old beggar looked up and said, the mysterious dream forest is a forbidden ground. The fog in it can make void extreme immortals lose their sense of direction. The demonic emperor went there before, but if you go, you might be detected by the demonic emperor. He might have left something in that cave abode. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, why don't you go there for me? The old beggar heard him and his face turned green. He was furious. He pointed at Zhou Xuanji's nose and scolded, how can you order your revered teacher around like this? Do you understand your revered teacher? Zhou Xuanji maintained his smile and stared at him. Finally, the old beggar gave in. He took the map and left while cursing. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He then flew up into the sky and continued to cultivate. Although he had reached mid-void extreme immortal, he felt that he was not powerful enough to control the ancient gazing legendary sword. In the following days, he planned to continue cultivating. Until the Heavenly Saints Tao lecture began. A month later, Mo Jiuqing attacked the Buddha ghost sect. This time, the immortal gods appeared quickly. Not all of the Buddha ghost sect's people died. This shocked the Center God province again. How long was Mo Jiuqing going to go crazy for? If this continued, wouldn't he be attacked by all the top-tier factions in the Center God province? Most importantly, the immortal gods could not catch him yet. Immediately, everyone in the Center God province was in a state of panic. The respect that everyone had for Mo Jiuqing turned into fear. In their eyes, Mo Jiuqing was massacring the world with the excuse of revenge. When Zhou Xuanji heard about this, he did not think too much about it. When he ascended, he was suppressed by many factions. He did not even know who they were. Mo Jiuqing's experience back then was not any better than his. He must have made many enemies. This day, the old beggar came back and telepathically told Zhou Xuanji to meet him in the forest. Zhou Xuanji quickly came up to the old beggar. He frowned and saw that the old beggar's right arm was gone. His face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 474. Damn it, I've been cheated. The old beggar cursed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He recounted everything that had happened. It turned out that a portion of the demonic emperor's soul had been left in the demonic emperor's cave abode. While he was trying to snatch the divine sword, the demonic emperor's soul had ambushed him, causing him to lose an arm. Zhou Xuanji asked, what about the saint sword? Is it true? The old beggar glared at him and said angrily, you don't care about me? You only have eyes for that sword? As he spoke, the old beggar took out a sword. This sword was a long sword made of bamboo. It looked very ordinary. This is a divine sword? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He scanned the bamboo sword with his divine sense and did not find any spiritual chi fluctuations. It was a completely ordinary sword, a sword that even a child could make. Of course it's the divine sword. Your cultivation level is too low, so you won't be able to see through it. Keep it for now, you'll be able to use it in the future. I've already erased the demonic emperor's mark on it. I'm sure the demonic emperor is already furious. The old beggar snorted. Speaking of this, he also became happy. I'll go to the city to find something to eat. You can continue cultivating. After saying this, the old beggar left in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji sat down and observed the bamboo sword in his hand. The legendary holy sword looked like this. It was not as powerful as the stone sword he found in the nether demon stream. At this thought, Zhou Xuanji took out the eyeball. The reason why he kept the eyeball was because he still remembered Gu Tianxia's request. Gu Tianxia left his eyes and waited for his resurrection. He tried to put his eyeball into the Tianxia map, but he could not revive Gu Tianxia. He glanced at the eyeball and the bamboo sword, deep in thought. Northern Wilderness Region. A purple-clothed youth with slightly dark skin landed in front of a small river. He drew his sword, turned around, and asked, "Who is it?" His name was Su Han, and he was a sword cultivator with great talent. He had already reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. An hour ago, he felt that someone was following him. However, he was unable to determine where the other party was. A wisp of black gas appeared out of thin air and circled around him, making his hair stand on end. "Who are you?" he asked in a low voice, and cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. He couldn't see through the other party, but he could feel an unprecedented sense of danger. TSK, I didn't expect your two souls to fuse so perfectly. The memories of your previous life have been erased. Interesting. A gloomy voice came from the black gas, and Su Han was baffled. Do you want to go to the upper realm directly? I can guide you in your cultivation and help you surpass the immortal realm. Su Han was not tempted. Instead, he became even more vigilant. He carefully asked, "Do you know my past life?" Over the years, he would often fall into a strange dream. In the dream, he was another person, incomparably powerful. That's right. In your previous life, your name was Ji Xian. You were adopted by me, so you changed your surname to Ji. You are very talented, but unfortunately, you offended a genius from the heavenly palace. Your father couldn't protect you, so he killed you. Ji Xian. Su Han's body trembled, and he fell into a daze. Follow me to the great thousand world. I can make you as dazzling as Zhou Xuanji. The most powerful genius in the northern wilderness region is Zhou Xuanji. You should have heard of him. The cold voice rang out again, causing Su Han's eyes to shine brightly. Zhou Xuanji. All along, he had been fighting for Zhou Xuanji's goal. He had always fantasized that he could stand before Zhou Xuanji and gain his recognition, or even be accepted as a disciple. He took a deep breath and asked, "What's your relationship with Zhou Xuanji?" When he was young, Zhou Xuanji saved him before. He did not want to be Zhou Xuanji's enemy. Nothing. I have always wanted to meet him, the cold voice replied. Su Han fell into a dilemma. He wanted to become powerful, but he was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would plot against him. But when he thought about how he could become as powerful as Zhou Xuanji, his heart burned with passion. Finally. Okay, I will go with you, he said with gritted teeth. The ball of black qi engulfed him quickly and swept him away. Ha ha ha. Ji Xian, you don't know how talented you are. I will help you become a first-class great emperor. At the divine cliff. Zhou Xuanji observed for 3 days but still could not understand the divine sword. At this moment, he sensed something and took out his 3rd-rank immortal medallion. The medallion trembled slightly, and a voice came, "The Master of God summons you. Immortals above 5th rank, head to the God Palace immediately." Zhou Xuanji frowned. Immortal summons? Could it be to deal with Mo Jiuqing? He did not think too much and stored the divine sword into the supreme storage. After that, he flew out of his residence and soared into the clouds. With the 3rd-rank immortal medallion in his hand, he swiftly passed through the 9 heavens and saw the God Palace from afar. Immortals flew toward the God Palace from all directions. Each of them had powerful auras, and it was a majestic sight. Zhou Xuanji silently remembered where he was before flying towards the God Palace. Along the way, he heard the discussions of the other immortals. What's going on this time? His Majesty is summoning all immortals above 5th rank. Something big is going to happen. Could it be about Imo? It's possible, or it could be something else. No matter what it is, it must be dangerous. These immortals were not from the ancient immortal clans, so they were a little nervous. They were afraid that they would be used as cannon fodder. Zhou Xuanji flew into the palaces and continued toward the god palace. Soon, he entered the hall and landed with the rest of the group. He was 1,000 feet away from the master of all gods. The master of gods sat on the throne expressionlessly. In front of him stood Old Star Lord and a valiant-looking man in silver heavy armor. That valiant-looking man's aura was extremely powerful, and Zhou Xuanji felt as if he was facing Imo or Grandmaster Aoshi. All the immortals and gods did not dare to whisper to one another. They could only transmit their voices to one another. The atmosphere in the hall was very depressing. After a while, all the immortals and gods gathered. The gate of the divine palace was closed. Old Star Lord said unhurriedly, "Recently, the demon race has been restless and seems to have reached some kind of agreement with the sovereign demon sect. His Majesty is preparing to suppress the sovereign demon sect." The immortals and deities were moved when they heard that. The sovereign demon sect was the overlord of the Center God province, and their foundation was even stronger than the Dao Heaven sect. They were naturally afraid. This mission will be personally led by Giant God Huang Hao. When the time comes, you must listen to Giant God Huang Hao's orders. Elder Star Lord continued. The immortals turned to look at the valiant man. Giant God Huang Hao. A rank 1 immortal general, was a legendary figure in the Great Thousand World. Giant God Huang Hao was expressionless and silently waited. Also, we might encounter the Great Emperor Dao Court. The Great Emperor Dao Court's origins are mysterious, and even the God Palace is unable to investigate them. The Great Emperor Dao Court has many powerful experts. Old Star Lord began to introduce the Great Emperor Dao Court, and Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. When did the sovereign demon sect collude with the Great Emperor Dao Court? Also, wasn't the sovereign demon sect fighting with the demon race before? He felt that there was something strange about this, but he could not figure it out. After Old Star Lord finished his introduction, he had the immortal generals leave with Giant God Huang Hao. Chapter 475. Zhou Xuanji followed the group and kept a low profile, while the immortal gods around him started to discuss. Is this mission really against the sovereign demon sect? The God Palace only controls the Center God province, but the sovereign demon sect is not there. They probably have other plans. You mean that the God Palace wants to expand? No matter what, with Giant God Huang Hao leading the army, we can be at ease. Giant God Huang Hao's strength is top tier in the God Palace. I wonder who is stronger, Giant God Huang Hao or the sovereign demon sect lord? Most of the immortal gods felt that this mission was not so simple, and it was most likely not as simple as conquering the sovereign demon sect. However, because of the God Palace's might, they could only follow. Not too long after leaving the palace, millions of immortal soldiers appeared in front of them, as well as many immortal gods from the ancient immortal clans. Giant God Huang Hao grew to 3,000 meters tall and raised his right hand. The space around him tore as a massive halberd with heavenly lightning appeared. It was even taller than his body, and the halberd blade looked savage and domineering. There was a silver gem embedded in the center that gave off a brilliant light. All of you, follow me to eliminate demons. Giant God Huang Hao raised his halberd and furiously roared. Following this, a black hole suddenly appeared in the space in front of him, and he stepped in. The massive immortal god army flooded into the black hole like a school of carps in a river. Zhou Xuanji was shocked by Giant God Huang Hao's aura. Just how powerful was this god? Compared to Mo Jiuqing, he felt that he was not any weaker and was even slightly stronger. Giant God Huang Hao's body flashed with lightning, allowing the immortal gods behind him to clearly see ahead. Soon, they passed through the darkness and came to another part of the sky. A bloody mist spread out and demonic chi rushed into the sky, making the entire world seem incredibly dark. Looking down, there were majestic palaces on the vast land, and countless demonic cultivators and beasts were scattered across the land. Seeing the immortal god army descend, the demon sect fell into chaos. What's that? The immortal gods are here. Prepare for battle. Everyone, take out your enchanted artifacts. Damn! Why are the immortal gods here? Such a terrifying aura. Who is that person? Heavens! Such boldness, the demonic cultivators were frightened by giant god Huang Hao. His imposing figure gave off a domineering aura of invincibility. Anyone who stood in front of him would be terrified. Giant god Huang Hao was expressionless, but his eyes flickered with divine light. He shouted, "Sovereign Demon sect leader, get out here." Boom! The ground within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed, and countless palaces collapsed. Demonic cultivators leaped up one after another, their numbers uncountable. A stream of demonic chi rose from the ground, dispersing the clouds. A figure stepped out from the demonic chi. He had a head full of blood-red hair and was tall and sturdy. He wore a frightening black robe with several ferocious evil spirits embroidered on it. His face was handsome and his facial features were dignified. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. Sovereign Demon sect master. Mo Badian. He stared at giant god Huang Hao and said solemnly, "The Sovereign Demon sect and the Divine Palace are minding our own business. What is the meaning of this?" He erupted with his aura. Demonic energy surged and occupied half the sky. He didn't fear giant god Huang Hao at all. Giant god Huang Hao said coldly, "Your Sovereign Demon sect is colluding with the demon race and even has dealings with the great Emperor Dao Court. Getting rid of you is for the sake of the world. If you surrender, I won't slaughter the demon sect disciples. Otherwise, all of you will be buried here." 3 enormous silver dragons appeared behind him. They were tens of thousands of zhang tall and were extremely shocking. All the immortals and gods watched with excitement. Too domineering. Was this the legendary god of war? He didn't give the Sovereign Demon sect master any room for negotiation. Mo Badian was infuriated. He raised his hands and demonic energy rose from his palms as he coldly laughed and said, "Then let me experience your prowess." Hearing this, giant god Huang Hao ferociously swung his halberd and slashed out. A 300-meter-wide rainbow light flashed out, creating an apocalyptic hurricane. Boom! Mo Badian slammed out with his palm, and an ocean-like demonic energy blocked the rainbow light. A terrifying might caused the ground below to continue to collapse, and the demonic cultivators and immortal soldiers nearby were directly swept away. A massive battle erupted. The immortal god army and the demon sect's army were like two floods as they clashed together. Zhou Xuanji held the two Armageddon legendary swords and slaughtered in all directions. He unleashed world internalization to absorb the demonic cultivator's magic energy and increase his own cultivation. Mo Badian and giant god Huang Hao clashed together. The two of them were like giant gods who created the world. Both of them were thousands of meters tall, and their attacks were incredibly powerful. The armies of both sides distanced themselves from them in case they were accidentally injured. Zhou Xuanji stood on the Windcutter sword and held the all-evil yin-yang destruction and holy light divine shadow sword. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. During this period of time, he encountered a true god, and in less than 10 rounds, the true god was killed and reduced to ashes. He felt incredibly excited. It seemed that he really had the strength to kill true gods. Before, the white-clothed man was too weak, and he did not dare to believe it. But now, he was completely convinced. If he took out the wolf ancestor soul sword, wouldn't he be able to sweep across the true god stage? His lips curled upwards, and he laughed in high spirits. Many people from both armies noticed him. He had void extreme immortal cultivation, but he could easily kill true gods. No one could understand this. Could he be Zhou Xuanji? Yes. It's him. Apart from him, who else has such talent? Too terrifying. No wonder he could become a first-class great emperor. On the immortal god's side, many immortal gods were convinced by Zhou Xuanji. On the demon sect side, more and more demonic cultivators surrounded and attacked Zhou Xuanji. Brat! Don't be arrogant. A loud cry came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw a purple-robed old man with messy white hair charging towards him with an iron staff. His aura was extremely powerful, and the demonic cultivators and immortal gods along the way were all sent flying away. Zhou Xuanji laughed disdainfully and unleashed the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. A gigantic golden Buddha rose from the ground, causing the immortal gods and demonic cultivators to retreat in fear. In an instant, he became the tallest existence on the entire battlefield. 1,000 hands stretched out, each holding a sword, and they wildly slashed at the purple-robed old man. Boom! 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 The 1,000 swords slashed wildly without any technique, and the impact caused dust to fly up. Countless demonic cultivators were heavily injured, and some even died on the spot. Mo Badian, who was fighting with giant god Huang Hao, could not help but glance at him. Who is that brat? Mo Badian was shocked. He did not expect the god palace to have such a genius. He could see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation at a glance. He was only a mid-void extreme immortal. Wasn't his battle power a bit too ridiculous? On the other side of the battlefield, Missouri Yuha also noticed the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. He immediately guessed his identity. It's him. He's already this powerful? Mo Yuha's expression was unsightly. After the Ascender examination, he had already broken through to the early void extreme immortal. However, compared to Zhou Xuanji, he was miles away. Why? Why was he so powerful? Mo Yuha could not calm himself down, and he threw his fury into the battle. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji unleashed his might and ravaged the battlefield. The ferocious purple-robed old man was scared into hiding and did not dare to attack him again. Giant god Huang Hao furiously roared, and his aura exploded. Mo Baitian's pupils constricted, and he instinctively raised his palms to block. A massive sword of light descended from the sky and hit Mo Baitian, causing him to howl in shock. Chapter 476. After being struck by the light sword, Mo Baitian couldn't move at all. His expression drastically changed, and he seemed to be a little flustered. Giant god Huang Hao charged over with his giant halberd, startling him so much that he immediately dissipated into demonic energy. Following that, the light swords exploded, turning into countless light arrows that shot towards various parts of the battlefield. They accurately killed the demonic disciples, and not a single immortal soldier or immortal general was accidentally injured. Giant god Huang Hao's eyes turned cold, and a scorching light burst forth from his body. It was as dazzling as the sun. Countless demonic disciples clutched their heads and screamed in agony. Those with weaker cultivations were directly reduced to ashes. What is this? This light, so hot, ah! It hurts. How could this be? Everyone, run! What kind of light is this? Why is it able to dissolve my powers? The devil disciples fled in all directions in fright. Even Mo Baitian's devil chi also fled quickly to avoid the bright light. Zhou Xuanji felt that this light was very warm. But seeing the miserable state of the evil cult, he could not help but be alarmed. What kind of divine ability was this? Giant god Huang Hao. My sovereign demon sect will definitely take revenge one day. Mo Baitian's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. His figure was filled with resentment and unwillingness that seeped deep into his soul. The ball of demonic energy revolved around giant god Huang Hao at high speed, showing no signs of stopping. The entire world was flooded with sunlight, and no one could fully open their eyes. Giant god Huang Hao, who was at the center of the light, was like a sun god, insufferably arrogant. One day. Where else can you run to? Giant god Huang Hao laughed in disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, the light around his body intensified. Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred, and he quickly closed his eyes. Mo Baitian's miserable screams resounded in his ears, causing his scalp to go numb. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain Mo Baitian was going through right now. The devil cult was in despair and fear. Even someone as powerful as their sect master was powerless in front of giant god Huang Hao. There was only one ending that awaited them. That was death. It didn't take long for Mo Baitian's cries to stop. The cries of the devil disciples also began to die down. The light dimmed, and Zhou Xuanji forced his eyes open. He looked around and saw that the number of demonic cultivators had decreased drastically. Many of them were turning into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before they died, their faces were filled with despair and fear. The giant god exterminating demons was like the might of heaven. More and more fiend disciples were reduced to ashes. The immortals stopped and watched the scene in silence. Giant god Huang Hao's strength had shaken them, and their emotions were indescribable. After a while, there were no more followers of the sovereign demon sect in this land. Perhaps there were some who had escaped, but it was no longer important. The sovereign demonic sect that had almost ruled over the Center God province in the past was wiped out just like that, no longer existing. Zhou Xuanji's heart was filled with excitement. Such mighty power really fascinated him. If he was this powerful, would he still need to worry about being suppressed by other forces? His heart was burning, and he couldn't wait to go back and cultivate in seclusion. The sovereign demon sect has been annihilated. Return to the God Palace. Giant God Huang Hao spoke. After speaking, a giant hole appeared behind him. He turned and walked into it, and the immortal gods followed closely behind. This battle could be said to have been decided by giant God Huang Hao alone. They all understood that the divine palace did not need them to do anything. It was just taking the opportunity to intimidate them. Anyone who wanted to betray the divine palace would first have to consider the gap between themselves and giant god Huang Hao. Zhou Xuanji followed, and at this moment, a voice came into his ears. "Brat, come here." Xianxia. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He turned around instinctively but did not see any trace of Xianxia. He frowned deeply and did not know if he should believe it or not. Could it be that an enemy was luring him here? You will only believe me after I tell you the story of Marshal Tianpeng? Xianxia's voice came again, and her tone sounded a little bitter. Zhou Xuanji was a little stunned. He immediately turned into a stream of sword light and flew away. The immortal gods were vast and mighty, and no one noticed his disappearance. Soon, he flew past the barren land and came to a beautiful place. Xianxia, who was wearing a purple dress, sat on a giant rock by the lake. She was still wearing a veil, and her hair was black and beautiful. Her eyes were bewitching and cold, like a scorpion. Zhou Xuanji levitated in front of her and asked, "How have you been?" He realized that he could not see through her cultivation, which was a little strange. Could it be that her cultivation was higher than his? Impossible. Zhou Xuanji firmly believed in his cultivation speed. Xianxia sat up straight, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. She said, "It's all right. After I ascended, I joined a demonic faction and wanted to control that faction step by step. I did not expect the heavenly saint to appear out of nowhere and was chased out of the Center God province. Just when we left the Center God province, we were ambushed by the fiends." She spoke tirelessly and casually, skipping over all the hardships and obstacles along the way. After leaving the Center God province, Xianxia joined the fiends because of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. The person who created the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique was still alive. He had completely become a demon and was working for the fiends. Xianxia was his descendant, so she was protected by him and successfully joined the fiends. This time, Xianxia represented the fiends to discuss cooperation with the sovereign demon sect, but she was ambushed by the immortal gods. She escaped quickly and wanted to leave, but she saw Zhou Xuanji. "I can't resist my longing for you, so I called out to you," Xianxia said faintly. Xianxia said faintly, but the ridicule in her beautiful eyes made it hard for Zhou Xuanji to believe her. He snorted unpleasantly, "Because of you, it will be very troublesome for me to return to the Center God province." He did not even know which direction the Center God province was. Xianxia got up slowly and said with a smile, "I'm just teasing you." "How can I not know that? I asked you to stay because I have something good for you." It can increase your cultivation again. But this serendipity can only be used once. Zhou Xuanji heard her and became curious. Xianxia lifted his chin and said with a smile, "My little husband, come with me." After that, she turned around and flew away. Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind her. Xianxia began asking about his past. He did not hide anything and told her about his experiences after he ascended. Xianxia smiled and said, "Seems like I'm luckier than you. I did not face as many dangers as you did. You are a jinx indeed. Wherever you go, you will encounter misfortune." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "Can you not hurt my feelings?" The two came to a valley, and there was a portal stuck to the mountain wall in the depths. This is the portal to the demonic world. You have learned the celestial devil rebirth technique. Disguise yourself with demonic chi later. After you receive the serendipity, I will send you back to the Great Thousand World personally. Don't tell anyone that you are from the northern wilderness region, understand? Xianxia instructed as she placed spirit stones on the portal. Zhou Xuanji was very curious about what serendipity it would be. He believed that she would not harm him. Could it be that serendipity was the reason why she could become so unfathomable? Soon, the portal was activated, and the two stepped into it. After passing through the portal and experiencing a period of darkness, Zhou Xuanji stepped out from another portal. The world before him was like hell. The sky was dark, and the ground was blood red. White bones were everywhere, and it was bleak and desolate. Chapter 477. Zhou Xuanji activated the celestial devil rebirth technique immediately. Demonic chi surrounded his body. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Where are we going next?" Xianxia looked around and said, "Just follow me. From now on, you are my guard. Without my orders, do not speak. Just act according to the situation. Understand?" To prevent Zhou Xuanji from being careless, she said softly, "There are many powerful cultivators in the demonic realm. Back then, giant god Huang Hao almost died when he descended to the demonic realm. You have seen how powerful giant god Huang Hao is." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He did not doubt this at all. The demonic ancestor's prowess was deeply ingrained in his heart. He could injure Mo Jiuqing even though it was not his original body. How powerful would his original body be? He might not be weaker than the heavenly saint. Even the heavenly saint only dared to occupy the center god province. If he was powerful enough, he should have taken over the entire Great Thousand World. Zhou Xuanji thought as he left with Xianxia. The two flew swiftly along the ground. They encountered many demons along the way. Xianxia unleashed her demonic might, and the demons did not dare to come close. Zhou Xuanji followed behind her and was shocked in his heart. This old demonic woman's aura was almost at the level of a true god. Just what kind of fortuitous encounter could allow her cultivation to soar so rapidly? They were silent along the way. They flew for about 4 hours. The two of them quickly moved forward and landed in a desolate valley. This desolate valley was formed by dozens of small mountains, and each small mountain was covered with caves. They were so densely packed that they couldn't be counted. Xianxia brought Zhou Xuanji and flew into one of the caves. The tunnels inside extended in all directions, and there was no end in sight. The two traveled swiftly and went around in circles. Zhou Xuanji almost forgot the way he came. The stone walls around them had a special power that blocked out divine senses. Soon, they came to the bottom. This underground space was not very spacious. There was a stone statue that was half a meter tall in front of them. An oil lamp was placed beside it, which barely illuminated the surroundings. This stone statue looked like an ape, but there was something strange about it. Perhaps it was because it had 4 eyes. This is the primordial ancestor statue. It can completely stimulate the potential of any living being, and at the same time, it can help increase one's cultivation. How much one can increase depends on one's innate talent. Of course, after increasing one's cultivation, one can still cultivate, and their cultivation speed might even be faster. Any living being can only use it once in their lifetime. Once it's used, the primordial ancestor statue will turn into dust, and after a while, it will appear somewhere else in the devil realm. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up. It could stimulate one's potential? Zhou Xuanji asked, is it better to increase my potential earlier or later? Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and said, could it be that you want to take it for yourself and wait for the most suitable opportunity? Zhou Xuanji chuckled and did not refute. The primordial ancestor statue cannot leave the demon world. Once it does, it will turn to dust and alert the demon ancestor. You can hide it, just like I am doing now. But in a few years, it will leave on its own, making it difficult to capture. Xianxia said with a shrug. She had thought of everything that Zhou Xuanji could think of. This time, she went to the sovereign demon sect to find an opportunity to contact Zhou Xuanji. She had 2 missions to the Great Thousand World, but she did not have the time to look for Zhou Xuanji. This time, Zhou Xuanji finally came to her. Walk in front of it, bend down, and place your forehead against its forehead. Xianxia walked up to the primordial ancestor statue and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the primordial ancestor statue immediately. He bent down slightly and pressed his forehead against the primordial ancestor statue's forehead. Boom! He felt an explosion in his mind, and his consciousness fell into chaos. In the outside world, his body gave off a brilliant radiance that illuminated the entire underground cave. Xianxia's eyes were filled with anticipation. In her heart, Zhou Xuanji's talent was unparalleled. This time, how powerful could he become with the primordial ancestor statue? Shortly after, she sat down on the ground and began cultivating. Zhou Xuanji, who was beside her, sat down unconsciously and turned into a man of light. Surging spiritual qi flowed into his body. This place was far away from the surface, and with the special rocks, everything was peaceful. In a gloomy palace, a man in a loose black robe opened his eyes suddenly. His face was pale, and his eyes were blood red. His white hair was extremely long, even longer than his black robe. He looked like a malicious spirit. He frowned slightly and mumbled, a first-class great emperor is using the primordial ancestor statue. The primordial ancestor statue had always been a legend in the demon realm, and people often used it. But a first-class great emperor, he knew all the first-class great emperors in the demon realm. Almost all of them had used the primordial ancestor statue. He closed his eyes and observed. A moment later, he cried out in surprise, "It's him." His lips curled up into an indescribable smile. After that, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's cultivation suddenly broke through to late void extreme immortal. Xianxia, who was beside him, opened her eyes and said to herself, it has begun. In less than half a day, he broke through a small stage of void extreme immortal. It was really fast. Back then, it took her 7 days to break through. She could not help but look forward to what stage Zhou Xuanji would reach. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji fell into a mysterious state. He was looking back at his past. Starting from Earth and ending in this life. His physical body was transforming. He had the heavenly law immortal constitution, a first-class great emperor, and he had the violet demon monarch's heart. He was extremely talented, but these 3 qualities had not truly merged together. Another half a day passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to complete void extreme immortal. Strands of heavenly lightning surrounded his body. His aura was so powerful that the cave walls around him trembled. Xianxia had no choice but to retreat into the cave and keep a distance from him. This guy, Xianxia opened her beautiful eyes wide with excitement. She was an early heavenly law true god. Before encountering the primordial ancestor statue, she was enlightened by her ancestor and reached the early void extreme immortal. That was how she could reach her current cultivation. How high would Zhou Xuanji's cultivation be? She was filled with anticipation. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness began to awaken. He opened his eyes, and the primordial ancestor statue's monkey face entered his vision. My cultivation, he looked down at his hands in surprise. Complete void, extreme immortal. The surging heavenly law celestial power gave him the urge to roar. He was addicted to the unprecedented power. Thump. Thump. Thump, the beating of the violet demon monarch's heart resounded in his ears like the rumbling of heavenly thunder, shaking his soul. A purple radiance shone from his forehead. It was the nine-sword violet Tai Chi diagram. His cultivation continued to grow tremendously. This speed of growth was even more exaggerated than when he ascended and underwent the tribulation. While he was excited, he was also filled with fear toward the primordial ancestor statue. What was the origin of this statue? Another period of time passed. His cultivation reached the pinnacle and broke through again. Heavenly law, true God. His soul grew stronger, and his divine sense spread out. His divine sense penetrated the ground and swept across the entire demonic world. Faintly, he seemed to see a pair of eyes staring at him. That pair of eyes was even more majestic than the demonic ancestors. Chapter 478. Analyze that the sword owner has reached the heavenly law true God stage. Gotcha begins. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, Armageddon, True Sun Qilin Divine Sword, Gold, Evil Orange Sword. The sword spirit's voice came in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He was not overjoyed because of this because he was focused on his cultivation. Soon, the feeling of being watched disappeared. The heavenly law's celestial power in Zhou Xuanji's body continued to grow. His heavenly law celestial constitution was also transforming and growing more powerful. The violet demon monarch's heart began to merge with his body. His heart turned silver at a visible speed. Thump. Thump. Thump, his heartbeat grew faster and faster, as though the world was exploding beside his ears. Such a heartbeat, along with the rapid growth of his celestial power, made him feel like he was walking on clouds. This feels so good. Just now, he felt that he was more than 100 times more powerful than before. The quality and quantity of the celestial power in the heavenly law had increased significantly. Especially the heavenly law celestial constitution, which felt like a mortal becoming a god. Xianxia stepped back again, and a violent airflow blasted toward her face. She was shocked that he had reached the heavenly law true God stage so quickly. The primordial ancestor statue's upgrade had just begun. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji reached the intermediate heavenly law true God stage. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji reached the late heavenly law true God stage. The horrifying growth made him unable to calm down. He could not even stop to stabilize the heavenly law's celestial power in his body. The violent celestial power gave him an urge to destroy everything. It was very uncomfortable to have it stuck in his body. 6 days later, he reached the complete heavenly law true God stage. From the intermediate void extreme immortal stage to the complete heavenly law true God stage. 6 levels of minor cultivation. Many living beings could not cross this threshold in 100,000 years, or even 500,000 years. The growth of his celestial power began to slow down. He was not disappointed but still excited. He was already satisfied with his cultivation. He did not even know how powerful he was. The radiance on his body began to fade, and he was revealed. His robe was not damaged, but his skin was glowing. Especially his eyes, which were brimming with vigor, seemed to contain 2 worlds. Xianxia came to his side and asked excitedly, "What stage are you at now?" Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and replied, "Complete heavenly law true God." After reaching the heavenly law true God, he vaguely sensed all the information about this stage. True God. He could freely traverse planes and escape from the 5 elements square heaven. From today onwards, if he wanted to return to the northern wilderness region, he would no longer need to use the teleportation door. Even if the teleportation door was destroyed, it would not matter. Moreover, when he descended to the northern wilderness region, his cultivation would not be suppressed by the heavenly law. No mortal realm was as important as a true God. This was the thinking of the heavenly Tao. The reason why his cultivation was suppressed before was because the heavenly Tao wanted to protect the mortal world. Very soon. Then, his cultivation stopped increasing. Everything returned to normal, but he felt that the celestial power in his body was so abundant that it felt like it would leak out at any moment. He took a deep breath and looked at the primordial ancestor statue. The primordial ancestor statue turned to dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. He turned to look at Wuxia Xianxia and asked curiously, "Where did it come from?" Wuxia Xianxia shook her head and said, "I don't know. My ancestor brought me to find it." He didn't know the origins of this divine statue either. It was said that it existed when the demon realm was born. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two of them left this underground region. Wuxia Xianxia brought him to the nearby teleportation gate and sent him back to the boundless world. She did not know which portal was the closest to the center god province, so she could only arrange it as best as she could. But Zhou Xuanji did not care. With his current cultivation, he no longer had to fear anything. He was looking forward to how powerful he was now. He could dominate the heavenly law true god stage with ease. 2 hours later. The two of them came to a portal. Wuxia Xianxia looked at him and said faintly, "I have to go back and report the news. I can't keep you company. Your breakthrough might have attracted the attention of the demon realm. It's better to leave as soon as possible." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "Do you want to come with me?" He regretted it immediately after he asked. The immortal gods would not allow demons to enter the center god province. Wuxia Xianxia put the spirit stone into the slot of the portal and shook her head with a smile. "I don't want to follow you. If I do, I will slack off. I want to become more powerful so that I can accompany you." After that, she gently pushed Zhou Xuanji into the portal. "Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you stay by my side." Zhou Xuanji's voice came from the portal. Next, the radiance in the portal dissipated, and his aura was gone. Wuxia Xianxia smiled and was about to leave. But just when she turned around, she saw a white-haired old man standing not far away, staring at her silently. This person wore a gray robe. The bottom of the robe was tattered as though it had been burned. His face looked ancient, and his eyes were turbid, giving off an aura of death. "Why are you here?" Wuxia Xianxia asked with a frown. She felt a little uneasy in her heart. The white-haired old man said, "I've been here for a long time. I want to see which first-class great emperor is using the primordial ancestor statue." His voice was hoarse and gave off a powerful aura. "This child is good. He's a good match for you." He continued to speak, which made Wuxia Xianxia's frown relax. After leaving the portal, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Great Thousand World. He did not know where he was, but there was no one in a radius of 10,000 miles. It was a good opportunity for him to test his power. Boom! He unleashed his aura, which shook the heavens and earth. The clouds in the sky were dispersed. The powerful celestial energy shook the ground, causing the ground to crack. He activated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha straightaway and leaped up. It was still 30,000 meters tall, but its aura was completely different. Arms grew out from his back, and the golden swords in his hands changed. Each golden sword was surrounded by heavenly lightning and looked extremely domineering. He spread out his divine sense and quickly scanned across millions of miles into the distance. He saw many cities, countless demons, and cultivators. Soon, he caught some information. This was not the center god province but the Qingxian province. It was only one province away from the center god province. He deactivated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and flew on his sword. He suddenly remembered the 2 swords he obtained when he broke through to Heavenly Law True God. Armageddon Grade, True Sun Qilin Divine Sword. Gold Grade, Evil Orange Sword. He first took out the True Sun Qilin Divine Sword, and the sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword Name, True Sun Qilin Divine Sword Grade, Armageddon Description. A Qilin nurtured by the true sun is indomitable. It can swallow an entire ocean. Its body is forged into a legendary sword that can destroy the mortal world. The true sun Qilin divine sword was silver in color. The connection between the hilt and the blade was covered with Qilin scales. The entire sword looked majestic. Although it was not wide, it was not thin either. It was extremely sharp. He stored the sword and focused his attention on the evil orange sword. He had gathered all 7 legendary swords. Evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil crimson sword, evil red sword, evil blue sword, and evil orange sword. What kind of ancient demonic sword would they form when they fused? Chapter 479. Sword Spirit, merge the evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil crimson sword, evil red sword, evil blue sword, and evil orange sword. Zhou Xuanji instructed in his mind as he flew on his sword. With his current cultivation, it would not take him too long to travel across 2 provinces to the center God province. In the entire divine cliff, he was already the most powerful being. There was no need for him to be as cautious as before. Ding! Now merge the evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil crimson sword, evil blue sword, and evil orange sword. Sword owner, please wait patiently. The sword spirit's voice came. Merging the 7 evil swords required time, and he could afford to wait. He continued ahead. 7 days later. He left the Qingxian province and came to another province. A province in the Great Thousand World was much larger than the northern wilderness region. The Qingxian province was smaller than the center God province. He traveled and stopped frequently to gather information. It was very easy. This day, he stopped suddenly. Around him was a barren land with few trees. A loud rumble came from ahead, and he saw a dozen cultivators attacking a black lion. The black lion was 3 meters tall and muscular. It looked mighty and agile, and it dodged the cultivators' attacks. Zhou Xuanji was attracted by the black lion because he could sense the aura of the heavenly law's grace in the lion's body. When he ascended and became a great emperor, he was baptized by the heavenly law's grace. This black lion was only a second tribulation scattered immortal. Why did it have the aura of the heavenly law's grace? Most importantly, the black lion did not transform. This devil is so stubborn. Catch him. We can't let him escape again. This dog always provokes us. We must not let him go this time. We can exhaust him. Yes, exhaust him. The cultivators gnashed their teeth, but the black lion was calm. Zhou Xuanji hid himself and watched quietly. After fighting for half an hour, the black lion cursed in human language, "You scums, do you have to fight so hard? I only stole some of your things." With this, the cultivators became even more furious. "Some things? You've almost emptied out our sect." An old man was so furious that his body trembled. The other cultivators' eyes were red. They tried their best to kill the black lion. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and prepared to leave. At this moment, the black lion suddenly roared. Roar! This lion's roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the earth to shake violently. The dozens of cultivators surrounding it were knocked unconscious. Zhou Xuanji was also shaken to the point that his qi and blood surged, and his eyes widened. How could a second tribulation bodiless immortal be so powerful? He observed carefully again. The black lion began to search the bodies of those cultivators and soon took away all their storage rings and storage bags. It shook its butt and walked away proudly. Zhou Xuanji landed before him suddenly. The black lion jumped back in fright and shouted in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji stared at it and asked, "Where did you come from?" The black lion was enraged. It roared, and just like before, it shook the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change as he continued to stare at it. The black lion was stunned for a moment before it fell into panic. As it retreated, it gritted its teeth and asked, "What exactly do you want?" Zhou Xuanji took out the truth sword and used universal attraction, pulling it in front of him. The truth sword stabbed into its body, causing it to howl in pain. "Tell me, where did you come from?" Zhou Xuanji said with squinted eyes. He pressed the black lion's head with his right hand and pressed it to the ground, immobilizing it. The black lion was terrified and replied instinctively, "My name is the Black Hole Exquisite Lion. I was born from the fate of the heavenly law." It opened its eyes wide and were filled with fear. Under Zhou Xuanji's threat, it revealed its true identity. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was born from the fate of the heavenly law. Its true form was at the early heavenly law true God, but it was skilled in disguise. It suppressed its aura to that of a second tribulation scattered immortal to confuse its enemies. Zhou Xuanji was speechless and asked, "Is it fun to toy with the weak?" The Black Hole Exquisite Lion snorted, "This is the result of bullying a powerful cultivator." Zhou Xuanji fell silent and felt that it made sense. "Do you have a master? If not, follow me." Zhou Xuanji stared at it and invited it. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was enraged and said, "Who are you? What right do you have for me to follow you?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I'm Zhou Xuanji. Have you heard of me?" More than 300 legendary swords appeared behind him out of nowhere. The scene was extremely majestic, and the Black Hole Exquisite Lion was dumbfounded. A while later, he lowered his head and cried out, "Greetings, Master." How could he not have heard of Zhou Xuanji's name? The youngest first-class Great Emperor. A 10th Revolution Golden Immortal who could dominate the Void Extreme Immortal stage. His talent was so great that it was as though he was making it up. Zhou Xuanji smiled and sat on his back. He stored the Truth Sword and instructed, "Head to the Center God Province." The Black Hole Exquisite Lion immediately leaped into the air in excitement. "Master, what's your cultivation stage now?" he asked carefully. According to the rumors, Zhou Xuanji was most likely above the mid-void extreme immortal. Or else, how could he suppress him? Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Complete heavenly law true God." The Black Hole Exquisite Lion opened his eyes wide again, and his body trembled. 5 days later, Zhou Xuanji and the Black Hole Exquisite Lion finally flew into the Center God Province. Just when they entered, the third-rank Immortal Medallion vibrated. He took out the third-rank Immortal Medallion, and Old Star Lord's voice came from it. "Third-rank Immortal General Zhou Xuanji, head to the God Palace quickly and meet the Master of Gods." The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was stunned and asked in astonishment, "You are a third-rank Immortal General?" He was in a state of confusion. If he remembered correctly, Zhou Xuanji was not even 200 years old. Not only was he a first-class Great Emperor, but he was also a complete heavenly law true God. The most unbelievable thing was that he was a third-rank Immortal General. He was overjoyed in his heart. Only by following such a master would he have a bright future. Zhou Xuanji nodded and flew into the sky with the Black Hole Exquisite Lion. He enveloped the Black Hole Exquisite Lion with his celestial energy. Within 5 breaths' time, he was teleported to the 9th heaven. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was shocked again. Zhou Xuanji's magic energy made him revere the way an ordinary person would when facing an immortal god. He was also a heavenly law true god, but why was the gap between them so huge? Zhou Xuanji brought him to the gate of the God Palace and asked him to wait there. The immortal soldiers guarding the gate sized up the Black Hole Exquisite Lion curiously. Zhou Xuanji flew toward the God Palace swiftly. Ding! The evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil crimson sword, evil scarlet sword, evil blue sword, and evil orange sword have successfully fused. Congratulations to the host for obtaining, Ancient Gazing, 7 Emotions Evil Sword. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Then, 3 lines of small words appeared in front of him. Sword name, 7 Emotions Evil Sword level, Ancient Gazing description. Formed by the fusion of 7 colored evil swords, it represents 7 kinds of emotions: joy, anger, worry, yearning, sorrow, fear, and shock. The 7 Emotions demonic sword can absorb these 7 kinds of emotions to become stronger. This demonic sword contains terrifying power. Only mid-stage heavenly law real God can use it. Chapter 480. Ancient Gazing. 7 Emotions Evil Sword. and it could continue to grow stronger. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. Now that he had two ancient gazing legendary swords, his power would surely grow tremendously. However, he was about to head for the divine energy technique, so it was not convenient for him to take it out. Soon, he came to the God Palace's gate. Just when he was about to speak, the gate opened, and Old Star Lord's voice came. "Come in." Zhou Xuanji stepped in without any change in expression. When the immortal god army retreated, he was left behind, which would inevitably arouse the immortal god's suspicions. Anyway, he did not betray the god palace, so he spoke with confidence. After entering the palace, he saw the Master of Gods and Old Star Lord staring at him. Giant God Huang Hao was there too, but his back was facing him. Zhou Xuanji walked up and bowed with cupped fists. Complete heavenly law, true God? How can it be? Old Star Lord opened his eyes wide in shock. His voice was trembling. The Master of Gods squinted his eyes, and Giant God Huang Hao turned around to look at him. Facing the gazes of the three God Palace powerhouses, Zhou Xuanji was very calm. "Tell me, where have you been?" Old Star Lord urged. It took him less than 2 months to go from mid-void extreme immortal to complete heavenly law true God. It was ridiculous. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. As for Xianxia, he used an old friend as an example. After he finished speaking, Giant God Huang Hao snorted coldly. "You colluded with the demons?" He stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked with a deep voice. His eyes were filled with immense pressure. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "This is called collusion? You have a chance to become more powerful, and you don't want to do it? Moreover, I did not help in the battle against the sovereign demon sect. Other than you, I should be the one with the greatest achievements among the immortal gods." He activated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and killed many demonic disciples. Giant God Huang Hao frowned and fell into deep thought. The Master of Gods said, "The primordial ancestor statue has a long history. This emperor has heard about it too. This is Zhou Xuanji's serendipity and the God Palace's fortune. With his talent, he should be able to fight against Universe Heaven Level 1 cultivators." Universe Heaven. Zhou Xuanji remembered this name. It should be the realm above heavenly law true God. The Elder Star Lord stroked his beard and smiled. "Yes, Your Majesty. This kind of genius should become the symbol of the divine palace. In the future, he should be sent out on missions frequently and be nurtured into the next giant god." The Master of Gods nodded and said, "From today onwards, Zhou Xuanji is a second-ranked divine general and can receive a title. What do you want to be called?" The title of the divine palace was not simple. It would be recognized by the heavenly path. For example, Giant God Huang Hao. Huang Hao represented an emperor, and his domineering aura during battle was supported by the heavenly Tao. Zhou Xuanji directly replied, "Sword Emperor." He didn't need a fancy title, he just wanted to be a Sword Emperor. The Emperor of the Way of the Sword, the only Sword Emperor. The Master of all Gods smiled and said, "Very well." After that, his sonorous voice resounded through the world. "As the Master of Gods, I confer Zhou Xuanji the title of second-rank Immortal General. In the name of the heavenly law, I grant Zhou Xuanji the title of Sword Emperor." The entire Center God province and the surrounding states could hear his voice. Boom! The whole world was shocked. What was going on? Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? How did Zhou Xuanji hook up with the Master of all Gods? Awesome! A Sword Emperor recognized by the heavenly law. All along, there have been all kinds of Sword Emperors in the Great Thousand World. Zhou Xuanji is the first Sword Emperor recognized by the heavenly law. He's going to force those seniors in the Sword's Way to their deaths. Zhou Xuanji has already become a god? Everyone was shocked. The Divine Cliff was the most excited. All of their disciples were cheering the Sword Emperor's name. In the residence, Jianghu and Zhou Shaoxian sat in the courtyard. Their faces were filled with surprise. He did it indeed. Jiang Shui mumbled to herself. Her eyes were filled with admiration and pride. A long time ago, Zhou Xuanji said that he wanted to be the Sword Emperor, the only Sword Emperor. And now, he was halfway there. Zhou Xiaoxian said excitedly, "Father is too powerful. Can I become a god in the future too?" In the Cliff Lord Palace. Yang Yutian burst out laughing uncontrollably. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to become a powerful ally so quickly. After the Master of all Gods granted Zhou Xuanji the title of Sword Emperor, a beam of light penetrated the divine palace and landed on Zhou Xuanji. The heavenly law's blessing. His cultivation did not increase, but his emperor's might grew. Giant God Huang Hao mumbled, "The primordial ancestor statue can increase one's cultivation by so much?" The Master of Gods and the Old Star Lord smiled when they heard that. It was not because of the primordial ancestor statue. It was because Zhou Xuanji's talent was too exaggerated. After the heavenly law's grace disappeared, Zhou Xuanji's emperor's might grew more than 10 times stronger. The Master of all Gods said, "Old Lord, bring him down to exchange for the immortal badge and armor." Old Star Lord bowed and left with Zhou Xuanji. Only the Master of all Gods and Giant God Huang Hao were left in the palace. "How much do you think he will grow?" The Master of all Gods spoke slowly. His eyes turned deep. Giant God Huang Hao was silent for a while before he said, "If he can continue to serve the God Palace, he will at least be the next Divine Lord Ji." Divine Lord Ji. The Master of all Gods sighed for some reason. Under the Old Star Lord's guidance, Zhou Xuanji exchanged for a second-rank Immortal General badge and a second-rank Immortal Grade Silver Dragon armor. Along the way, Old Star Lord spoke to him about the God Palace's past and instilled in him the greatness of the God Palace. Zhou Xuanji only listened and did not take it to heart. After parting with Old Star Lord, he came to the Divine Gate and found the Black Hole Exquisite Lion. Too powerful. The Sword Emperor recognized by the heavenly law. And you have leveled up to second-rank Immortal General. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was exhilarated and shouted loudly, which made the other immortal soldiers look at Zhou Xuanji with admiration and envy. How long had it been since Zhou Xuanji joined the God Palace? He became a second-rank Immortal General in less than 100 years. They could only look up to him. Zhou Xuanji sat on the Black Hole Exquisite Lion's back and slapped his head. "Shut up and go down," he scolded with a smile. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion chuckled before he jumped into the sea of clouds and disappeared. Among the peaks, Grandmaster Aoshi sat in front of Baihao Isin and Feng Qiu. He sighed, "Look at him, then look at you." Sigh. Baihao Isin's face turned green. Facing Zhou Xuanji, he had no temper at all. He finally wanted to catch up with Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji obtained the title of Sovereign Heavenly Law straight away. Moreover, he was a second-rank Immortal General. This made him feel discouraged immediately. Feng Qiu sighed as well. His sigh made Baihao Isin even sadder. At this moment, Mo Jiuqing suddenly appeared before Grandmaster Aoshi. He was covered in blood, and even his white hair was stained by the blood. "Tianhan, I need your help," he said with a dark face. Baihao Isin and Feng Qiu were shocked. Mo Jiuqing was injured. "What is it?" Grandmaster Aoshi asked with a frown. Mo Jiuqing said, "I found out where Divine Lord Ji is hiding. Let's work together to kill him." At the mention of Divine Lord Ji, fury and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Grandmaster Aoshi did not agree immediately and was a little hesitant. Divine Lord Ji was unfathomable. No one knew how powerful he was. He did not want to offend him easily. Chapter 481. Why? You're afraid of Divine Lord Ji? Mo Jiuqing snorted coldly, sounding displeased. Grandmaster Aoshi said helplessly, "Look at how many enemies you have made. Are you only satisfied when the entire world becomes your enemy? If you're really invincible, then so be it. But you're already powerful enough to deal with Divine Lord Ji. How far away are you from being invincible?" Mo Jiuqing was silent, looking displeased. To him, it was fine if Grandmaster Aoshi did not help. Was there a need to push him? You can empathize with me? I've endured for 600,000 years. I even died once, unlike you. You were raised by your revered teacher, and no one dared to offend you, he snorted coldly. He snorted coldly and disappeared into thin air after he finished speaking. Grandmaster Aoshi sighed. He felt a little melancholic. Among his apprentice brothers, he had the best relationship with Mo Jiuqing. They often helped each other and risked their lives. 500,000 years ago, Mo Jiuqing was betrayed by many and was hunted down by countless powerful cultivators. He did not help then, and he did not help now either. He felt bad, but reality was reality. If he helped Mo Jiuqing kill Divine Lord Ji, not to mention if he could succeed, who would be next? Revenge breeds revenge. Bai Hao Isen's voice came, revered teacher, you are not loyal enough. It was the same before. I was suffering in the mortal realm, and you did not help. Grandmaster Aoshi's fury was ignited. He could not be angry with Mo Jiuqing, but he could do whatever he wanted with Bai Hao Isen. He stood up straightaway and came up to Bai Hao Isen. He lifted his ankle and lashed him on the ground like a whip. Damn! You! After returning to the Divine Cliff, Zhou Xuanji brought the black hole exquisite lion back to his residence. Along the way, every disciple looked at him with fanatical admiration. The black hole exquisite lion was so arrogant that his head almost reached the sky. What? He's a heavenly law true god? Zhou Xiaoxian opened her eyes wide in disbelief. She circled around the black hole exquisite lion and observed him carefully. The black hole exquisite lion shouted, even the sky will be torn apart by my roar. Jiang Shui covered her mouth and giggled. He looks like the little black snake. I wonder who will be more arrogant if they fight. Zhou Xiaoxian smiled and said, Little Black only bullies the weak and fears the strong. He definitely wouldn't dare to be arrogant. Zhou Xuanji held Jiang Shui's hand and walked to the side. He told her about what happened earlier. Jiang Shui blinked her eyes and said, Should I learn from her and separate from you first, and look for you after I become stronger? Zhou Xuanji stared at her and snorted, You dare. The two flirted as if no one else was around, and Zhou Xiaoxian rolled her eyes. The black hole exquisite lion was lying on the ground, ready to rest. Xiao Chan and Bai Suan suddenly ran over. Upon seeing Bai Suan, the black hole exquisite lion jumped up in fright. 9 heavens godly snake. It cried out in terror as if it had met its natural enemy. Bai Suan flicked her tongue and smiled, Hello, my name is Bai Suan. The black hole exquisite lion was so scared that his whole body trembled. He did not dare to reply, and his mind was blank. He looked around, afraid that other 9 heaven mystical snakes would appear. After that, Yang Yutian personally came to visit. He asked Zhou Xuanji how he became a god, and Zhou Xuanji did not hide it from him. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had cultivated the heavenly law immortal constitution and that his cultivation had reached complete heavenly law true god, he felt like he was struck by lightning and could not come to his senses for a long time. Zhou Xuanji had surpassed him in terms of cultivation stage. While he was pleasantly surprised, he was also filled with frustration. He called himself a genius, but compared to Zhou Xuanji, he could not be any more mediocre. After chatting for a while, Yang Yutian calmed himself down and left. Zhou Xuanji becoming more powerful was a good thing for the Divine Cliff. As long as he did not compare himself with Zhou Xuanji, he would feel better. Look at how many people lost their confidence because of you. Jiang Shui tapped Zhou Xuanji's forehead and shook her head with a smile. Zhou Xuanji hugged her and asked, What about you? Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and asked with a dangerous tone, What? You still want to discourage me? Zhou Xiaoxian covered her forehead. It's starting again. Is there an end? In the next month, more and more factions came to visit the Divine Cliff. All of them brought generous gifts to curry favor with the Divine Cliff. Zhou Xuanji was extremely talented, and he was a second-rank immortal general in the God Palace. The divine cliff's future was bright, and no one dared to target Zhou Xuanji anymore. Even the Master of Gods favored Zhou Xuanji so much. How could they dare to act rashly? This day, Mo Jiuqing suddenly came to find Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was listening to the old beggar's teachings in the forest. Once he appeared, the old beggar shut up. Humph. The old beggar snorted coldly. He folded his arms and turned around. Zhou Xuanji was amused. Mo Jiuqing stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for you." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Did this guy set his eyes on another faction? I want to deal with Divine Lord Ji. If you can help me, I will accompany you to the Cloud Devil Pool to get the Divine Sword, Mo Jiuqing said straightforwardly. Hearing the word Saint Sword, Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed. Magistrate Chui said that the Divine Sword could help him soar into the sky. But until now, he had not realized how powerful the Divine Sword was. If he could have another Divine Sword, things might be different. Okay. Zhou Xuanji agreed straight away. Back then, Divine Lord Ji's subordinates came to cause trouble for him. He still remembered that. The old beggar turned around and said, Divine Lord Ji's power is unfathomable. Be careful. He looked at Mo Jiuqing and said coldly, you must bring him back alive. Or else, don't blame me for being rude to you. Mo Jiuqing was not angry. He nodded lightly and waved his right hand. Demonic chi rose and swept Zhou Xuanji away. Looking at the direction where the two of them left, the old beggar smiled strangely. Very good. You two are birds of a feather. Just when they entered the demonic chi, Zhou Xuanji asked Mo Jiuqing to bring the black hole exquisite lion along. This guy had the aura of the heavenly law and might be able to help them. He sat down and asked curiously, how powerful is Divine Lord Ji? He was no longer the same as before. Facing the mysterious Divine Lord Ji, he had an urge to try. The black hole exquisite lion opened his eyes wide and said with a trembling voice, "You're going to deal with Divine Lord Ji? Let me go back." Zhou Xuanji stared at him, and he dared not to speak anymore. With his back facing Zhou Xuanji, Mo Jiuqing replied, very powerful. Not only him, but the 10 ghost grandmasters around him are also very powerful. When the time comes, you will deal with the 10 ghost grandmasters, and I will deal with Divine Lord Ji. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, oh? It seems that you have a lot of confidence in me. He wanted to know how powerful he was too. I can sense that you are very powerful. Mo Jiuqing replied and did not speak anymore. Zhou Xuanji did the same and began to cultivate in peace. He had 2 ancient gazing legendary swords, so there was no reason for him to be afraid. This time, he wanted to test his limits. 2 days later, Mo Jiuqing stopped, and Zhou Xuanji and the black hole exquisite lion landed. The demonic chi dispersed, and they could see their surroundings clearly. There were volcanoes all around them. Rivers of lava covered the surface of the ground in a complicated pattern. A scorching aura permeated the air, and even the sky was painted red. I recommend a very good book, The Devil King of the City, written by Happier Heyo. Don't miss it. Chapter 482. At the bottom of a volcano, deep underground, there was a stone palace. Inside the hall, Su Han was meditating and cultivating. A black figure was sitting on the main seat in front of him. This black shadow was in the shape of a human, but its body was like black smoke, constantly fluttering. He was Divine Lord Ji. Very good. This technique suits you very well. Only a pair of eyes could be seen in the black shadow, sharp and cold. Su Han opened his eyes and said with a frown, this energy technique is domineering indeed, but when can I catch up to Zhou Xuanji? He's already a sword emperor. You also said that one has to surpass the heavenly law true God to be qualified to become a rank 2 immortal general. Divine Lord Ji replied calmly, you have your own path of growth. You should not be arrogant or rash, and don't look at others. Zhou Xuanji climbed up with serendipity, and his foundation is not stable. Something will happen to him sooner or later. But you are different. I want you to work steadily and become stronger step by step. Su Han thought about it and felt that it made sense. Bang! A world-shaking explosion came from the ground. Immediately after, Mo Jiuqing's furious roar sounded. Divine Lord Ji. Come out and accept your death. When Divine Lord Ji heard that, he squinted his eyes and humphed coldly. That bastard is here again. This time, I must bury him here. With that, he disappeared from the seat of honor. Su Han closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. This was not the first time Mo Jiuqing had come here, but he had been forced back. This time would not be an exception. On the ground, Mo Jiuqing floated high in the sky, his body wrapped in tornado-like demonic qi. Behind him stood a golden Buddha that was tens of thousands of zhang tall. Heavenly lightning coiled around its body, and 1,000 arms grew from its back, each holding a sword. It was mighty and domineering. The black hole exquisite lion stared at the 1,000-hand sword Buddha, dumbfounded. What a domineering divine ability. Zhou Xuanji stood on the head of the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down at the ground. One divine sword after another appeared around him. There were more than 300 divine swords, each emitting a different dazzling light. They were as resplendent as the stars. All evil yin-yang destruction and holy light godly shadow sword appeared beside his arms. Boom! 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 Many figures rushed out of the lava and surrounded Mo Jiuqing. They wore armor with flowing magma, and their bodies were like raging flames. There were white flames, green flames, black flames, and red flames of different colors. The top 10 ghost sects. Mo Jiuqing, are you going to stop? Do you really want to die? The red flame ghost ancestor master shouted in a deep voice. The other 9 ghost ancestor masters also released their powerful auras. Before Mo Jiuqing could speak, Zhou Xuanji's voice floated out, your opponent is me. With this, the 10 ghost sects all looked toward Zhou Xuanji. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha and the hundreds of divine swords. They immediately thought of one person. You are the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? The green flame ghost ancestor said coldly with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Zhou Xuanji dared to make trouble for Divine Lord Ji? Did he think that he was invincible just because he became a grade 2 immortal general? Zhou Xuanji smiled, and his eyes turned cold. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha raised its 1,000 swords and slashed at the 10 great ghost sections. Mo Jiuqing was in front of it, so it was not afraid of accidentally injuring him. Mo Jiuqing disappeared, and the 10 ghost grandmasters charged at Zhou Xuanji. Boom! 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 The 1,000 swords slashed wildly with great force. Volcanoes were smashed one after another, and magma gushed out like a fountain, shooting straight into the sky. The 10 ghost grandmasters were shocked. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so powerful. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was not as simple as reaching complete heavenly law true God. The violet demon monarch's heart and the heavenly law immortal constitution had completely merged, which made his power surpass that of a heavenly law true God. Humph. Today, I will let you understand why I can become the Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and unleashed his emperor's might straightaway. His aura grew tremendously, and the 10 ghost grandmasters were suppressed by his emperor's might. The black hole exquisite lion quickly hid far away. He was shocked in his heart. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was powerful, but he did not expect him to be this powerful. Although they were both heavenly law true gods, he felt that Zhou Xuanji's emperor's might was unbearable for him. He was too powerful. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha suddenly exploded into countless golden arrows that shot in all directions. The 10 ghost grandmasters dodged quickly. They were so fast that they left behind countless afterimages. A horrifying and boundless aura descended. Divine Lord Ji descended from the billowing thunderclouds. His body was burning with flames that formed into a fiery armor. His smoke-like body was like a demon god. Mo Jiuqing appeared before him and said coldly, Divine Lord Ji. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. Divine Lord Ji replied calmly, "Really? Do you have that power?" Just when he spoke, the two powerful cultivators clashed together. All sorts of spells appeared out of nowhere and ravaged the sky like a flood. The ground shook violently, and volcanoes erupted one after another. Lava soared into the sky. Underground. Su Han, who was cultivating in the stone palace, opened his eyes in shock. "Sword Emperor. Senior is here," he mumbled. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji was here, he was excited, but more than that, he was worried. Divine Lord Ji was very powerful. Could Zhou Xuanji deal with him? He wanted to go out and watch the battle, but the palace had restrictions, and he could not get out at all. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji unleashed his full power. With two Armageddon legendary swords in his hands, his skin turned golden. A 9-sword purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead, and heavenly lightning surrounded him. At the same time, he activated Sword Sect Immortal Cry. Over 300 legendary swords radiated with a silver radiance. With him as the center, they ravaged an area with a radius of 1,000 meters. The 10 ghost grandmasters swarmed forward but were blocked by the legendary swords. The 9-flame chimera demon sword let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. The thunderclap sword emitted billions of heavenly lightning bolts, which turned into a heavenly net and charged toward the 10 ghost grandmasters. As the holy light divine shadow sword swung, it produced countless sword shadows. At first glance, Zhou Xuanji looked like he was surrounded by millions of legendary swords. It was a majestic sight. The other legendary swords were showing their might, each more dazzling than the last. Zhou Xuanji squandered his heavenly law's celestial power crazily. With the Xianxia map, he could do whatever he wanted and was not afraid of wasting. "Is that all you can do?" He burst out laughing. The divine energy from the two Armageddon legendary swords flowed into his body, which strengthened his emperor's might. Humph. The red flame ghost grandmaster snorted coldly. His body disappeared and reappeared before Zhou Xuanji. Countless evil spirits flew out from his body and were about to engulf Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji activated Sword Qi Soar. Sword Qi emanated from every pore on his body and annihilated all the evil spirits. The red flame ghost grandmaster followed up and clawed at him. A sword light flashed. The sky-dominating divine sword soul slashed the red flame ghost grandmaster into half. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. Countless sword shadows covered the heavens and earth densely, which made the black hole exquisite lion's scalp numb. Tens of millions of sword shadows gathered into a primordial river that occupied half the sky. It was an awe-inspiring sight. The 10 ghost grandmasters were shocked too. They cried out in shock. "This brat is already as powerful as a universe heaven cultivator. Why does he have so much celestial power? His body is also a heavenly law immortal constitution. Impossible. He's not even 200 years old. How did he cultivate so many skills? And these swords, where did he get them from?" Chapter 483. The 10 ghost grandmasters were shocked by Zhou Xuanji's power, but Zhou Xuanji would not give them the chance to continue marveling. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow and Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep instantly erupted. Countless sword shadows charged toward the 10 great ghost sects from all directions. There were more than 30 million sword shadows, and they stirred up violent winds that whistled through the heavens and the earth. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! The 10 great ghost sects all dodged in a hurry. The volcanoes and magma below were bombarded. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly, and scalding lava shot up into the sky. This scene was like the beginning of the world, the time when eras were replaced. The earth was collapsing, and the flames at the core of the earth intended to burn the heavens. Divine Lord Ji and Mo Jiuqing were also fighting, and their auras were not any weaker than Zhou Xuanji's. The two of them collided madly with extreme speed. All sorts of techniques and divine abilities were casually cast out, and they were like exploding stars that shook the space. Mo Jiuqing's demonic aura swirled as he struck out with both palms. The demonic aura turned into all sorts of demonic creatures that attacked Divine Lord Ji. Divine Lord Ji turned into countless clones and surrounded him. Every clone was casting spells and bombarding him, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. Mo Jiuqing roared and transformed into a black ball of light. Then, countless black arrows shot out towards Divine Lord Ji. Divine Lord Ji raised his right hand and pressed down. Bang! A bolt of blood-colored lightning suddenly struck down, striking the black sphere of light and shattering it. Following that, Mo Jiuqing's figure was revealed. He wasn't injured. His eyes burst open, and 9 black dragons shot out of his eyes, quickly entangling Divine Lord Ji. Mo Jiuqing, you are not a match for me. Why are you so stubborn? Divine Lord Ji said slowly, his tone filled with sarcasm. When Mo Jiuqing heard that, he became even more enraged, and his attack surged. The other side. The battle between Zhou Xuanji and the 10 Ghost Grandmasters had also reached its climax. The 10 Ghost Grandmasters were all in a higher cultivation stage than Zhou Xuanji. Their magic energy was boundless. After they figured out Zhou Xuanji's sword technique, they began to turn the tide of the battle. Zhou Xuanji could sense that they were getting closer and closer to him. The 9 sword souls behind him continuously shot out and quickly gathered together. Up until now, he was still unable to harm the 10 great ghost sections. It was the same for the ghost sect members. Both sides fell into a stalemate and were locked in a stalemate. At this time, human-shaped lava monsters emerged from the surging lava river. Each of them was 100 feet tall, and they roared furiously. 100. 1,000. 10,000. Their numbers were still increasing. After these lava monsters came to the surface, they leaped at Zhou Xuanji. Even the primordial chaos sword shadow could not completely destroy them. Zhou Xuanji began to retreat, and sword sect Immortal Cry's speed also reached its limit, forming a barrier of light that protected him. He took a deep breath, then suddenly used Wraith Retribution on the Red Flame Ghost Ancestor. The 9 sword souls charged toward the Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster. The Red Flame Ghost Master nimbly evaded the attack. Such a powerful sword soul. Isn't this kid's natural talent in the sword Dao too ridiculous? The Red Flame Ghost Ancestor's heart was in turmoil, and his killing intent soared. Such an enemy must be eliminated, or else Zhou Xuanji would be able to kill him soon. Zhou Xuanji charged toward him with 2 Armageddon legendary swords in his hands. He activated dual sword wills and his sword techniques were superb, catching him off guard. Only now did he understand that Zhou Xuanji's close combat sword techniques were far more powerful than his divine abilities. The 2 swords attacked at the same time, each faster than the last, and there were no flaws, forcing him to hastily defend himself. Boom! He punched out with both fists, and magic energy exploded, pushing Zhou Xuanji back tens of thousands of meters. Zhou Xuanji, you can't defeat us. Why? The Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster spoke, trying to distract Zhou Xuanji. With a flash of sword light, the 9 sword souls appeared out of nowhere and crashed into him. Sword chi exploded, covering an area of 100 miles. The other Ghost Grandmasters were shocked. Big brother. What divine ability is this? They are so far away from each other. There's something strange about this kid. Damn. Why is he so difficult to deal with? The 9 great Ghost Grandmasters cursed and reminded each other. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Even so, he could not kill the Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster. How powerful was this guy? Seems like I have to get serious. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His lips curled into a conceited and condescending smile. The 9 great Ghost Grandmasters were stunned. The Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster appeared before them, and his aura became unstable. Apparently, the attack just now had severely injured him. Zhou Xuanji, the Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster gnashed his teeth. Before he could finish speaking, billions of wolf howls exploded. Zhou Xuanji took out the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword. With the ancient gazing legendary sword, he immediately activated the horrifying divine energy contained in the sword. The entire world fell silent. Even Mo Jiuqing and Divine Lord Ji, who were fighting, retreated and looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar. What sword is that? Divine Lord Ji asked in confusion. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The 10 great ghost grandmasters shuddered. Countless wolf howls came from the wolf ancestor soul sword. A horrifying wolf head that was thousands of meters tall appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. The wolf's eyes were ruthless and cruel, as though it wanted to destroy the entire world. Surging energy flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body from the wolf ancestor soul sword. His body glowed with a golden radiance, and his aura soared. This powerful feeling feels good. Zhou Xuanji raised the sword and mumbled to himself. His voice was trembling with excitement. Even though he was already a complete heavenly law true god, he still felt exhilarated by this power. It was enough to show how powerful the ancient gazing legendary sword was. He looked at the 10 great ghost grandmasters and said, "Do you still dare to fight?" The 10 great ghost grandmasters were silent. The wolf ancestor soul sword made their souls tremble, and they did not dare to get close. Even the lava monsters backed away from Zhou Xuanji. Once the legendary sword appeared, the battlefield was set. Zhou Xuanji became the focus of the entire battlefield. Even Divine Lord Ji fell into silence. Mo Jiuqing frowned and looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. Could this be a divine sword? He was very curious about Zhou Xuanji's swords. This brat's swords were each more powerful than the last. Did they really come from the old beggar? Or did Zhou Xuanji have an even more powerful backer? Seeing that they were silent, Zhou Xuanji felt very proud in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "Since you are afraid, then come and accept your fear. This sword is called the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword." After that, he raised the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword high up. A woo, roar, billions of wolf howls resounded, tearing through the heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji's aura grew tremendously, far surpassing that of a heavenly law true god. The 9 souls in the ancient god's sword were alarmed too. What divine sword did you get? How can it be? This power. What sword is this? He's facing Divine Lord Ji's 10 great ghost grandmasters. He's fighting Divine Lord Ji so soon. The 9 souls cried out in shock. They had been asleep for a while, and when they woke up again, Zhou Xuanji had completely changed. Zhou Xuanji ignored the 9 souls and focused on using the 9 hell flame extinction. Pillars of lava rose up, and the ground continued to crumble. Countless lines of fire covered the ground. The 10 great ghost grandmasters all cried out and channeled their magic energy to defend. Zhou Xuanji slashed down with his sword. The ancient gazing divine power descended, and the 9 hell flame extinction was born. Everything between the heavens and the earth was reduced to nothingness. Chapter 484. In the underground stone hall. Su Han stood up, and the entire stone hall shook violently. A terrifying pressure descended, causing his hair to stand on end. What happened? He looked up in horror, unable to imagine what kind of battle was taking place on the ground. There was a loud bang. The stone hall shattered, and a layer of light appeared out of thin air, protecting the space within the hall. Su Han was horrified to see the surrounding rocks and lava turn into nothingness. The soil above was the same. A strong light shone down from the sky. Tens of thousands of feet away, he saw a figure floating in the air, still in the posture of swinging a sword. The 10 ghost grandmasters let out shrill screams. Su Han's eyes widened, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. What kind of power is this? As far as his eyes could see, everything had turned into nothingness. Darkness was swallowing everything up from below. He had a horrifying feeling of being expelled from the boundless world. Zhou Xuanji. Divine Lord Ji gritted his teeth and his tone was filled with bitter murderous intent. Su Han sucked in a cold breath. This power was created by Senior Zhou? Just how strong was he now? He could already fight against Divine Lord Ji? His heart was on fire again. As expected, Senior Zhou was still the strongest. Divine Lord Ji had said that his foundation was unstable. *T. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xuanji had always been number one in Su Han's heart. Even though Divine Lord Ji had taught him, he could not compare to Zhou Xuanji in his heart. Back in the village in the northern wilderness, if it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji destroying the demons and subduing the Gulan demon monarch, making the demon race take care of their village, Su Han might not have been able to live to this day. In the past, he had wanted to take Zhou Xuanji as his teacher, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji had important matters to attend to. However, before he left, he still taught them a sword technique. How could Divine Lord Ji compare to such a life-saving favor? Within the powerful light, Zhou Xuanji's cold laughter came. What? Have you forgotten that you sent your subordinates to kill me? That poor guy is called Qin Mahuai, right? When Qin Mahuai had descended to the northern wilderness, he still had First Revolution golden immortal cultivation. It could be seen how vicious Divine Lord Ji was. He had sworn to kill Zhou Xuanji. Hearing that, Divine Lord Ji fell silent again and did not reply immediately. The bright light dissipated. Below them was a terrifying black hole with a diameter of 100 miles, the end of which could not be seen. At the edge of the black hole, the surface of the ground was shattered. Magma and mud piled up to form a high earthen wall. Scorched smoke filled the air, just like the beginning of the world. The stone hall that Su Han was in floated in midair within the black hole. Looking down from above, he couldn't be seen because the darkness had swallowed him. TSK, Divine Lord Ji, you must be panicking. Don't you feel heartache that 4 people from your ghost sect died? Mo Jiuqing's voice resounded in the sky as he provoked Divine Lord Ji with his words. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 figures appeared in front of Divine Lord Ji. The 6 members of the ghost sect were like candlelight that was about to go out, and weren't as domineering as before. They looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he was the most terrifying existence in the world. That sword strike just now had almost wiped them out. The atmosphere became more serious. Divine Lord Ji remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Mo Jiuqing did not attack immediately. Instead, he waited for Divine Lord Ji to relax. At this moment, Divine Lord Ji must be filled with rage. He could not attack forcefully. Let's begin. However, Zhou Xuanji did not want to wait any longer. Using so many legendary swords took a great toll on him. Mo Jiuqing narrowed his eyes and immediately acted. He still had the power to fight Divine Lord Ji. Before, the 10 great ghost grandmasters were harassing him from the side, causing him to be surrounded by enemies. The 2 of them immediately walked towards Divine Lord Ji. Zhou Xuanji, Mo Jiuqing, this enmity will not end until one of us is dead. I hope that you can bear it, Divine Lord Ji said slowly. After speaking, he turned into a dense black fog that quickly spread out and covered the 6 ghost grandmasters. Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing acted at the same time. Demonic qi and sword qi shot out, dispersing the black fog. It was a pity that Divine Lord Ji and the 6 ghost grandmasters' auras had already disappeared. Even Su Han, who was within the black hole, had disappeared. Mo Jiuqing gritted his teeth and cursed, "We still let that bastard escape." Even so, he was still very happy in his heart. At least this time, he had destroyed Divine Lord Ji's prestige and killed 4 ghost grandmasters. It was a great victory. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, Divine Lord Ji only has these few subordinates? Apart from the lava monsters, Zhou Xuanji only saw the 10 great ghost grandmasters and a fellow with a weak aura below. This is not Divine Lord Ji's lair. He most likely came here to nurture that junior below, Mo Jiuqing said. Divine Lord Ji was elusive. It was not easy for him to find him so many times, and at the same place at the same time. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He felt that the boy's aura was very familiar, but he could not remember where. Perhaps it was just his imagination. Following this, the 2 of them left. Not long after they left, a black shadow appeared from the ruins. This black shadow took on a human form and wore dark purple metal armor. He did not have a head and only had a muscular body. He held a cold black spear in his right hand. He looked in the direction that Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing had left and muttered, "The Sword Emperor has grown. It's time to harvest." After saying this, he entered the 100-kilometer-wide black hole beside him and disappeared within the yin-yang boundary. After the battle with Divine Lord Ji, Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing did not return immediately. Instead, they found a hidden place and began to recover their magic energy. Zhou Xuanji was also replenishing his heavenly law celestial energy. Ever since he had cultivated the heavenly law immortal constitution, he did not need to fly above the clouds to absorb heavenly law celestial energy. The two of them sat on the peak of the mountain, surrounded by mountains on all sides. Mo Jiuqing said, "I did not expect you to be so powerful already. You have hope of surpassing us." He was once a peerless genius who shocked the world, but facing Zhou Xuanji, he could not compare. "Shouldn't I definitely surpass you?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Having heard this, Mo Jiuqing shook his head and laughed. After this battle, the two of them became much closer. Mo Jiuqing completely acknowledged him and began to talk about the enmity between him and Divine Lord Ji. 600,000 years ago, he had just ascended. Because of his outstanding talent, he was suppressed by countless factions and had to wander around. After that, he met Divine Lord Ji. Divine Lord Ji pretended to be kind and wanted to take him as a disciple, enticing him to leave with Divine Lord Ji. 100 years later, he accidentally found out that Divine Lord Ji wanted to refine him into a clone. At that time, he was furious. However, he couldn't defeat Divine Lord Ji, so he escaped secretly. Who knew that Divine Lord Ji would chase after him? If he hadn't met the old beggar later on, he would have become Divine Lord Ji's clone puppet. Mo Jiuqing gritted his teeth at the mention of this matter. Zhou Xuanji felt a sense of familiarity. Did Xian Daoya want to do the same to him? He asked curiously, "Who is this old man? Why won't you even tell me your name?" He had already acknowledged the old beggar as his master, but this old thing didn't even tell him his name. Mo Jiuqing shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either. His name is taboo. Once spoken, one will suffer the greatest punishment of the heavenly Tao." Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 485. If his name was exposed, he would receive the highest punishment from the heavenly Tao? Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. What evil things had that old fellow done for the heavenly law to target him like this? He did not pursue the matter. Mo Jiuqing probably did not know either. Who would say such a shameful thing? Take Venerable Xian for example. The people of the Divine Cliff thought that he was the strongest, but little did they know that he had already fallen because he challenged the heavenly path. The two of them stopped chatting and began to refine their magic power seriously. News of their battle with Divine Lord Ji didn't spread because there were no other living beings nearby. Half a month later, the two of them set off for the Cloud Devil Lake. The Cloud Demon Pool was a large lake that had existed for countless years. It was even vaster than the ocean. Legend had it that the Cloud Demon had fallen here, causing the surface of the lake to be eternally filled with demonic energy. This was the holy land of the demonic path, and it had once been sealed by the Sovereign Demon Sect. When the Sovereign Demon Sect was expelled, the Great Cloud Devil Lake once again became an ownerless land. However, it was very difficult to find traces of fiendish cultivators in the Center God province. One of Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing's senior apprentice brothers was hiding here. He had once been a first-class great emperor and had been peerless and invincible. However, he had gone mad and had hidden in the Cloud Devil Pool, never leaving. And he had a holy sword in his hand. Back then, he had relied on this holy sword to slaughter the great thousand worlds, turning the sky blood red and the earth barren. What's this senior brother's name? Is there a ranking on the great emperor's steel? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. He could hear the admiration in Mo Jiuqing's voice. He was very curious as to what kind of expert could garner such admiration from Mo Jiuqing. His name is Su Qing, and his title is the Northern Nether Sword Devil. He is ranked 9th on the Great Emperor's Steel. Mo Jiuqing replied with a fervent look in his eyes. Su Qing? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and thought of Su Yang for some reason. Daoist old man thought that Su Yang was the reincarnation of an almighty being, but he still couldn't tell which almighty being he was. Compared to Su Qing, although there was only a difference of a single word, the difference was like heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, how many disciples does the old man have? Why do I feel that each one is more monstrous than the last? Mo Jiuqing smiled and said, I have more than 10 senior brothers above me. Make a guess yourself. Aside from you, Di Guanlong is the youngest. He has already reached the universe heaven realm and is awe-inspiring in the Center God province. Up until now, the old man hasn't let us gather together. He only taught us a divine ability that allows you to communicate spiritually, but you won't be able to see each other's true faces. When you break through to the universe heaven stage, he will definitely teach you. What's interesting is that every time we use our divine abilities to communicate mentally, the old man isn't there. He's not afraid of us plotting a rebellion. Zhou Xuanji listened with great interest. This old guy really had many tricks up his sleeves. He then asked, what did he ask of you? Did he ask you to do anything? Mo Jiuqing frowned and said, speaking of which, it is strange. He never asked us to do anything. He only taught them divine abilities and never demanded anything from us. Zhou Xuanji blinked. Is there really such a selfless person in the world? The Cloud Devil Pool was surrounded by undulating mountains. The lake was vast and boundless, and demonic energy covered the lake's surface. The mountain peaks at the periphery appeared dwarfed by the demonic fog. From afar, it looked like a giant demon was crawling on the surface of the Cloud Devil Lake. Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing stopped on a hill and looked towards the Cloud Devil Pool. If we want to snatch the holy sword from Su Qing, we can't use brute force. He has already lost his rationality and is easily angered. It will be very difficult to defeat him if we work together. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. So difficult to deal with? Why didn't you say that before you fought Divine Lord Ji? He cursed in his heart, but his expression did not change. He continued to listen to Mo Jiuqing. When the time comes, I'll attract Su Qing's attention and you'll go ahead and steal it. This plan caused Zhou Xuanji to roll his eyes. He asked, isn't Su Qing holding the holy sword? Guard it like a treasure every day? Mo Jiuqing nodded, making him speechless. Wasn't he crazy? Since things had come to this, he had no other choice but to do this. The two of them quickly dove into the demonic mist. Blue sky, white clouds, verdant hills, and clear waters. Xian Daoist sat by a small river fishing, looking quite pleased. A figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was the malicious Buddha. He narrowed his eyes and said, you're still fishing here. Don't you know that Zhou Xuanji has already surpassed your control? Xian Daoist's expression did not change. He slightly shook his head and asked, isn't it better for him to be stronger? When mentioning Zhou Xuanji, he did his best to remain calm, but he felt quite complicated inside. Zhou Xuanji's rise was too fast. It was so fast that it surpassed anything he knew. He definitely has a powerful expert giving him pointers. Even Grandmaster Aoshi and Mo Jiuqing are friends with him. It's said that Grandmaster Aoshi and Mo Jiuqing are apprentice brothers. There's no way to verify this, but it's very possible, the malicious Buddha said in a low voice. His expression was a bit unsightly. He had completely offended Zhou Xuanji. If he allowed Zhou Xuanji to continue growing, he would definitely be in trouble. No matter what, we can't touch him now, right? Xian Daoist asked, looking like he had already given up. The malicious Buddha frowned even deeper. He did not know what to say. Don't worry. You are not the only one who is anxious. The others are anxious too. Why do you need to be at the front? Xian Daoist said casually. The malicious Buddha heard him and fell into deep thought. A while later, he left after saying this. There's one thing you must know. The others are all hiding in the dark. You and I are already hated by Zhou Xuanji. Xian Daoist's expression changed, and his expression turned grim. Swoosh. Swoosh. Within the demonic mist, Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing traveled swiftly. The cloud devil pool was vast. It would take some effort to find Su Qing. Zhou Xuanji tried to scan the area with his divine sense, but it was blocked by the demonic mist, which rendered it useless. Along the way, he encountered many demonic creatures. They maintained the appearance of ferocious beasts and had no intelligence. They pounced at them without any sense of danger. He began to be interested in the legendary Cloud Devil. What kind of demon could leave behind such a massive demonic chi that would not dissipate even after 10,000 years? Was he more powerful than the demonic ancestor? Half an hour later, Mo Jiuqing stopped suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji looked down. There was a deserted island on the lake below. It was dozens of miles long, and baleful aura emanated from it. Even the demonic mist could not block it. It's below. I will go first. You act according to the situation. After saying this, Mo Jiuqing vanished from his original spot. Zhou Xuanji took out the wolf ancestor soul sword. He did not dare to be careless facing Su Qing. About 5 breaths later. Roar. A deafening roar came. It was so loud that even Zhou Xuanji could not help but tremble, and his hair stood on end. Boom! A violent gale dispersed the demonic mist, and he saw a domineering figure chasing after Mo Jiuqing. Before he could see Su Qing's face clearly, the two had already disappeared at the end of the lake. Zhou Xuanji immediately flew toward the deserted island. Chapter 486. Soon, Zhou Xuanji found the divine sword. It was located in a cave. The sword was erected vertically on the ground. Its blade was 4 fingers wide, and its lower end gradually widened. The hilt was covered with black scales, and there was a pair of gems that looked like scarlet eyes on the hilt. Saint Sword. When Zhou Xuanji got close to it, he sensed an unimaginable aura coming at him. It was as if a primordial beast was roaring at him. He took out the ancient god's sword and communicated with the 9 souls. Sacred Sword 2 Gang, you're at the Cloud Devil Pool. Lu Wuji said in surprise, and the other souls followed suit. The Northern Nether Sword Devil isn't here. This is a good opportunity. If he takes it, the Northern Nether Sword Devil will hunt him down. Of course I'll take it. As long as you have the confidence to escape, then take it. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed Saint Sword Tugang's hilt. When he held it, a chill flowed through his palm and into his body, causing the heavenly Tao immortal energy in his body to boil. In that instant, he felt a strong urge to take possession of the sword. With a clang, he pulled out Sacred Sword 2 Gang. After that, he vanished on the spot. He quickly flew out of the Cloud Devil Lake at full speed, not daring to let his guard down. Although Su Qing had already been led somewhere by Mo Jiuqing, as long as he was in the Cloud Devil Great Lake, he did not feel safe. Roar! A loud cry came from behind him. It was so loud that Zhou Xuanji felt goosebumps all over his body. How could this be? So fast? He subconsciously looked back and saw a domineering figure rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. He saw Su Qing's true form clearly. This guy's upper body was bare, and his muscles were like rocks that had been battered by the rain. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes had no pupils. They were a vast expanse of white. He stared at Zhou Xuanji savagely and roared continuously. Zhou Xuanji immediately used 10,000 ultimate steps and continuously moved about. Seeing that Su Qing was about to catch up, he immediately took out concealment grass and ate it. Skyfall had already planted a lot of concealment grass, so he left some behind. But after he swallowed the concealing grass, Zhou Xuanji disappeared. Su Qing stopped as well and looked around furiously, but he could not trace Zhou Xuanji. Even his aura had disappeared. He roared furiously at the sky, causing the surrounding space to ripple and disperse the rolling demonic mist. After roaring angrily for a while, he left. At the edge of the Great Cloud Devil Lake, Zhou Xuanji's figure was revealed, and with a kapuchi sound, he madly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire body leaned against the mountain wall, and the hand holding the saint's sword Tugong slightly trembled. Su Qing's roar had injured his internal organs, causing his qi and blood to churn even now. What cultivation level has that guy reached? He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, his face pale. Fortunately, he had obtained the holy sword. This price was nothing. He got up and left. As for Mo Jiuqing, he couldn't be bothered to look for him. He believed that Mo Jiuqing would find him. Not long after he left, a burly figure stepped out of the devil mist. It was the Northern Nether Sword Devil, Su Qing. He still maintained his ferocious expression as he swept his gaze in all directions. His nose twitched slightly as if he was sniffing something. He stepped out of the Great Cloud Devil Lake. There was a loud bang. A bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly blasted down, hitting his body and causing him to howl in pain. He vigorously struggled, wanting to break through the obstruction of the heavenly lightning. Another bolt of heavenly lightning descended, causing his muscles to tremble. The surface of his body started to crack, and blood seeped out. He still gave up and madly howled as he went berserk, alerting the Great Cloud Devil Lake's devil mist. A while later, he suddenly charged forwards fearlessly. No matter how much heavenly lightning struck his body, he did not stop. Soon, he disappeared over the horizon, covered in blood. Massive waves rose up on the surface of the Great Cloud Devil Lake, and so did the rolling demonic mist. It was as if a massive beast was raging. After leaving the Great Cloud Devil Lake, Zhou Xuanji continued to fly without stopping. For some reason, the sense of danger in his heart grew stronger and stronger, as if there was some ferocious existence chasing after him. 6 hours later, that sense of danger subsided, and he found a place to hide. In order to prevent any accidents, he cast 9 hell flame extinction and opened a yin-yang boundary so that he could escape at any time. He began to recover from his injuries and gather heavenly law celestial energy. As for the saint's sword Tugong, he put it in the supreme storage to prevent Su Qing from tracking its aura and finding him. About half an hour later, Mo Jiuqing appeared by his side, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. His expression was serious as he said, "Su Qing escaped." Escaped? Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange, and he did not know what to say. With Su Qing's abilities and madness, wouldn't the world be in trouble? He shook his head and did not think too much. He could not care so much. He asked, wasn't he trapped in the Great Cloud Devil Lake? Could it be that he was attracted by the saint's sword? Could it be that Su Qing had become a demon because of the saint's sword? Mo Jiuqing shook his head and sighed as he said, I don't know either. However, if he comes out, he will definitely anger the immortal gods and the various major factions. He greatly admired Su Qing and did not want him to die. Zhou Xuanji sank into his thoughts. The ancient god's sword stood by his side, and the 9 souls continuously chattered in his mind. Su Qing was indeed powerful back then, it's a pity. You speak as if you are of the same generation as him. It's said that Su Qing angered a powerhouse above the 33rd heaven. No matter what, he got the saint's sword. With this brat's talent, how powerful will he become with the saint's sword? Little brother, when will you revive us? The 9 souls discussed among themselves, and Zhou Xuanji interjected occasionally. He suddenly began to wonder if he should revive the 9 souls. If he revived them, it would be equivalent to having 9 more helpers. However, one could not judge a person's heart. He could not guarantee that the 9 souls would still treat him like this after reviving. After resting for 5 days, Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing parted ways. He suddenly remembered something. The black hole exquisite lion was still waiting for him. Before heading to the Great Cloud Devil Lake, he asked the black hole exquisite lion to wait somewhere so that he would not hold him back. He immediately flew in that direction. A month after Zhou Xuanji took the saint's sword, a piece of news shook the Center God province. The Northern Nether Sword Devil, Su Qing, had escaped from the Great Cloud Devil Lake. Many cities were razed to the ground by him. all sorts of legends about him spread. Soon, the Center God province fell into panic again. First, there was Imo. Now, there was the Northern Nether Sword Devil. The Center God province's fate was not going well recently. Among the peaks, Baihaoisen, who was cultivating, was kicked to the ground. He jumped up and roared furiously, "What's wrong with you?" Bomb! Grandmaster Aoshi slapped him to the ground, and the powerful force shattered the ground. Tranquil, who was not far away, swallowed his saliva as he watched. "Humph, Zhou Xuanji has already obtained the Saint Sword. Look at you, what are you doing?" Grandmaster Aoshi held back his anger and cried out with a deep voice. Baihaoisen, who was lying on the ground, heard this and almost vomited blood. What did Zhou Xuanji being powerful have to do with me? He gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't I cultivate?" Grandmaster Aoshi snorted coldly, and the results? Baihaoisen fell silent. Chapter 487. Baihaoisen was furious. He had a temper, and how could he allow Grandmaster Aoshi to humiliate him like this? Hence, he got up, dusted off his butt, turned around, and walked to another place to continue cultivating. Seeing him like this, Grandmaster Aoshi was infuriated. In the past, Baihaoisen's talent had been exceptional, and he had taken a liking to him at first glance. In the end, this fellow liked women and had raised his character to be lazy. He could be considered a cripple. He sighed and left. From start to finish, he didn't even glance at Tranquil. Baihaoisen and Tranquil felt quite complicated. They were also becoming stronger, but compared to Zhou Xuanji, they were simply too slow. This emperor doesn't believe it. Baihaoisen's eyes flickered as he glanced at Tranquil and sent a message. Tranquil's expression did not change. Instead, he lightly nodded. They felt that it was useless to follow Grandmaster Aoshi. Apart from safety, they would only be bullied. In order to become stronger, they decided to leave. The world was vast, and there would naturally be opportunities that belonged to them. Zhou Xuanji found the black hole exquisite lion and thought that it would be anxious. He did not expect it to find a group of lionesses and live happily. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had appeared, it was a little unhappy. "Master, you're back so soon," it shouted, obviously not wanting to leave. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, took out the chicken-slaying sword, and swung. The black hole exquisite lion was frightened and quickly jumped up. The lionesses beside him all fled. Seeing that the chicken-slaying sword was about to reach him, the black hole exquisite lion roared. At this moment, the chicken-slaying sword suddenly descended, aiming for its crotch. The black hole exquisite lion hurriedly dodged and avoided the sword. The next strike will be even faster. Zhou Xuanji looked down at it and said. It was so scared that it hurriedly shouted, "Master, let's go back quickly. It's dangerous here." Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and jumped onto the black hole exquisite lion's back. They rushed towards the divine cliff. Along the way, they advanced very carefully, afraid of encountering Su Qing. Ever since Zhou Xuanji told the black hole exquisite lion about the cloud devil pool, he became extremely timid and flew extremely cautiously. If he encountered Su Qing, Zhou Xuanji might be able to escape, but he could not. Fortunately, Su Qing had already gone north, so they weren't that unlucky. After returning to the divine cliff, Zhou Xuanji found the old beggar and took out the saint sword. The old beggar looked at the sacred sword Tu Gang and sighed with emotion. What a nostalgic sword. Back then, I gave it to Su Qing in hopes that he would achieve great things. I didn't expect him to go mad and monopolize the Tu Gang. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, why did Su Qing lose control? The old beggar shook his head and did not answer. Zhou Xuanji was so angry that he snatched Tu Gang back. The old beggar became anxious and scolded, "Brat, can't you let me look at you for a while longer?" Zhou Xuanji ignored him and turned to leave, preparing to see Emperor Sword Court's people. The old beggar was not really angry, but touched his chin and thought. After that, Zhou Xuanji did not leave. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji reached 178 years old. Over the past 10 years, his celestial force had been growing, but he was still far from reaching Hunyuan heaven. It was worth mentioning that he couldn't use Tu Gang. Tu Gang contained immense power, and the sword spirit said that Zhou Xuanji had to make Tu Gang recognize him as its master before it could be controlled and modified by the sword spirit. Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. Could it be that Tu Gang had a master? If that was the case, why did Su Qing still guard it? He should have just stored it in his body. He could not understand, so he could only put down Tu Gang and focus on cultivating. Now, he had become more powerful. He had even used 2 ancient gazing legendary swords together, which meant that he had not used his full power yet. Over the past 10 years, he had obtained another 24 legendary swords, ranging from gold to god slaying. During this time, 2 people from the northern wilderness ascended. They were cultivators that Zhou Xuanji did not recognize, and they had already joined the divine cliff. Time passed very slowly for Zhou Xuanji, but it passed very quickly for others. Su Qing had already left the northern wilderness, while Mo Jiuqing was still taking revenge. It was worth mentioning that Di Guanlong had fought with the great heaven god dynasty's Emperor Jundao. Because of the disparity in cultivation, Emperor Jundao suffered a crushing defeat, which angered the great heaven god dynasty. The great heaven god dynasty chased after Di Guanlong, and the great heaven god emperor attacked personally, severely injuring Di Guanlong and even imprisoning him in the great heaven god dynasty. This battle made the world realize how powerful the great heaven god emperor was. In the past, although the great heaven god dynasty was powerful, it was not high profile. Other than Emperor Jundao, there were not many people in the limelight, and the great heaven god emperor was always in closed-door cultivation. Now, the world understood that the great heaven god dynasty was even more terrifying than they had imagined, especially the great heaven god emperor. He was qualified to be the most powerful cultivator in the Center God province. Zhou Xuanji did not know about the outside world. He focused on cultivating, and his understanding of the way of the sword was also increasing. As for divine abilities, he did not fall behind. The heavenly saint's Daoist sermon was getting closer and closer. The old beggar told him to become as powerful as possible. Zhou Xuanji guessed that there might be a fierce battle during the sermon. In an underground prison of the great heaven god dynasty, Di Guanlong, with disheveled hair and tattered clothes, was chained to the wall. His head was lowered, and his body trembled slightly, causing the metal chains to shake and ring. An old eunuch stood in front of the prison door. His skin was wrinkled, and his eyes were squinted, leaving only 2 slits. In the dark prison, he looked extremely sinister. Di Guanlong, tell us where your revered teacher is, or else we will let you experience unprecedented pain, the old eunuch said. The old eunuch opened his mouth. His voice was sharp like a rooster's. Di Guanlong looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered out of the prison door, but the old eunuch dodged it easily. A mocking smile appeared in his eyes as he said, I didn't expect the great heaven god dynasty's background to be so weak. How long are you going to keep up the pretense? The old eunuch heard him and shook his head in laughter. He took out a wooden bottle, and black centipedes crawled out from it. Their shells were black and shiny, and they looked eerie. These black centipedes could fly, and they pounced toward Di Guanlong. Their numbers increased. A while later. Ah! Di Guanlong's miserable cry resounded in the prison. The old eunuch turned around. There was no smile on his face, but his expression turned even darker. When the outside world was in turmoil, the divine cliff was safe and sound. Yang Yutian looked forward to a beautiful future. Under Zhou Xuanji's protection, the divine cliff would surely return to its peak, or even surpass it. But it was a pity that good times did not last long. Outside the vast fog, a bald man appeared on a cliff. Behind him was a dense forest, and in front of him was the divine cliff. He wore black armor, and his shoulders were connected to the tips of swords. Although his face was handsome, there was a baleful aura between his brows. I've finally found it. Today, I will destroy the divine cliff, he muttered to himself. His words were filled with murderous intent, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He walked toward the vast fog in front of him. He raised his right hand, and a golden staff appeared in his hand. Chapter 488. The bald man in black armor wielded his golden staff and swung it forward. Boom! A golden current that could be seen with the naked eye swept out, dispersing the dense fog and sweeping toward the divine cliff city. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared on the spot. He came to the air above the residence and spread out his arms, using heavenly law celestial energy to protect the entire residence. He saw the golden current sweeping toward him like a golden ocean, swallowing everything around it. Everything around the residence was reduced to dust. His expression greatly changed, and he instinctively looked toward the direction of the golden current. He saw a man in black armor walking over. His expression was cold as he looked down at the destroyed divine cliff city. Although the divine cliff city had been destroyed, not everyone had died. Many buildings were preserved by magic formations. Barriers of magic formations appeared, protecting most of the disciples. They all looked at the man in black armor in terror. Yang Yutian furiously shouted, "Bastard, state your name." He could no longer care about how powerful the other party was and directly cursed. The divine cliff had been low profile for so many years. Who had they offended? "I'm from the great Emperor Dao Court, and my name is Prison Suppressing Vidra. I'm here to destroy the divine cliff. Tell Zhou Xuanji to come out and die." The man in black armor coldly harumphed. His bald head burned with a green flame, and his aura grew explosively. "Great Emperor Dao Court, Prison Suppressing Vidra?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why did the great Emperor Dao Court come again? He immediately flew out of the residence and took out the wolf ancestor soul sword as he said coldly, "Since you're here to find me, why don't we fight somewhere else?" Prison Suppressing Vidra glanced at him and said, "You overestimate yourself. Destroying the divine cliff is my main mission." After saying this, he raised his golden staff and prepared to attack again. Without saying anything, Zhou Xuanji swung his sword and unleashed the primordial chaos sword shadow. Countless sword shadows appeared and shot toward Prison Suppressing Vidra. Prison Suppressing Vidra casually swung his staff and destroyed the primordial chaos sword shadow. Zhou Xuanji used 10,000 ultimate steps and disappeared. Prison Suppressing Vidra's eyes narrowed, and his golden staff blocked in front of him. Clang! Zhou Xuanji was blocked by him, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He exerted force with his right arm and sent Zhou Xuanji flying away. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji disappeared into the fog. Prison Suppressing Vidra raised his staff and laughed. "How much longer are you going to hide?" Just as his golden staff was about to fall, a rainbow light swept over and knocked his golden staff away. "Prison Suppressing Vidra, this is not a place you can come to. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, even if my soul is destroyed, I will kill you here." An ancient voice rang out, stunning all the survivors of the divine cliff. Who was this? Yang Yutian was the most astonished. Could it be that the divine cliff was hiding another expert? Jiang Shui and Zhou Xiaoxian were worried about Zhou Xuanji. If not for Xiao Chan stopping them, they might have already chased after him. "Calm down, he won't die so easily." Xiao Chan reminded the mother and daughter to maintain their rationality. The Prison Suppressing Vidra revealed a maniacal smile and said proudly, "Then you shall perish together with me." Boom! The aura that erupted from him seemed to make the sky seem shorter. All the disciples of the divine cliff felt suffocated by the pressure. A god statue appeared in the divine cliff palace. The statue split open, and a 4 or 5-year-old boy appeared. He was wearing an adult white robe and looked neither fish nor fowl. His face was fair and clean, and he had 3 eyes. He looked at the Prison Suppressing Vidra calmly. Seeing him, the Prison Suppressing Vidra was excited immediately. He swung his golden staff and laughed wildly, "Xianxia, you are finally out. Today, I will kill you to prove myself." After that, he charged at the 3-eyed boy. "Xianxia." Yang Yutian's expression changed drastically, and his body trembled. The 3-eyed boy was expressionless. He waved his palms, and the weather changed. A violent gale swept out. The prison-suppressing Vajra was blocked, and the floating island and palace in the divine cliff were all blown away. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji held the wolf ancestor's soul sword in his right hand and the furious ape sword in his left. He appeared in his residence and used heavenly law celestial power to move the entire residence. "Are you escaping?" Zhou Xiaoxian came over and asked anxiously. It was her first time encountering such a powerful being. Just his aura alone made her feel that she was about to explode. Zhou Xuanji did not reply and stared at the prison-suppressing Vajra. He owed the divine cliff a debt of gratitude. How could he just leave like this? He was also very shocked by the prison-suppressing Vajra's strength. This person was not any weaker than Divine Lord Ji, and he wondered what rank this person was in the great Emperor Dao court. Facing the almost invincible prison-suppressing Vajra, Xianxia easily dealt with him. Even though his aura was not as strong as the prison-suppressing Vajra, his expression and attitude made others feel that he was superior. The old beggar suddenly appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and gritted his teeth as he said, "Let's escape first. The enemy is not just the prison-suppressing Vajra." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji and the others' expressions greatly fell. A single prison-suppressing Vajra was already so powerful. Were there other enemies hiding in the dark? The old beggar sighed and said, "The prison-suppressing Vajra and the brilliant god Vajra have always been inseparable, and their strength is about the same." Zhou Xuanji frowned and swept out his divine sense in all directions, trying to find the brilliant god Vajra. It was a pity that he could not find the brilliant god Vajra. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was not willing to leave, the old beggar angrily stomped his foot. Boom! 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 The prison-suppressing Vajra and Xianxia were locked in battle, and everyone continuously retreated, distancing themselves from their battlefield. Xianxia, sect founder, why is he still here? Yang Yutian's eyes widened, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Didn't that mean that he had been monitored by Xianxia in the Cliff Lord Palace? Everything he had said and done had been seen by Xianxia. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. His hairs stood on end, and he did not feel any joy at all. Xianxia and the prison-suppressing Vajra turned into two rays of light and shot underground. Even someone as powerful as Zhou Xuanji could not see their movements clearly. They were simply too powerful. Rumble, thunder boomed, and everyone looked up. They saw that the sky was filled with thunderclouds, and traces of golden light pierced through the clouds as a majestic might descended. Immortal God descent. Humph. Even a scoundrel from the great Emperor Dao court dares to come out? Giant God Huang Hao coldly harumphed, as if he was the might of the heavens. The might of the heavens shook, looking down on all creatures. Kill! 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 Countless immortal soldiers' cries sounded out, and they gathered together, sounding epic and hot-blooded. The divine cliff's disciples were exhilarated. Their savior was here. Humph, giant god Huang Hao, I have long wanted to fight you. A cold voice came, overshadowing the immortal soldiers' cries. It was extremely domineering. It was not the prison-suppressing Vajra. It was someone else. Brilliant god Vajra. A powerful aura came from another direction, wreaking havoc in the heavens and the earth. We're doomed. All our enemies have gathered together. The old beggar cried out and hid behind the black hole exquisite lion. Chapter 489. Hearing the black hole exquisite lion's words, the old beggar kicked out in anger. The tip of his foot struck the black hole exquisite lion's thighs, causing it to cry out in pain and quickly jump away. Zhou Xiaoxian, Xiao Chan, and Bai Suan laughed. The others looked in another direction. Rays of intense light came from the horizon, and their auras shook the sky. It was brilliant god Vajra. He was tens of thousands of meters tall and wore a set of divine armor embedded with crystals. He walked through the air, purple flames burning above his head. His expression was dignified. As soon as he appeared, giant god Huang Hao also descended from the sea of clouds. He was also 30,000 meters tall. The two peerless experts were too high to reach, approaching each other. From afar, it looked like two giant gods of creation were about to start a battle, causing the atmosphere in the heavens and earth to freeze. Boom! Prison-suppressing Vajra and Xianxia rushed out from underground, breaking through the billowing dust and fog. They flew into the sky to fight. The two of them fought intensely as if no one else was around. They did not care about giant god Huang Hao and brilliant god Vajra, they only wanted to kill each other. Giant god Huang Hao took out his massive halberd and attacked. Brilliant god Vajra also took out two massive axes, one red and one black, and they gave off an extremely powerful baleful aura. They quickly clashed, and even though their bodies were massive, their attacks were still incredibly fast. Berserk gales swept out in all directions, forcing the remaining palaces and residences to continuously retreat. Yang Yutian cried out, "Divine Cliff disciples, retreat!" Now that the gods were fighting, it was best to prevent the Divine Cliff from suffering more losses. Giant god Huang Hao became more and more berserk as he fought, and even Zhou Xuanji felt quite shocked. He, who was at complete heavenly law true god, could not see through giant god Huang Hao. It seemed that it was not that the Xian court was too weak but that giant god Huang Hao was truly powerful. Brilliant god Vajra was also very powerful. Facing the berserk giant god Huang Hao, he could receive every move. However, his aura was being suppressed, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Zhou Xuanji used his celestial energy to push the residences back. He looked at the old beggar and asked, "Are they all your enemies?" He was quite confused, since God Palace was also the old beggar's enemy. Why did he want him to join God Palace? The old beggar sighed and transmitted his voice. "Back then, they all wanted to take me as their master, but I looked down on them. Back then, this matter was a humiliation to them. They didn't mention it to anyone else, and no one else knew about it." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. He sounded like he was bragging. "Are you as strong as giant god Huang Hao?" But he didn't refute it immediately. What if it was true? He did not dwell on this matter and asked, "Who will win?" This time, the old beggar did not send a sound transmission. He replied directly, "Giant god Huang Hao and Xianxia will win, but these two Vajras might die." Would he die? Zhou Xuanji blinked. This didn't make sense. He was going to die right after coming out. The battle continued. Even though Zhou Xuanji and the others could not personally witness the battle, they could still hear the sounds of the battle. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and the ground continuously trembled. Dirt flowed out from the center of the battlefield, majestically and unstoppably, like a tidal wave of dirt. After an unknown period of time, the battle was over. Zhou Xuanji swept out with his divine sense, and his expression changed. Giant god Huang Hao and brilliant god Vajra landed on the ground. Brilliant god Vajra knelt in front of giant god Huang Hao. His head was severed, and he was no longer alive. Giant god Huang Hao was unscathed and still stood tall. He looked into the distance at the battlefield between Xianxia and prison-suppressing Vajra. A victor had been decided between the two of them. Prison-suppressing Vajra clutched his chest and coughed up blood continuously. He stared at Xianxia furiously and said with gritted teeth, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Xianxia was expressionless, but his right arm was severed. Blood flowed out from the third eye on his forehead. Prison-suppressing Vajra took a deep breath and turned to look at giant god Huang Hao, who was far away. Hatred filled his eyes. He and brilliant god Vajra had supported each other since they were young. Now that brilliant god Vajra died in front of him, how could he remain calm? But he was not powerful enough. He knew that he could not defeat Xianxia and giant god Huang Hao. If this continued, he would be the one to die. Just you wait. The great Emperor Dao Court will control the great thousand worlds sooner or later. One day, I will destroy the divine cliff and god palace in front of you. Prison-suppressing Vajra said as he gritted his teeth. After saying this, a black hole appeared behind him, and he lightly fell backwards. Swish! The sound of the air being torn could be heard as a golden ray of light shot over and pierced through prison-suppressing Vajra's forehead. Following this, prison-suppressing Vajra fell into the black hole and disappeared. The one who had attacked was giant god Huang Hao. He appeared in front of the black hole out of thin air and stepped into it. He did not want to let prison-suppressing Vajra go. Soon, the black hole disappeared. Xianxia coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He smiled bitterly and murmured, Han Shuzi, all of you are wrong because your abilities are inferior to the heavens. As he spoke, he gradually became transparent and turned into motes of light. Elsewhere. Within the residence. The old beggar sighed and said, it's over. How troublesome. The great Emperor Dao Court's 2 Vajras are like pigs, coming here to die. No, at least they exhausted Xianxia to death. Haha. He began to laugh gloatingly. Zhou Xuanji reminded Jiang Shui and the others before flying toward the original location of the Divine Cliff to check. The Divine Cliff had been here for so many years. How could they leave? Soon, he met with Yang Yutian in the air. Looking down at the devastated land, the two were silent. Strands of mist gathered from the horizon, seeming to surround the battlefield. Yang Yutian sighed, the Divine Cliff is really full of disasters. Even the founding old ancestor died here. Although he looked solemn, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Xianxia was dead, or else he would not be able to continue being the Cliff Lord. Zhou Xuanji did not know what he was thinking and asked, what should we do next? Rebuild the Divine Cliff City? The great Emperor Dao Court's attack was a signal. Ever since the immortal gods took control of the Center God province, he had not seen Xian Daoya again. He thought that the great Emperor Dao Court had given up on him, but it seemed like that was not the case. Right. Next, I will let Wuxia temporarily manage the Divine Cliff and rebuild the Divine Cliff City. I will go search for powerful spirit designs. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, the Divine Cliff will not be able to afford it. With that, Yang Yutian went to look for Wuxia and the other disciples. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. Why was he so anxious? Logically speaking, after experiencing such a thing, he should first comfort his disciple for a period of time. Looking at his posture, could it be that he wanted to escape? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In the Divine Cliff, he didn't care who the Cliff Master was. After all, he had Emperor Sword Court. Once he helped the Divine Cliff become stronger, he would leave with the northern wilderness region sooner or later. The immortal soldiers also left. As for giant god Huang Hao, he did not return. It was unknown whether he and the prison-suppressing Vajra were dead or alive. In less than 7 days, the news spread like wildfire in the Center God province. The great Emperor Dao Court had finally unveiled its mysteries in the Center God province. The origins of the brilliant god Vajra and prison-suppressing Vajra were also uncovered. All the people in the world suddenly felt that even with the protection of the Divine Palace, the Center God province might not be safe. It might even be more dangerous than before. Chapter 490. After Yang Yutian left, the Divine Cliff started rebuilding the Divine Cliff City under Wuxia's obstruction. Zhou Xuanji did not participate and continued to cultivate in the air. Half a month later, the Divine Cliff City was rebuilt. However, the battle with the 2 guardian deities had caused the city to lose many disciples, causing the atmosphere in the Divine Cliff City to become depressed and desolate once more. Jiang Shui sent Zhou Xiaoxian back to the northern wilderness region. This girl was very talented and had the potential to become the next Zhou Xuanji. So, they hoped that she could ascend to the upper realm so that she could enjoy the heavenly law's blessing. Moreover, the northern wilderness region was much safer than the Center God province. At the very least, the enemies they faced were on a completely different level. 2 months later, the old beggar came to the clouds and looked for Zhou Xuanji. The first thing he said was, "Your elder is leaving, hurry up and kneel." Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "Where are you going?" The old beggar said arrogantly, "Go and save your senior brother." News of Di Guanlong being captured had spread like wildfire, and Zhou Xuanji had naturally heard about it as well. He had asked the old beggar if he wanted to save him, and the old beggar had said that he did not mind. Why do you want to save him now? Of course, I'm just saving him in passing. I have another purpose, but I can't tell you what it is. The old beggar said proudly. After that, he waved his hand and left. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and continued cultivating. He was not worried about the old beggar. If the old beggar could die easily, he would have died long ago. Half a year later, the Divine Cliff started to recruit disciples. After the previous battle, the Divine Cliff's reputation had grown. A sect with the help of a celestial god would naturally attract many cultivators. Especially giant god Huang Hao's name. In the legends of the boundless world, giant god Huang Hao was like Xingtian in Chinese legends. A war god among immortals and gods. Zhou Xuanji did not show himself, but the new disciples always loitered around his residence. It was a pity that they did not see him. On this day, the second-rank immortal medallion trembled again. Zhou Xuanji took it out, and Old Star Lord's voice came. All immortals above the 5th tier are to go to the Divine Palace and immediately put down everything you are doing. If anyone dares to be negligent, their position will be reduced. The Elder Star Lord's voice was very calm, but there was anger hidden in his tone, making the listener feel pressured. Zhou Xuanji immediately got up and flew toward the 9th heaven. They advanced forward without stopping. He came to the door of the Divine Palace. There were already many immortals gathered there, but the door was not open. The immortals and deities discussed among themselves. What is it this time? It's urgent. I heard that it has something to do with giant god Huang Hao. The last time giant god Huang Hao went to the Divine Cliff to fight, he never returned. How is this possible? Didn't he kill the brilliant god Vajra? Could it be that he encountered other experts from the great Emperor Dao court while chasing after the prison-suppressing Vajra? Zhou Xuanji sensed many gazes because he came from the Divine Cliff. He slightly frowned. Could it be that giant god Huang Hao had fallen for the great Emperor Dao court's trap? Back then, he had felt that it was quite strange. Why would the great Emperor Dao court send their experts to die? A skinny man with large limbs walked over. He wore loose yellow robes and had a friendly smile on his face. He walked over to Zhou Xuanji and smiled as he said, "Sword Emperor, I finally get to meet you today. Do you know who I am?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "Barefoot Immortal." The skinny man was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. "You're funny. I'm Patriarch Laughing Sky. Haven't you heard of me?" The skinny man asked, blinking his eyes. "Forefather Laughing Sky. First stage great immortal of the Divine Palace. He also had a legend in the Great Thousand World." After coming to the Great Thousand World, Zhou Xuanji had seen his temple more than once. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I've long since heard of old ancestor Laughing Sky. What business do you have with me?" He would respect the strong. He could sense that the Laughing Sky Patriarch was not hostile. In fact, there was admiration in his eyes. Of course it's to befriend him. Otherwise, what else could it be? Look for trouble with you? Old ancestor Laughing Sky chuckled as he wrapped his arm around Zhou Xuanji's neck. His actions were very natural, and Zhou Xuanji did not resist. This was seen by the other immortal gods, and they began to discuss in low voices. Zhou Xuanji saw all of this, and he understood that old ancestor Laughing Sky truly wanted to befriend him. He was putting on an act for others to see in case someone came to find trouble with him. The two of them began to communicate. Most of the time, it was old ancestor Laughing Sky asking questions. After hearing about Zhou Xuanji's exact age, he was incredibly shocked. Old ancestor Laughing Sky pulled Zhou Xuanji and continuously sighed in amazement, wanting to take him as his disciple. Time passed in such a way. There was a loud bang. The god palace's doors suddenly opened, and all of the immortal gods entered. Zhou Xuanji and old ancestor Laughing Sky did the same. He saw the master of gods sitting on the main seat, still sitting ramrod straight and expressionless, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Only after all of the immortal gods were in their seats did Old Star Lord step forwards. Zhou Xuanji stood in the 4th row. There were not many first-rank immortal gods in the God Palace. There were less than 50. Some first-rank great immortals were too far away and could not come. Today, I've asked everyone to come. You might have already guessed some things. It's about giant god Huang Hao. He's trapped in the abyss and needs the God Palace to rescue him, Old Star Lord said. Elder Star Lord said. Usually, the master of all gods was in charge of making decisions. Zhou Xuanji frowned. As expected. Was he going to send them to rescue giant god Huang Hao? He knew giant god Huang Hao's strength. With his cultivation, he would only be cannon fodder. Moreover, would the great Emperor Dao Court let him off? The great Emperor Dao Court would most likely turn most of its attention to him. It was not just Zhou Xuanji, the other immortal gods also became restless. No one was willing to throw away their lives. This time, His Majesty wants to choose 3 first-stage great immortals to go to the rescue. Old Star Lord glanced at all the immortals and gods and said slowly. Many immortals heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. Zhou Xuanji was one of them. Right now, he only wanted to seize the time to cultivate. He did not want to go out and take risks. Is there no information about the great Emperor Dao Court that can be divulged to us? The laughing sky forefather asked. He was still smiling, as if nothing could make him nervous. Old Star Lord nodded and said, of the top 20 on the great Emperor's stele, 5 are in the great Emperor Dao Court. Silence. The divine palace suddenly fell silent. Even Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. The top 20 on the great Emperor's stele were all first-class great emperors. Apart from Zhou Xuanji and Emperor Jundao, all of them had lived for more than 100,000 years. Each of them had incredible cultivation. Moreover, Elder Star Lord had only mentioned the great Emperor's stele. Perhaps there were even stronger existences. Not becoming a martial monarch did not mean that one was weak. Many experts were still very powerful even if they did not become martial emperors. Old Star Lord, you seem to know a lot about our great Emperor Dao Court. A frivolous voice came into the palace, causing all the immortal gods to look over in shock. A figure giving off a terrifying demonic aura appeared in front of the gate. Chapter 491. This demon was 30 feet tall and barefooted. Black fur grew under his black chainmail. He had a demonic face and blood-red pupils. A pair of sharp horns grew out of his lush black hair. In his right hand, he held a huge saber that was 15 feet long and carried it on his shoulder. Facing all the immortals and gods in the hall, he put down the huge blade and smashed the ground. He laughed arrogantly. Today, no one should even think about saving giant god Huang Hao, because all of you will die here. The immortals were terrified. They took out their Dharma treasures and prepared to fight. This demon dared to barge into this place without anyone noticing, so its strength was not to be underestimated. 7th on the great Emperor's stele, Yao Shilong. Old Star Lord said with a solemn expression. The master of all gods narrowed his eyes. When the immortals heard that, they were in chaos. The top 10 existences on the great Emperor's stele were all undying old monsters with ridiculously powerful strength. None of them were weaker than giant god Huang Hao. Yao Shilong was a great sage of the demon race in the Kiliacosm. He was transformed from an ancient cow. When he was young, his clansmen were all eaten up by dragons. He was lucky enough to escape, and from then on, he changed his name to Yao Shilong. All the dragons he encountered were eaten alive by him. In the entire vast 1,000 worlds, no one could compare to him in terms of eating the most dragons. Zhou Xuanji had also heard of him from the old beggar. The old beggar had wanted to take Yao Shilong as his disciple, but Yao Shilong had looked down on him. Yao Shilong was one of the few who had successfully rejected him. For example, Zhou Xuanji did not successfully reject it. Every time he mentioned Yao Shilong, the old beggar would sigh in regret. As such, Yao Shilong's name left a deep impression on Zhou Xuanji. He carefully sized up Yao Shilong. The demonic qi was indeed ridiculously strong. Boom! The gate of the divine palace suddenly closed. Yao Shilong grinned and said, "Are you ready?" I'm going to eat you all. This sentence completely ignited the immortal's anger. This demon was completely looking down on the divine palace. Courting death. How dare you barge into the land of immortals and gods? You must be tired of living. His Majesty is here, how dare you be so noisy? Too arrogant. The immortals cursed, but no one dared to make the first move. This scene made Zhou Xuanji speechless. The divine palace still lacked cohesion, especially between the immortal gods of the ancient immortal tribe and the immortal gods of the heavenly law. They were like two different factions that had never merged. The Laughing Sky Patriarch and a group of first-grade immortal gods stepped forward and walked toward Yao Shilong. They emitted their own powerful auras, causing the palace to tremble slightly. Zhou Xuanji inwardly wondered, why haven't the other immortal soldiers come in? Could it be, how long had it been since they had entered the hall to Yao Shilong's appearance? Yao Shilong sneered. The fiendish aura on his body suddenly exploded, transforming into countless black dragons that charged at all the immortals in the hall. The Grade 1 immortal gods instantly appeared in front of the black dragons and used their mystical abilities to block them. Rumble, the palace shook violently, and the strong wind and waves forced the immortals to release their immortal power to resist. The master of all gods slowly rose to his feet. His expression did not change, and he was as dignified as ever. Yao Shilong ferociously swung his saber, and saber chi swept out. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the crowd, immediately took out the wolf ancestor soul sword to block. Even so, he was still shaken by the saber chi to the point that he coughed up blood, and the immortal spirits that were weaker than him were directly turned into dust. The first stage great immortals flew into a rage. How dare you? Ah! It's infuriating. Yao Shilong. Today, this old man will definitely kill you. I can't take it anymore. They all unleashed their various trump cards and divine abilities, wanting to join forces and kill Yao Shilong. Yao Shilong wildly laughed and turned into a ray of black light as he shot into the group of first-rank great immortals. Zhou Xuanji stabilized himself and gritted his teeth as he cursed, "Is this a joke?" The mighty god palace had been slaughtered into their headquarters by a demon, and they could not do anything about it. He could not help but look at the master of all gods. Why was this fellow not acting? What was he waiting for? The master of all gods looked at Yao Shilong and did not move. Old Star Lord was like an ant on a hot pan, his body trembling, but he did not act. Boom! Yao Shilong cut a first-rank great immortal in half with a single saber strike. He grabbed the first-rank great immortal's hand and started to chew on it, creating an incredibly cruel scene. He was incredibly fast, to the point that Zhou Xuanji could not see him with his eyes. From how he saw it, Yao Shilong was even faster than giant god Huang Hao and brilliant god Vajra. This was mainly because there were first-rank immortal gods around him. Zhou Xuanji took out his legendary swords, preparing to run at any moment. If the master of all gods did not act, what awaited him would be death. Yao Shilong ignored all of the first-rank immortal gods and slaughtered his way over. Each saber strike killed an immortal, carving out a path of blood. His demonic might was domineering. Ha ha ha, he laughed wildly, seeming extremely excited. He suddenly stopped and locked his gaze on Zhou Xuanji. His smile became strange as he savagely laughed and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you are very famous in our great Emperor Dao court. You will join us sooner or later. Thank you for leading the way." After saying this, he turned and slashed out with his saber, killing dozens of immortal gods. His saber chi was incredibly powerful, causing the walls of the god palace to shatter. Zhou Xuanji frowned and inwardly cursed, this was a goddamned killing move. I'll lead the way. Fortunately, the master of all gods and Old Star Lord did not look at him. As for whether or not they were suspicious, that was another matter. Enough. The master of all gods suddenly roared and his body disappeared. In the next second, he appeared in front of Yao Shilong. In front of him, the well-built Yao Shilong seemed incredibly small. Yao Shilong looked up, and before he could react, he was hit by the master of all gods' palm. He was smashed through the ground and fell from the god palace to the 8th heaven below. The master of all gods also disappeared and chased after him. As soon as he acted, Yao Shilong immediately fell into a disadvantage. Zhou Xuanji frowned. The master of all gods was so powerful, so why did he not act before and only act after so many immortal gods had died? Hurry and run, the great Emperor Dao Court is here. Old Ancestor Laughing Sky suddenly sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji, causing Zhou Xuanji to look at him in surprise. Old Ancestor Laughing Sky's expression was serious as he looked at the god palace's gates. Before Zhou Xuanji could think too much, a hand landed on his shoulder and pulled him back. It was Old Star Lord, and a black hole flowing with violet light appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. Old Star Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji and gritted his teeth as he said, "Hurry and go above the 33rd heaven and ask the heavenly saints to act." Before Zhou Xuanji could reply, he fell into the black hole. The next second, he felt the world spin. He passed through the darkness and arrived in the sky. He subconsciously swept his divine sense in all directions, but there was no trace of the divine palace. Without any hesitation, he soared into the sky and flew toward the higher heavens. Above the 33 heavens, he suddenly thought of Wang Ho. Could it be that the mighty being guarding Wang Ho's cultivation was a heavenly saint? "Gigi, kid, where are you going?" An eerie laughter came from below. Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw a man with red hair dashing toward him. His skin was shriveled, like a mummy's. He wore old and tattered armor, and his eyes were like snakes. He was laughing maniacally. Zhou Xuanji cursed in a low voice as the 7 emotions evil sword appeared in his left hand. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 492. Seeing that the enemy was charging at him, Zhou Xuanji did not have the time to speak and directly activated the power of the 2 ancient gazing legendary swords. A woo, roar, billions of wolf howls suddenly sounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. 2 powerful flames engulfed Zhou Xuanji's body. One was the black flame, while the other was the green netherworld flame. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji slashed with all his might. In an instant, he felt all the heavenly law immortal energy in his body being sucked away. Bang! The 2 waves of sword chi were like 2 tornadoes that twisted around each other as they charged forward. Their diameters reached tens of thousands of feet, and their momentum was so great that it seemed as if the heavens were collapsing. The red-haired man's eyes widened. Because the distance between the 2 of them was very close, he had no time to dodge and was drowned by the sword chi. He didn't even have the time to scream. The Xianxia map supplied Zhou Xuanji with an endless supply of heavenly law celestial power. He immediately flew up in case more enemies came after him. He advanced at full speed, his expression extremely ugly. This entire time, he had thought that the great Emperor Dao Court was an underground faction that only existed in the shadows and did not have many members. Because of their identities, they did not dare to show themselves. He had never thought that the great Emperor Dao Court would continuously invade the Center God province. It was as if they had gone mad. Soon, he flew above the 15th level of heaven. Along the way, he saw many floating islands and palaces. He even saw someone planting flowers and plants in the courtyard. Those people were all mighty figures. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to establish a clan in such a high place. Meanwhile, wherever he waved his sword, the sword chi dissipated, revealing the red-haired man's figure. At this moment, the red-haired man was incomparably miserable. His body was covered in blood, and his bones could be seen everywhere. Half of his hair had been burnt off. He looked up furiously and gnashed his teeth. "Zhou Xuanji, I will tear you into pieces." After that, he turned into a sharp sword and flew away quickly. The 2 sides began to chase each other. Zhou Xuanji continuously used 10,000 ultimate steps and continuously moved about. The heavily injured red-haired man was still chasing after him, and the distance between them was still decreasing. The 20th heaven. Boom! Zhou Xuanji forced his way through the heavenly lightning. The thunderclap soared above Zhou Xuanji's head, absorbed the heavenly lightning and opened a path for him. The red-haired man was not so lucky. He was struck by the heavenly lightning one after another. The blood on his body seemed to flow endlessly. 21st layer of heaven. 22nd level heaven. 23rd heaven. 24 levels of heaven. Zhou Xuanji sped up with all his might. He did not dare to let his guard down. The higher they went, the stronger the heavenly lightning would be. The sky gradually darkened and was not as bright as the 9 heavens. The red-haired man's injuries became more and more serious. His heart began to pound, wondering if he should continue chasing after them. One had to know that there was a group of old monsters living in the upper heavens. At the 27th heaven, he gave up. He stopped in the air and looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously. In order to avoid alerting the powerful beings, he didn't even dare to vent out loud. Zhou Xuanji was still moving forward. With the thunderclap sword, he was fearless. Soon, he arrived above the 30th level of heaven. At this point, he suddenly felt a strong pressure, causing his speed to suddenly slow down. Even his heavenly Dao immortal body was affected, which showed how strong the pressure here was. Zhou Xuanji insisted. 31st layer of heaven. 32 heavens. He suddenly felt dizzy and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He felt like he would fall at any moment. How could this be? He gritted his teeth and muttered. Going to the 33 levels of heaven was far more difficult than he had imagined. He did not give up. If the divine palace was destroyed, the divine cliff would be in danger, and the emperor sword court would be in trouble as well. He had to find the heavenly saint quickly. However, the 33 levels of heaven were so unreachable. He looked up and saw dark clouds billowing above him. There was no lightning, as though despair was surging, and no hope could be seen. At this point, his speed was already very slow. He was wobbling like a kite. His consciousness gradually fell into a daze. Why are you here? A voice came. He thought that he was hallucinating and replied with difficulty, Please help, the heavenly saint, boom. He felt an intense dizziness and closed his eyes instinctively. Instinctively, he fell to the ground. He shook his head and regained his consciousness quickly. He opened his eyes and realized that he was sitting on the ground. There was a Daoist temple in front of him. It was built in a quadrangle and was surrounded by dark clouds. Looking up, there was a dazzling galaxy. The scene was extremely similar to the starry sky above the sky. But the starry sky here was even higher. A Daoist child was sweeping the ground in front of the gate of the Daoist temple. The ground was white and flawless, but he was still sweeping earnestly. Zhou Xuanji stood up and looked at the signboard of the Daoist temple. Still Thought Temple. It was an ordinary name. He walked up and asked, Is the heavenly saint here? The Daoist child was a little over 10 years old. His skin was fair and clean, and his cheeks were rosy. His eyes were small, and he gave off an honest vibe. He did not even look at Zhou Xuanji and replied, The grand teacher just went down. Went down? Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Did he go to help the god palace? He could not help but hesitate. He did not know if this was true or not. If the heavenly saint really went down, shouldn't he also return home? But what if he found out that the heavenly saint was not around after he returned? At this moment, a man ran out from Still Thought Temple. He wore a green robe, and his hair, which alternated between black and white, was coiled into a wooden hairpin. He looked like he was in his early 30s. He was extremely excited and cried out crazily, I'm finally free. Ha 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 ha, he laughed wildly as he ran, as though he had lost his mind. He brushed past Zhou Xuanji and did not stop. Soon, he jumped into the sea of clouds and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask, Who is he? The Daoist child replied, I think he's called Dragon Sovereign. I'm not sure. Dragon Sovereign? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had never heard of this name before. Could it be related to the dragon race? Can I go in? He asked. The Daoist child stopped sweeping and looked up at him. Are you sure? he asked with a strange expression. Zhou Xuanji frowned even deeper. The Daoist child's expression and dragon sovereign's behavior seemed to indicate that Still Thought Temple was not a good place. Seeing that he was deep in thought, the Daoist child continued sweeping. The heavenly Tao in the world is all about competition. The Daoist child said something out of nowhere, which made Zhou Xuanji look at him again. Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god's sword and communicated with the 9 souls. Still Thought Temple. Why are you here? Hurry up and run. Sovereign Xian cried out in shock, which sent chills down Zhou Xuanji's spine. He quickly asked in his heart, what is Still Thought Temple? Ghost Emperor Zhang Tian sighed, it's a place of the heavenly law. If one carries karma and steps into it, one's soul will be destroyed, and one's body and Tao will disappear. Karma. Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled, and he took 3 steps back instinctively. No. Although he had slaughtered before, he had received many blessings from the heavenly law, which was equivalent to the heavenly law's merit. Why should he be afraid? If you step into it, you will be trapped for tens of thousands of years even if you have no karma, Ghost Emperor Zhang Tian said again. This time, Zhou Xuanji's restless thoughts were completely dispelled. He turned around and was about to leave when a finger suddenly tapped on his forehead, freezing him in place and rendering him unable to move. Chapter 493. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. His pupils reflected the person in front of him. It was a white-haired old man wearing a pure white robe. His face was calm, but his face was glowing with a red glow. His pupils were green. His right index finger was placed on Zhou Xuanji's forehead without moving. He seemed to be sizing Zhou Xuanji up without saying a word. Zhou Xuanji was immobilized and could not speak even if he wanted to. After a while, the white-haired old man spoke slowly, my little friend, you are entangled with many destinies. You are not simple. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He wanted to reply but could not. At this moment, the formless shackles on him disappeared. His body trembled and instinctively stepped back to keep a distance from the old man. The heavenly saint you are looking for is me. I have already settled your request, the white-haired old man continued. The white-haired old man continued. With these words, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. Heavenly Saint. The heavenly saint flipped his right hand, and a crystal ball appeared in his palm. The ball contained another world. Zhou Xuanji glanced at it and saw Yao Shilong, the red-haired man, giant god Huang Hao, the master of gods, and many other unfamiliar faces. He was greatly shocked in his heart. Could these people be captured by the heavenly saint? How could it be? What kind of technique was this? The heavenly saint stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, everything has its own rules. I cannot kill them for you directly, but I can give you a chance. Chance? Zhou Xuanji looked up at him and waited for him to continue. I will suppress their cultivation to the great perfection of heavenly law real God. I can send you in and let all of you out after 3 days. Within 3 days, all of you can settle any grudges you have in here. The heavenly saint's words changed Zhou Xuanji's expression drastically. Complete heavenly law true God. Settle it within 3 days? His eyes were immediately filled with a terrifying murderous intent. I agree. He said without hesitation. Very good. Great Emperor Dao Court. Next, it's time for you to taste despair. The heavenly saint waved his left hand and sent Zhou Xuanji into the crystal ball. The next second, Zhou Xuanji came to another world. This place was like the mortal realm. Azure sea, blue sky, green mountains, and clear waters. Looking down from the sky, it was extremely beautiful. But under this magnificent beauty, there was a hidden killing intent. The master of gods, giant god Huang Hao, Yao Shilong, prison suppressing Vajra, and the others hid in various places to recuperate. They were still fearful of the heavenly sage's might. Damn it, why did the heavenly saint drag me in as well? The lord of all gods gritted his teeth. Around him were many immortals and gods, all injured. This included the laughing sky forefather and the old star lord. From now on, God Palace shall not interfere. Leave the grievances between you and the great Emperor Dao Court to Zhou Xuanji alone. All invaders from the great Emperor Dao Court will be reduced to complete heavenly law true God. At the same cultivation stage, you only need to deal with Zhou Xuanji alone. If the great Emperor Dao Court is completely defeated or even destroyed, the great Emperor Dao Court will not be able to enter the Center God Province for 10,000 years. If Zhou Xuanji is defeated or dies, the great Emperor Dao Court will replace the God Palace and rule over the Center God Province. No matter who violates the rules, I will represent the heavenly Dao to erase them. The heavenly saint's voice rang out. It was sacred and dignified, allowing no one to question it. As soon as he said that, everyone in the small world was moved. The immortals screamed in fear. How can they do this? Although Zhou Xuanji is very talented, Yao Shilong's ranking on the great emperor's steel is higher than his. Whose side is the heavenly saint on? It's over, those guys from the great Emperor Dao Court are so ridiculously powerful. The Lord of all gods, the Old Star Lord, the Laughing Sky Forefather, and the other first-rank great immortals were all shocked. They were confident in Zhou Xuanji's talent, but the great Emperor Dao Court was filled with devilish geniuses like Zhou Xuanji. They were dissatisfied with the heavenly saint's decision. On the other side, the great Emperor Dao Court's people were exhilarated. Yao Shilong burst into laughter, which resounded across the entire small world. Little brat Zhou Xuanji, come out and accept your death. He was arrogant and did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously at all. Even if they were at the same cultivation stage, he was confident that he could kill Zhou Xuanji. The other powerful cultivators from the great Emperor Dao Court were the same. This time, the great Emperor Dao Court had a total of 6 people, and all of them were influential figures in the Great Thousand World. Boom! A horrifying aura that shook the heavens and the earth exploded, shaking the entire small world. This small world was not big, even smaller than the northern wilderness region. To the heavenly law true gods, it was like squeezing into a small room. Zhou Xuanji took out all of his legendary swords and charged toward Yao Shilong while stepping on the river of swords. His face was cold, and his eyes shone with a cold radiance. The Tai Chi diagram with 9 swords appeared on his forehead, and strands of heavenly lightning surrounded his body. The Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword and the 7 Emotions Evil Sword were in his hands. He flew across the sky swiftly and soon saw Yao Shilong. He did not waste any time and activated Sword Sect Immortal Cry straightaway. Over 300 legendary swords spiraled at high speed, and all of them glowed with a dazzling silver radiance. Yao Shilong took up his gigantic saber and slashed at the ground. The saber chi broke the ground and swept toward Zhou Xuanji with an unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced wildly. The 9 sword souls behind his back shot out and dispersed the saber chi forcefully before crashing into Yao Shilong. Yao Shilong underestimated Zhou Xuanji and was sent flying backward while vomiting blood. Zhou Xuanji followed up with a cold voice, "You worms from the great Emperor Dao Court, don't even think about living. I can't defeat you at the same cultivation stage." Tianxia Map. World Buddha Art. Heavenly Law Great Emperor. Heavenly Law Immortal Constitution. Sword Soul. Violet Demon Monarch Heart. Over 300 legendary swords. With so many great serendipity on him, what did he have to fear? Zhou Xuanji dashed toward Yao Shilong while sticking close to the ground. Yao Shilong steadied himself. Seeing Zhou Xuanji charging at him, he roared. Demonic chi emanated from his body, and his physique expanded a few times. He swung his saber wildly at Zhou Xuanji, and the saber chi rained down like a violent storm. Zhou Xuanji did not dodge at all. He activated the dual sword mode with his sword will, and his speed was no slower than Yao Shilong's. Clang! Clang! Ding! Ding! Clang! The saber and sword clashed. Both of their auras reached their pinnacle, and the horrifying pressure crumbled the ground. Far away, the other 5 powerful cultivators from the great Emperor Dao Court gathered. When they witnessed the battle, they were all dumbfounded. How can it be? Is Zhou Xuanji so powerful? This brat's power is comparable to universe heaven. But his opponent is Yao Shilong. Should we attack together? Let's go. Prison suppressing Vajra, the red-haired man, and the other three powerful cultivators quickly reached an agreement and charged at Zhou Xuanji together. If all 6 of them were defeated by Zhou Xuanji, it would be a real joke. Zhou Xuanji ignored the other 5 and stared fixedly at Yao Shilong, suppressing him. Over 300 legendary swords pierced toward Yao Shilong wildly, and Yao Shilong was at a disadvantage. Damn! Why is it like this? Yao Shilong roared in his heart. His blood-red eyes glowed with a blood-red radiance. Chapter 494. Boom! 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 The 9 sword souls slashed at Yao Shilong relentlessly, causing him to vomit blood continuously. Although his cultivation stage was suppressed, his body was still powerful enough to withstand Zhou Xuanji's frenzied attacks. As for the other 5 cultivators from the great Emperor Dao court, they were blocked by over 300 legendary swords and could not get close to Zhou Xuanji at all. Their divine abilities were the same. What? Aren't you arrogant? Is that all you can do? Zhou Xuanji mocked as he attacked. He had always been angry at the great Emperor Dao court. They had been targeting him since he was born. No matter where he went, they would always try to scheme against him. Even the powerful God Palace was implicated. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. His face turned hideous. Strands of demonic qi seeped out from the 7 emotions evil sword, which turned Zhou Xuanji's aura evil. Rage made him more powerful. Yao Shilong was furious too. His rage was even stronger than Zhou Xuanji's. After all, Zhou Xuanji was venting his anger while he was being beaten. His pride and dignity were being trampled on, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He swung his saber and wanted to push Zhou Xuanji back, but he could not. Zhou Xuanji's sword qi was too powerful. His saber qi could not suppress it at all. He did not understand, why was Zhou Xuanji so much more powerful than him? He was also a first-class great arch, a peerless prodigy who had shocked the world. My body seems to be restricted to the heavenly law true God stage. Damn heavenly saint, Yao Shilong roared furiously in his heart. He had overlooked something. His body was still more powerful than when he was at complete heavenly law true God. Boom! Prison suppressing Vajra grew to a height of 30,000 meters. He dashed toward Zhou Xuanji furiously, treading on mountains and rivers. No matter how the legendary swords pierced into his body, he did not stop but continued to charge forward. He was about to step on Zhou Xuanji. Roar! Zhou Xuanji turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon. His body expanded rapidly and flew up. With an unstoppable momentum, he crashed into prison suppressing Vajra. This time, prison suppressing Vajra did not stand tall like he did at the divine cliff. The 5-clawed golden dragon threw him to the ground and opened its mouth. Countless beams of sword qi shot out from the dragon's mouth and rushed toward the prison suppressing Vajra's face, causing him to roar in pain. An evil-looking man with a cat-like face leaped up, holding an iron hammer in his hand. The head of the hammer rapidly expanded, becoming as big as a mountain. He held the hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the 5-clawed golden dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon's body shook and turned back into Zhou Xuanji, causing the hammer to miss and instead smash into prison suppressing Vajra's leg. "You're big," prison suppressing Vajra cursed in pain. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Xuanji rushed over with 2 ancient gazing legendary swords in his hands and stabbed them into his throat. Zhou Xuanji then used 9 hell flame extinction. The intense flames engulfed the prison suppressing Vajra, and the cat-faced man quickly retreated in fear. "Ah!" the prison suppressing Vajra screamed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. How painful it was to be burned by the raging flames. Zhou Xuanji stood on the prison suppressing Vajra's massive body and looked at the other 5 experts in the distance. As the prison suppressing Vajra screamed, Zhou Xuanji spoke slowly, "Are you afraid?" His voice was cold and soft, but it sounded like a dagger tearing apart the prison suppressing Vajra's cries. His voice traveled into the ears of every enemy. Yao Shilong gnashed his teeth and looked at him furiously. The other four were the same. Before they joined the great Emperor Dao court, they were the rulers of a region and were unparalleled. In the end, they were suppressed by Zhou Xuanji. The great Emperor Dao court had been paying attention to Zhou Xuanji. They knew Zhou Xuanji's background. A kid who was not even 200 years old could suppress them. This was the greatest insult to them. At this moment, they could no longer care about Xian Daoist's request. They only wanted to kill this kid. Not long after, the prison suppressing Vajra fell. He was burned alive by the 9 hell flame extinction and turned into ashes. My divine ability is powerful, right? Lu Wuji laughed proudly in Zhou Xuanji's mind. The souls of the other almighty beings all praised him. Zhou Xuanji walked toward the other 5 with his sword. No matter how powerful they were, Zhou Xuanji would kill them all within these 3 days. This was a declaration of war against the great Emperor Dao court. Now that things had come to this, how could they stop and make peace? Zhou Xuanji's murderous intent grew. He flew up slowly, and sword sect Immortal Weep was still in effect. Yao Shilong spat out a mouthful of blood and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. The 4 powerful cultivators flew alongside him. 5 powerful auras swept across the heavens and earth. On the other side of the small world, the Master of God said with a complicated expression, prison-suppressing Vajra was killed by Zhou Xuanji. With this, the surrounding immortal gods were all shocked. The first-rank great immortals' expressions were similar to the Master of Gods. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was very talented, but the enemies were not any weaker than him. Zhou Xuanji could kill 1 enemy in such a short time despite fighting against 6 alone? Zhou Xuanji is so powerful, I see. No wonder the great Emperor Dao court wants him so desperately. If Zhou Xuanji wins, the great Emperor Dao court will not be able to enter the Center God province for 10,000 years. 10,000 years later, can he become the most powerful cultivator in the God Palace? Yes, he can. He's too powerful. With such talent, he should be ranked first on the great Emperor's stele. Don't spout nonsense. The immortal gods discussed among themselves excitedly. The great Emperor Dao court charged into the God Palace with such arrogance. They could not swallow this humiliation. Giant God Huang Hao sat on a hill to recuperate. He did not open his eyes, but his eyelids were trembling slightly. He was captured by Yao Shilong and the other 5. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be killing them. He felt complicated. He was not happy at all. Instead, he felt indignant. He should not be sitting here to recuperate but to fight the great Emperor Dao court personally. Boom! The red-haired man was stomped onto the ground by Zhou Xuanji. Blood flowed out from his mouth uncontrollably. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji with a venomous expression. Previously, he looked up at Zhou Xuanji, but that was because he was pursuing Zhou Xuanji. Now, he was being stepped on by Zhou Xuanji and could not retaliate at all. His divine abilities were like punching a wall against the surging sword qi. There was no effect and he injured himself instead. Zhou Xuanji looked at him condescendingly and said, very indignant. Boom! The thunderclap sword shot out brilliant heavenly lightning that struck them. Zhou Xuanji was not affected, but the red-haired man was suffering. He tried his best not to scream, but he could not stand up no matter what. As for Yao Shilong and the other 3, they were blocked by sword sect Immortal Ghost Weep and could not get close. They could only watch as Zhou Xuanji tortured the red-haired man. Ah! Zhou Xuanji! Yao Shilong fell into a frenzy and roared continuously. Zhou Xuanji looked at him with disdain and said, other than being like a mad dog, what else can you do? The World Fool's sword was working, and Yao Shilong was so angry that every pore on his body was bleeding. Zhou Xuanji, the great Emperor Dao court did not want to kill you. You will join us sooner or later. If you really want to fight to the death, you are foolish. An old man with a pockmarked face cursed with gritted teeth. He looked exasperated at Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 495. Oh. If I join the great Emperor Dao court, what will happen? Zhou Xuanji asked with a cold smile. His expression was still hideous. His eyes were already red with bloodlust. The pockmarked old man replied, "You will be like us. You will have a place in the great Emperor Dao court and enjoy all the resources in the great Emperor Dao court." Zhou Xuanji smiled faintly and asked, "What resources does the great Emperor Dao court have?" The pockmarked old man was enraged again and said, "If you surrender and claim that you lost to," swoosh, the 9-flame chimera demon sword came with the void instant slash. The pockmarked old man tilted his head instinctively. Pish. Zhou Xuanji used 10,000 ultimate steps and pierced his sword into his chest, forcing him to quickly fly backwards. At the same time, the sword in his left hand pierced into the cat-faced man's chest. Both of them flew toward the horizon. Yao Shilong stared at the red-haired man and cursed, "Trash. Hurry up and stand up." After that, he chased after Zhou Xuanji. Above the 33rd heaven. Still Thought Temple. The heavenly saint sat on the stairs in front of the gate. His eyes were fixed on the crystal ball in his hand. Behind him, the boy who was sweeping the floor bent over and observed the battle curiously. "Grand Teacher, is Zhou Xuanji the child of destiny that you are looking for?" the boy asked. His eyes were filled with confusion. The heavenly saint replied calmly, "He can only be considered a reserve. If he can pass this stage, he will be qualified to be the child of destiny." The boy shook his head and continued to sweep the floor. The heavenly saint did not blink but continued to observe the battle. An hour later. The red-haired man knelt before Zhou Xuanji and grabbed his clothes with his right hand. He panted heavily and did not even have the strength to stand up. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him expressionlessly. "You can't do it anymore?" The red-haired man heard him and could no longer refute. He could only feel that he would faint at any moment. Far away, the other four did not attack Zhou Xuanji anymore. They were at the end of their strength and were trying to recover their magic energy. They did not believe that Zhou Xuanji's magic energy was limitless. Seeing that the red-haired man did not even have the energy to speak, Zhou Xuanji smiled and pierced the bloodbath sword into his body, letting him enjoy the despair of death. The red-haired man's blood was absorbed by the bloodbath sword, but he could not feel it. Only endless exhaustion came to him. In the end, he was dead, too. The soul was absorbed by the Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss. Zhou Xuanji walked toward the other four with his sword. The next person was the cat-faced man. Before he could even say his name, he was turned into ashes by the primordial chaos sword shadow, and his soul was also taken away by the Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss. Before he died, he was just like the red-haired man. He no longer had any combat power. Zhou Xuanji purposely exhausted them so that they would be completely exhausted before killing them slowly. In any case, he had 3 days. There was no hurry. The pockmarked old man also followed in his footsteps. 1 day later. The great Emperor Dao court only had Yao Shilong left alive. The outcome was clear. Zhou Xuanji won, but time was not up yet. Yao Shilong was getting closer and closer to death. Boom! Yao Shilong fell to the ground and lay in the ruins. The huge saber in his hand had slipped out. He opened his eyes with great difficulty. Zhou Xuanji suddenly descended and stepped on his chest, causing his face to twist. "You are indeed very strong and very arrogant. Before you die, do you have anything to say?" Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and asked. After oppressing his enemies for a day, he was tired of it. Yao Shilong stared at him furiously and said with gritted teeth, "Make it quick." Zhou Xuanji heard him and slashed at him decisively. Sword Soul. Yao Shilong died. The great Emperor Dao court is not allowed to enter the Center God province for 10,000 years. Deities, return to the palace. The heavenly saint's voice came. Everyone felt a force enveloping them. The next second, the world spun around them, and they were teleported out of the small world. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes again and found himself in Still Thought Temple. His expression changed slightly. Why was he still here? He tilted his head and saw the heavenly saint and the boy sweeping the floor, looking at him calmly. This scene was extremely weird, and it sent chills down his spine. Don't be nervous. I will not harm you, the heavenly saint said. Zhou Xuanji complained in his heart. Then why don't you let me leave? Do you want to break through to universe heaven? The heavenly saint asked, and Zhou Xuanji fell into silence. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, what do I need to pay? The heavenly saint shook his head and said, if you can calm your heart completely before Still Thought Temple, I will teach you this technique. After that, he turned around and was about to enter Still Thought Temple. Calm my heart completely? Zhou Xuanji had an idea. He took out the dumb sword and placed it against his forehead. After that, his expression became sluggish, and he seemed to have lost his mind. Grand Teacher. The boy sweeping the floor cried out in shock and asked the heavenly saint to turn around. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's condition, the heavenly saint's expression turned strange. In the Center God province, the Master of God's voice resounded across the world. The great Emperor Dao Court is heartless and wants to massacre the Center God province. Fortunately, the heavenly saint intervened and sent them and Zhou Xuanji into a small world for a duel. Zhou Xuanji killed prison-suppressing Vajra, Yao Shilong, Evil Cat Wolf Lord, Evil Ghost Earth Ancestor, Blood Tear Man, and Qian Kuan Gang. The great Emperor Dao Court is not allowed to enter the Center God province for 10,000 years. As the Master of Gods, I represent the heavenly law to confer Zhou Xuanji the title of first-class giant god, God Palace's war god, and all beings respect him. The Master of God's voice was so majestic that everyone was shocked. Prison-suppressing Vajra, Yao Shilong, Evil Cat Wolf Lord, Blood Tear Man, and Qian Kuan Gang. They were all famous existences. At the same time, Yao Shilong and Evil Cat Wolflord's names disappeared from the great Emperor's stele, and the names below them rose by 1 or 2 ranks. All living beings in the world began to talk about Zhou Xuanji. How powerful was he? Bai Hao Isin and Feng Qiul sat in the forest. Their expressions were dull, and they could not believe their ears. Zhou Xuanji again. How long had it been? He had done another earth-shattering thing, and he had even become a first-grade giant god of the divine palace. What stage is he at now? Bai Hao Isin mumbled to himself. He was in a daze. The harder he tried to catch up to Zhou Xuanji, the faster Zhou Xuanji grew. This feeling of not being able to catch up to his target was unbearable. Feng Qiul's emotions were incredibly complicated. Once, he was so close to Zhou Xuanji. If he had been more determined back then, would he have been able to ascend to the heavens? In a bustling city, an old beggar was eating and drinking in an inn with a complicated expression. The customers around him were discussing Zhou Xuanji excitedly. He seemed to be in another world and did not fit in. He sighed. He did not expect Yao Shilong to die at Zhou Xuanji's hands. Although he did not understand what had happened, he felt like he had been slapped in the face. Because he often mentioned Yao Shilong to Zhou Xuanji. He said that if Zhou Xuanji could have Yao Shilong's luck, he would do something like that. And now, Yao Shilong was killed by Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 496. Still Thought Temple. The heavenly saint looked at Zhou Xuanji, who had turned into a fool, with a peculiar expression. He walked up to Zhou Xuanji and waved his hand. Zhou Xuanji ignored him. His eyes were dull, and his mouth opened unconsciously. His saliva was about to drip out. The sweeping boy asked, "Does becoming an idiot count as complete peace?" "He's not thinking about anything." The heavenly saint was silent. Zhou Xuanji's move caught him off guard. This didn't play by the rules. Moreover, this sword looked very ordinary. Tianxing took the dumb sword and began to observe it. After losing the dumb sword, Zhou Xuanji gradually regained consciousness. Very quickly, he discovered that the dumb sword was in the hands of the heavenly saint, and he quickly snatched it away. As a heavenly saint, you still want to snatch the sword? Zhou Xuanji suppressed his anger and asked with a deep voice. The heavenly saint was stunned and could not help but laugh. He shook his head and said, "You are very good at playing tricks. Come with me." With that, he walked through the door. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and decided to follow. Now that things had come to this, if he still refused, he would probably anger the heavenly saint. Just like that, he followed the heavenly sage into Still Thought Temple. Once he entered Still Thought Temple, Zhou Xuanji sensed that the space inside was larger than it looked from the outside. The fragrance of sandalwood filled the air, making people feel relaxed and happy. Along the way, he saw some humans and demons meditating and cultivating. They did not communicate, and even when Zhou Xuanji and the heavenly saint passed by, they did not open their eyes. Soon, he saw a familiar face. Nobles. Zhou Xuanji walked up and said, "Marquis, long time no see." Hearing this, Wang Ho opened his eyes in confusion. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, he opened his eyes wide and cried out, "How did you?" In the next second, he shut his mouth, afraid that he would disturb the other powerful beings around him. He got up and grabbed Zhou Xuanji as he asked in a low voice, "Didn't you just ascend? How did you get here?" The consciousness he sent into the heavenly law puppet could communicate with him. How long had it been since Zhou Xuanji ascended? He had been cultivating in the Still Thought Temple for tens of thousands of years and did not know what had happened in the boundless universe. In Still Thought Temple, there were also old undying beings who had meditated for hundreds of thousands of years. He was considered young. But compared to Zhou Xuanji, he really could not figure it out. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Wang Ho was confused and didn't know what to say. "Little friend, come here quickly." The heavenly saint's voice came, and Zhou Xuanji could only follow. "Little friend?" Wang Ho's expression became even more conflicted. His heart was filled with curiosity as if it was being scratched by a cat. He suddenly thought of something. "Ah! My meditative state." He held his head with both hands and cried out in his heart. Then, he sat on the ground in despair. He had meditated for 10,000 years and almost fulfilled the heavenly saint's request, but he was interrupted by Zhou Xuanji. "Do I have to start all over again?" Zhou Xuanji did not know about Marquis' mental breakdown. He continued to move forward while looking around. Soon, they walked into a large hall. There was nothing in the hall, only an empty space. The heavenly saint turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji calmly. Zhou Xuanji waited for him to speak. The heavenly saint said, "In another 20 years or so, I will open a dojo in the 9th layer of heaven. Originally, I wanted everyone to be inspired and pursue the great path together. Your master wants you to participate, right?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "You know that old man?" In his eyes, the heavenly saints were already the most powerful beings. He had toyed with the great Emperor Dao court in the palm of his hand, almost omnipotent. "Not only him, you also know an old immortal, right?" The heavenly saint continued to ask. Zhou Xuanji was not shocked but became even more curious about their relationship. The heavenly saint did not explain but asked, "How many heavenly saints do you think there are in the great thousand world?" "How many heavenly saints?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "You mean there's more than one heavenly saint?" He felt uneasy when he thought about how there were others who were as powerful as the heavenly saints. Could there be one in the great Emperor Dao court too? If not, why would the heavenly saint only banish them and restrict them to 10,000 years? There are conflicts between the heavenly saints too. My title is Sage Dao Jing. I hope that you can become powerful enough to fight for me and fight for the heavenly law vitality. Sage Dao Jing. It was the first time Zhou Xuanji heard of this title, but the last sentence shocked him. Heavenly law vitality? He remembered that the sword spirit said that the supreme legendary sword system was formed from the serendipity of the world. What was the relationship between the serendipity of the world and the heavenly law vitality? The confusion in his heart grew. "Sit down. I will explain the Tao to you personally. Let's see how much you can understand. During my explanation, you can start cultivating." After Sage Dao Jing spoke, he sat down. Zhou Xuanji asked hesitantly, how long will it take? Can I go back and take a look? Sage Daojing said, it might take a long time, but it will definitely be within 10,000 years. I will not let the great Emperor Dao court enter the Center God province. Cultivate on your own. Your family has their own serendipity. You cannot let them rely on you forever. Zhou Xuanji was convinced and sat down as well. It was the first time he heard a powerhouse explain the Tao to him. He heard from the old beggar that if an ancient powerhouse could explain the Tao to him while he was cultivating, he would soar into the sky. Back then, he even asked the old beggar to explain the Tao to him. But the old beggar was too lazy and refused. A powerhouse's explanation could take anywhere from a few decades to tens of thousands of years. Spring and autumn in their eyes was like a second in the eyes of mortals. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Sage Daojing before activating the World Buddha art and continued to cultivate. Before we begin, get rid of the evil qi in your body, Sage Daojing said with a smile. He waved his right hand, and an eyeball flew out from Zhou Xuanji's body. It flew out quickly and disappeared. It was the eyeball that Zhou Xuanji got from the Nether Demon Stream. Evil qi? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. Could this thing be dangerous? He did not ask further and continued to cultivate. The beginning of all things is also the beginning of the world. First came the heavenly law, and then the world. Throughout the ages, the Tao has been passed down, Sage Daojing said. His voice was light but had an indescribable vicissitude to it, which made Zhou Xuanji feel as though he was in the vast world. When a mayfly looked down at the world, it would only feel how small it was. When an ant looked up at the world, it would only feel how small it was. The world was the largest, and so was the heavenly law. Zhou Xuanji thought about his power of the world and the heavenly law's celestial power and quickly entered a state of enlightenment. The heavenly saint's eyes flashed with astonishment. What a high level of comprehension! Thunderclouds covered the world. A vast ocean was surging with huge waves. Xian Daoya knelt by the shore and worshipped the boundless ocean. So, Yao Shilong and the others are dead? An indifferent and hoarse voice came from the ocean and asked faintly. Xian Daoya lowered his head and replied, yes. Zhou Xuanji has been chosen by Sage Daojing. Within 10,000 years, we cannot touch him. After 10,000 years, he might already have the power to threaten us. He sounded a little unwilling. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was completely created by him. How could he be willing to be caught off guard by the chess piece he created? Chapter 497. You think too highly of Zhou Xuanji. Just because you created him? The emotionless voice sounded again, and Xian Daoya lowered his head, not daring to refute. But in his heart, Zhou Xuanji's talent was indeed unparalleled. After all, Yao Shilong, prison-suppressing Vajra, and the other prodigies were no match for him at the same cultivation level. In Xian Daoya's knowledge, no one else could be so monstrous. Next, don't bother about Zhou Xuanji anymore. Don't go to the Center God province anymore. Go to other provinces in the Great Thousand World. There's someone I need you to find. An indifferent voice sounded, and Xian Daoya could only bow and leave. After turning around, his face became gloomy. He really couldn't restrain himself. He had worked so hard for the great Emperor Dao court, but in the end, all he received was endless criticism. The great Emperor Dao court had never helped him recover his body, causing him to live in eternal pain. Very good. Just you wait. Xian Daoya's eyes flickered as he thought. After the great Emperor Dao court was expelled, the Center God province regained its peace. Zhou Xuanji became a legendary figure, and the divine cliff grew stronger. What was worth mentioning was that after Yang Yutian returned, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He usually did not smile, and his management of the divine cliff became swift and fierce. The old disciples who made mistakes would also be severely punished, causing the entire divine cliff to be on edge, afraid that they would make a mistake. He directly gave the northern wilderness region's teleportation door to Jianghu and let her manage it. The experts from Emperor Sword Court were responsible for guarding it. Zhou Xuanji had not returned, but Jiang Shui was not worried. Old Star Lord had come to find her and told her about Zhou Xuanji's situation, and he had asked Yang Yutian to protect the people around Zhou Xuanji. Now, Zhou Xuanji was not only the divine cliff but also the god palace. In the duel in the heavenly saint small world, the immortal gods had already been convinced by Zhou Xuanji. They believed that Zhou Xuanji could become a giant in the world. Different stories continued to appear in the Center God province, while Zhou Xuanji was cultivating in Still Thought Temple. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, he was already 200 years old. Sword owner has reached 200 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Armageddon, Heaven Encompassing Star Sword, Disaster Release, 9 Moon Execution Sword. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he opened his eyes in shock. Disaster Releasing Divine Sword. Over the years, he had already obtained 29 divine swords. His luck had been very bad, and the highest he had obtained was only at the level of God Slayer. He did not expect to obtain a disaster-releasing divine sword on his 200th birthday. Information about the 2 swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Sky Encompassing Star Sword Grade, Armageddon, description, able to blot out the sky and cover the sun, gathering the power of the stars to suppress and kill enemies. The more stars there are, the stronger the power. Sword name, 9 Moon Execution Sword of Destruction Level, Disaster Relief description, formed by the condensation of 9 divine moons, it can release the power of the 9 divine moons, reverse yin and yang, and break through the 5 elements. One must be at least at Universe Heaven Realm Level 1 to use it. Universe Heaven Level 1? Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed. Even though his cultivation had greatly improved under Sage Daojing's teachings, he was still a long way from Universe Heaven. What are you thinking? Both happy and sad. Sage Daojing opened his eyes and asked. He was more and more satisfied with Zhou Xuanji. There was a high chance that this child would become his chosen one. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and changed the topic. Aren't you going to open a dojo? Can I bring my people to listen? Sage Daojing smiled and said, sure, I will give you 10 spots. As for the others, if they can ascend to the 9th heaven, they can come as well. It was not easy to ascend to the 9th heaven. One had to be at least Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortal. When are you going to start? Zhou Xuanji asked. Sage Daojing's Dao techniques were vast and profound. Just a casual lecture from him benefited him greatly, so he respected Sage Daojing a lot. A month later. The dojo has already been built in the 9th heaven. Go back and prepare. Sage Daojing waved his right hand and sent Zhou Xuanji back to the Divine Cliff's residence. Zhou Xuanji felt his vision blur, and he found himself in a courtyard. He sighed in amazement at how awesome the heavenly saint's power was. He quickly found Jiang Shui and discussed this with her. Apart from Zhou Xuanji, no one else in Emperor Sword Court had reached Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortal, so he could only rely on his spots. After some discussion, they chose Xiao Jingheng, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, Han Shenbua, Chen Bantian, Meng Tianlang, Ning Zifeng, and Lin Changge. Including Jiang Shui, there were 10. As for Zhou Xiaoxian, the little black snake, and the others, they could not support Emperor Sword Court in the future. Moreover, after Xiao Jingheng and the others finished listening to the Tao, they could preach to Emperor Sword Court. The 2 quickly returned to the northern wilderness region Skyfall and told everyone about this. What about me? The little black snake cried out. Zhou Xiaoxian stepped on its tail and snorted, you are too weak. Even I am not qualified, and you are? The others burst out laughing. No one objected to Zhou Xuanji's decision. Those who were chosen began to look forward to the heavenly saint's preaching. Zhou Xuanji came to the foot of the mountain. The Heavenly Hall's second-class Great Emperor, Xianyuan Shenhao, and Thunder Demon Sovereign Zhang Quanglan were already familiar with each other. The 2 chopped firewood every day and talked about life. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, the 2 were not too excited. From today onwards, you are free. Xianyuan Shenhao, if you are not willing to join Emperor Sword Court, I can send you back to the upper realm. But you will have to find your own way back to the heavenly hall. Zhou Xuanji said straightforwardly. The two were still not surprised. Zhang Quanglan said with a smile, I will stay in Emperor Sword Court. But can I be promoted? Zhou Xuanji nodded. Me too, Xianyuan Shenhao said with a low voice. It had been so many years, but the heavenly hall did not come to save him. He had already given up. Zhou Xuanji smiled in satisfaction. Zhang Quanglan could stay in Skyfall. As for Xianyuan Shenhao, Zhou Xuanji would bring him to the Divine Cliff. This brat was a second-class great emperor after all. It would be a waste of his talent to stay in the mortal realm. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji brought the 10 people from Emperor Sword Court to the 9th heaven. Once they arrived, they saw many people flying past. On the right was the God Palace, and on the left was the preaching hall. The preaching hall was obviously a tall golden tower. A spiral staircase coiled around the golden tower and extended all the way to the top. The golden tower was at least 10,000 meters tall. Hundreds of thousands of people were sitting on it. Other than that, many people were chatting above the sea of clouds. Zhou Xuanji quickly caught sight of the boy sweeping the ground. The boy was standing before the golden tower. Anyone who wanted to enter the tower had to pass through him. If anyone trespassed, he would teleport them out immediately. What's this boy's cultivation? Zhou Xuanji was curious in his heart. To be able to sweep the ground in Still Thought Temple, he must not be simple. Behind him, Xiao Jinghong, Lin Changge, and the others were amazed. It was their first time coming to the 9th heaven. They were very excited to see so many powerful cultivators. Zhou Xuanji brought them and flew toward the boy sweeping the ground. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 498. Soon, Zhou Xuanji brought Jiang Shui and the others to the sweeping boy. The sweeping boy nodded and said, You are here. Look down from the top. There are 11 seats on the 3rd level. You can let your people sit there with you. Thank you, Zhou Xuanji replied. It was so convenient to know someone. He did not even have to report his name, and there were seats available. The group flew toward the top of the golden tower. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji saw some disciples from the Divine Cliff. There were many golden immortals in the Divine Cliff, so it was not strange for them to come to the 9th heaven to listen to the Tao. Master is so influential. Qin Bantian said excitedly. He looked around and felt that everything was new. Zhou Xuanji said to Jiang Shui, Be more serious this time. If you perform well, I will recommend you to Still Thought Temple. In Still Thought Temple, many powerhouses were cultivating and listening to Sage Daojing's preaching. There must not be any conflict, or one would be chased out. Jiang Shui nodded. She understood that this was a great serendipity. In the entire Great Thousand World, such serendipity was rare. Do we have a chance? Zhao Tsongjian asked. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, Are you all my wives? Beixiao Wangjian chuckled, If you don't mind, I'm willing to give myself to you. Zhou Xuanji heard him and punched him. The pain almost made him cry. The others burst out laughing. Before the Tao preaching began, the Golden Tower dojo was very noisy. They did not have to lower their voices. After Zhou Xuanji sat down, he began preaching to Jiang Shui and the others telepathically. Sage Daojing had preached to him for more than 20 years after all, so he had some understanding of Sage Daojing's Tao. After that, more and more living beings rushed up to the 9th heaven. The golden tower that Zhou Xuanji was in was soon filled. The sweeping boy waved his right hand, and another golden tower rose up, which made the other living beings excited. What's this guy's cultivation stage? Presumptuous. You should call him senior. He only looks young. To be able to represent the heavenly saint, he must be ridiculously powerful. So powerful. I can't sense any ripples from his magic energy. When will the Tao preaching begin? Everyone discussed among themselves. Those who could come to the ninth heaven were at least first revolution golden immortals. There were also powerhouses who wanted to bring their juniors over, but they were isolated by a mysterious force beneath the nine heavens. Millions of heavenly revolution golden immortals, void extreme immortals, and heavenly law true gods. Sage Yutian, Xianyuan Zuangang, Yang Yutian, and Tang Juetian also came. The Heavenly Saints lecture attracted all the experts of the Center God province. Even the Great Heaven God dynasty's Great Heaven God Emperor had come. The Great Heaven Divine Emperor sat on the dragon chariot, which was pulled by 4 dragons of different colors. His arrival attracted millions of gazes. Zhou Xuanji did not pay attention to the outside world. He was focused on teaching Jianghu and the others. This lecture would be the grandest gathering in the history of the Center God province. When the time for the lecture arrived, a vast pressure descended. The 2 golden towers instantly quietened down. It was the same for the creatures floating above the sea of clouds. Everyone looked up and saw Sage Daojing suddenly appear at the top of Zhou Xuanji's golden tower. He sat down slowly. I am Venerable Daojing, and I have become a heavenly saint. I wish to lead all living beings in the Center God province to pursue the great Tao together. During this lecture, you are not to be noisy or fight. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck. Right now, he was like the heavenly Tao. When facing the common people, being emotionless was being fair. All of the creatures' heartbeats sped up as they looked at him with fanaticism. So Heavenly Saint was a realm. Could they do it too? Take control of a prefecture in the great thousand world? Just thinking about it made their blood boil. Everyone, begin to internalize qi and cultivate. I will begin to preach. From now on, the dojo will be closed. The living beings present did not sense anything, but the 9 heavens had already been hidden. The creatures that came late jumped straight to the 10th heaven and were unable to find any traces of the 9th heaven. Zhou Xuanji and the others immediately entered a state of cultivation. Sage Daojing didn't wait for all the living beings to start cultivating and directly spoke about the Tao. The Tao he preached was the same as what he had preached to Zhou Xuanji. Although the words were the same, his voice had some kind of magical power that could make the listener's heart calm down in an instant, placing them in a magnificent and heroic mood. The Heavenly Saints lecture officially began. The 8th heaven. Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiu stopped. The 2 traveled back and forth but could not find the 9th heaven. It's too late. We missed it. Feng Qiu said with gritted teeth. He looked at Bai Hao Yisin with a murderous gaze. If not for Bai Hao Yisin seducing a girl along the way, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. Bai Hao Yisin felt very awkward and could only cover it up with laughter. Feng Qiu cursed, I've had enough. From today onwards, you and I will be strangers. You're on your own. Such trash. You can't even keep up with the heat. After that, he turned around and left. Bai Hao Yisin was so furious that he almost exploded. However, he felt guilty in his heart and could only clench his fists. This emperor doesn't believe that there's only one heavenly saint in the world. Bai Hao Yisin said with gritted teeth. He flew in another direction and prepared to leave the Center God province to search for serendipity elsewhere. The sky was dark. Countless crows circled in a mass grave. An eyeball on the gravel ground began to tremble. It slowly rose up, and strands of black qi flowed out from the graves and into the eyeball. A while later, the eyeball began to spin, and blood vessels covered the eyeball visibly. More and more black gas gathered and gradually condensed into a human figure. Xian Daoya. Great Emperor Dao Court, I will make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. A chilling voice came. The eyeball was filled with an unforgettable murderous intent. Time passed quickly as the heavenly saint preached the Tao. Every year, there would be breakthroughs in the preaching. Xiao Jinghong and the others were the same. They were far from heavenly revolution golden immortal, and the spiritual qi here was extremely dense. They were the fastest to break through. Zhou Xuanji was also focused on cultivation. Within 10 years, he finally learned the 9th level of the celestial devil rebirth technique. Now, he had 8 chances of rebirth. Other than that, he began deriving the world Buddha art. Sage Dao Jing stood high above. As he preached the Tao, he looked down with his eyes wide open, as though he was looking for potential talents. There was no need to mention Zhou Xuanji. He was definitely the most talented person here. He suddenly locked his gaze on Jiang Shui and then looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. Another 5 years passed. Beixiao Wangjian also broke through to Great Tribulation scattered Immortal. The group from Emperor Sword Court all surpassed Great Realization. Chen Bantian and Meng Tianlang were the most devilishly talented. The 10,000-year prince received the heavenly saints' preaching and began to grow rapidly. He overtook Lin Chang'e straightaway and became second only to Zhou Xuanji. Most importantly, the two advanced side by side and maintained the same cultivation. Chapter 499. Zhou Xuanji had already entered a state of enlightenment. He was alone in a vast world. There was no one around him, no preaching site, and no golden pagoda. Above him was the boundless blue sky, and below him was the undulating, endless sea of clouds. He was practicing with his sword. He wielded the crimson dragon sword and practiced the white crane sword technique. It was just like the first time he practiced the sword. He calmly practiced his swordsmanship. There was no majestic sword chi, only simple sword moves. After a while, he split into 2 clones and continued to practice the sword. The world was vast, and he was practicing his swordsmanship above the clouds. His consciousness had no goal. It was like an ant moving leaves, never knowing exhaustion. It was like an eagle that would forever hover in the sky. It was also like a drop of water that fell into a river. It was unknown where it would flow, and there was no trace to be found. More and more doppelgangers appeared, all of them practicing the white crane sword technique. 500. 5,000. 50,000. 500,000. After an unknown period of time. Above the sea of clouds and below the sky, Zhou Xuanji's silhouettes were everywhere. At this moment, his consciousness gradually awakened. Everything has a Tao. Humans have a Tao, demons have a Tao, and demons have a Tao. The Tao can be small, but it can also be big. All the Taos in the world converge into the great Tao. Sage Daojing's voice suddenly sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji began thinking about his own Tao. He had learned many sword techniques and mastered many divine abilities. Previously, he had pursued the 10,000 swords to form a sword Tao world. As time passed, this would not be his ultimate goal. 10,000 years was long, and 10,000 swords were easy to reach. Then what was his true Tao? Sword Tao. All of Zhou Xuanji's began attacking each other. They were no longer using the white crane sword technique but all sorts of sword techniques. Trisource vein severing sword, vibrant raindrop sword, Soul Eater demon slash, stellar sun, ancestral dragon sword, sky dominating divine sword, 36 paths jade shao sword, primordial chaos sword shadow, emperor's way thousand hands sword Buddha, and so on. A great battle of the way of the sword that belonged to Zhou Xuanji unfolded. In the outside world, waves began to rise around Zhou Xuanji. From afar, it looked like a tornado had wrapped around him. It was a spectacular sight. The people around him were all in a meditative state and were not affected by him. Sage Daojing nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the prodigy he valued the most. At this moment, he suddenly looked up. 3 meteors with blazing tails streaked across the sky and fell into the sea of clouds. He's here. Sage Daojing muttered, his face filled with worry. Miraculously, his voice never stopped, as if there were 2 of him talking. 10 years later. Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to Universe Heaven Level 1. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached the Universe Heaven realm. Gacha begins. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, Celestial Shaking, Zhu Yuan Luo Sword, Ancient Gazing, Divine Wind Sword, and World Suppression. With the Heavenly Saint here, he didn't even need to go through a tribulation. His consciousness was always in a state of comprehension. He didn't even hear the sword spirit's voice. His heavenly Dao immortal energy surged, suppressing the entire dojo. Most creatures were startled. They opened their eyes and saw Zhou Xuanji's majestic spirit chi ripples, which were like a volcanic eruption. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Xiao Jinghong, and the others also opened their eyes and looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. Zhou Xuanji was always walking in front. Just his aura alone made them feel like they could not catch up. He did not open his eyes. After a brief moment of shock, the others continued to close their eyes and cultivate. Above the sea of clouds, giant god Huang Hao stood proudly. Before him was the setting sun. It was so dazzling and majestic. Old Star Lord appeared beside giant god Huang Hao and said, "Those three auras just now, did you sense them?" Giant god Huang Hao nodded and said with a solemn expression, "There's a powerful force that concealed their auras, and it's impossible to trace them. They seem to have descended from the 33rd heaven." The 33rd heaven was still thought temple. But the 33rd heaven was not the highest heaven. Legend said that one could face the heavenly law directly after reaching the 36th heaven. This might be related to the heavenly saint. Don't you think it's strange that he opened a dojo? Old Star Lord said with a frown, which made giant god Huang Hao fall into deep thought. In the recent hundreds of years, too many things had happened in the Center God province. The great Emperor Dao Court, which used to hide in the dark, began to surface and rampage in the world. No matter what, I will protect the Center God province. Giant God Huang Hao said calmly with determination. He was not only the God Palace's war god but also the Center God province's war god. If not for the God Palace's transfer back to the northern wilderness region, he would not have returned to the God Palace to serve the Master of Gods. It's better to be careful. Old Star Lord sighed. After that, he flicked his sleeves and left. When Zhou Xuanji was 234 years old, he regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and realized that he was not in the Golden Tower but in Still Thought Temple. Sage Daojing sat in front of him. Two people stood beside him. One was Marquis, and the other was an unfamiliar face. "You are finally awake," Sage Daojing said with a kind smile. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "Is the lecture over?" Marquis snorted, "No. The dojo is still here. Sage has a mission for us to do." The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more he disliked him. Zhou Xuanji sensed the anger in his tone and was confused. Did this guy become bedeviled? The game between the heavenly saints has begun. The three of you will become my chess pieces and head to the worlds of the other heavenly saints. Sage Daojing said, which attracted the three's attention. Zhou Xuanji had heard about this from Sage Daojing before. He did not expect it to come so soon. Fortunately, he had already broken through to Universe Heaven Level 1. His power grew tremendously, and he had the disaster-releasing legendary sword. The heavenly saint who is playing chess with me has already sent 3 chess pieces to the Center God province. The heavenly saint cannot interfere in this chess game personally. The mission of the chess game is to steal the fate of the other world. The way to steal it is to kill and plunder. Kill the famous people in the other world and steal the creation items in the other world. Sage Daojing said casually, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. The game between the heavenly saints was about killing? When a world collapses, it is the other side's victory. The game ends, and it is a contest of power and speed. If you lose, all living beings in the Center God province will turn to ashes under the heavenly law. Sage Daojing stared at Zhou Xuanji and the other two and said word by word. Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask, why do the heavenly saints have such a chess game? Are they so bored? Sage Daojing looked at him and said, this is not the wish of the heavenly saints. This is the will of the heavenly law. The various worlds cannot continue to grow endlessly. Do you understand? It's just like the mortal realm. There are endless wars and dynasties. Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. Natural selection? How could the powerful survive? It's just like your hair. When it grows long, it will be cut. The cut-off part of your hair once shielded your head from the wind and rain. It's just like your bones and muscles. As you continue to break through, the things that supported your survival will become waste in your body. They need to be removed and cannot remain in your body forever. Chapter 500. Zhou Xuanji fell into silence. The heavenly saint's words made him understand that although it was a little heavy, he had no other choice. At least, he could still fight for the Center God province. The Venerable One is indeed wise to open the dojo in advance, making it difficult for the opponent to win. Wang Ho chuckled and complimented. How did the three beings from the other universe kill the famous people of the Center God province? All of them were listening to the Tao in the Bodhimanda. Zhou Xuanji heard this and thought, that's right, this move is really brilliant. Reverend Dao Jing shook his head and said, the dojo will end soon. I'm just helping everyone become stronger. Are you all prepared to head out? Zhou Xuanji quickly asked, that heavenly saint is also in the great thousand world? Which state are we going to? Marquis and the other man who had not spoken looked curiously at Sage Dao Jing. Under the heavenly Tao, there is more than one great thousand realms. This time, I used the Center God province as the playing field, and the next game will be another province. This cycle will be repeated, and it will not be unfair. The Center God province is not the first to participate, and it will not be the last. Don't be too complacent. Before this, 3 provinces have already been wiped out. The land is desolate, and it will be difficult for it to recover on its own in 1,000,000 years. After speaking, he waved his right hand and took Zhou Xuanji and the others into his palm. He stood up and left Still Thought Temple, arriving in the vast starry sky. He looked into the distance, opened his right hand, and blew into his palm. A ball of light was blown out. Zhou Xuanji, Marquis, Wu Wang, don't disappoint me. Sage Dao Jing watched them leave and muttered to himself. Meanwhile, within the orb of light, Zhou Xuanji and the others stood facing each other. Marquis started to introduce Zhou Xuanji. He pointed at the man beside him and smiled as he said, this is Great Emperor Wu Wang, you should have heard of him before. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence, the 3 of us are all from the northern wilderness. Emperor Wu Wang. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed and immediately sized him up. Emperor Wu Wang wore a gray Daoist robe. He had a scholarly bearing, fair skin, and a gentle smile on his face. He had the air of a scholarly young master. Zhou Xuanji, we finally meet. Emperor Wu Wang smiled with a meaningful look in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji understood his expression and asked with a smile, you want to take the violet demon monarch's heart from my body? Great Emperor Wu Wang shook his head and said, the violet demon monarch's heart can be condensed. This is an inheritance. My heart is still the violet demon monarch's heart. Your violet demon monarch's heart is inherited through my heart. It is still a creation of the heavens and earth, pure and flawless. This inheritance has been passed down for countless generations. Perhaps this is the arrangement of the heavenly Tao. Heavens will exist in the unseen world. His words made Zhou Xuanji think to himself. It seemed to make sense. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked about their cultivation. He was a noble universe heaven level 5 cultivator. Great Emperor Wu Wang was at universe heaven level 4. In the northern wilderness region, Marquis had almost annihilated the demon race. After Yi Fuqian ascended, Great Emperor Wu Wang had almost annihilated the human race. Who would have thought that they would be fighting side by side today? The living beings of the northern wilderness region would never have imagined this. What was even more unexpected was that Zhou Xuanji was already on the same level as them. That's right, why did Reverend Dao Jing choose the 3 of us? My talent is acceptable, but it's impossible for the 3 of you to be ranked in the top 3 of the Center God province like me, right? Zhou Xuanji asked mockingly, making Marquis want to hit him. Great Emperor Wu Wang smiled and said, the Great Emperor's steel doesn't mean much. The Reverend naturally has his reasons for choosing the northern wilderness region, and we can't guess it. Why don't we focus on the upcoming battle? We'll be facing an entire province and billions of living beings. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had too many questions that he wanted to ask. After all, he was only 234 years old and did not know much about the Center God Province, let alone the Great Thousand Worlds and the other Great Thousand Worlds. Marquis harumphed and said, "Don't ask any more, just do your best to fight. It's very likely that we'll die there, so the three of us must be honest. We can't have selfish desires at this time." He looked at Great Emperor Wuwang, and his meaning was clear. Great Emperor Wuwang continued to smile warmly and said, "I've always been honest and upright and have never used underhanded methods." Zhou Xuanji did not pay any attention to them and looked ahead. The light around him gradually became transparent, and gradually, he could see the starry sky outside. It was as resplendent as the Milky Way. Within the boundless universe, where was Earth? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He did not think too much about it. He already had his own home in the northern wilderness, and the past was no longer important. In his previous life, the only people he cared about were his parents. After so many years, they had most likely reincarnated. As for love, he was currently protecting it. In the ninth heaven, Sage Daojing's lecture suddenly stopped. A bell sounded out, causing everyone to wake up. The heavenly law tribulation has begun, and the Center God Province has been chosen as one of the parties to the tribulation. The other world has sent 3 children of destiny to steal the Center God Province's fate. I have also sent 3 children of destiny to their world. Sage Daojing explained this matter to everyone in the Center God Province. Hearing this, everyone in the world was shocked, and all of the creatures in the preaching site were shocked. This is not a battle between the 3 of them, it is yours. Your task is to do everything possible to kill the enemy world's 3 children of destiny. If the Center God Province loses, all of the creatures in the Center God Province will be killed. If the Center God Province wins, your memories will be wiped, but you will be able to survive. The 3 children of destiny heading to the enemy world are Zhou Xuanji, Marquis, and Great Emperor Wuwang. Speaking to there, Sage Daojing's voice suddenly stopped. He looked at the millions of creatures in the preaching site. Your task is to work hard on cultivating. 10 years later, I will let you go, and you will be hunted down by the enemy world's children of destiny. Of course, you can also do the opposite. The lecture will continue. Sage Daojing continued to lecture, but all of the creatures present were given a big fright and could not calm down. Jiang Shui looked at the sky and did not say anything. Until today, she would not panic anymore. She believed that Zhou Xuanji could do it, and she would wait for him in the Center God Province. Wait for him to return. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Chen Bantian, and the others were sent into an uproar. They were not afraid but excited. In the boundless universe, the orb of light around Zhou Xuanji and the others dissipated. Their bodies gave off light as they turned into meteors and flew away. Zhou Xuanji found that he could not move. There was a mysterious and powerful energy restricting him. He could not even communicate telepathically with Marquis and Great Emperor Wuwang. Soon, a sea of light appeared ahead, and the 3 of them fell into it. A powerful light flashed, and Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. The clouds around him were madly flowing backwards, and he was falling. At that moment, a voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji and the others' minds. I forgot to tell you that the world the Center God Province is facing is very powerful, far more powerful than the Center God Province. We will most likely lose this battle, which is why I hurriedly opened the preaching site. I hope that the 3 of you can bring me a miracle. Chapter 501. Hearing Sage Daojing's words, Zhou Xuanji almost cursed out. Why didn't he say this before? He would definitely lose? I don't understand. Zhou Xuanji quickly calmed down and looked down. He could already see the ocean's surface and countless continents, looking like small islands. However, he could sense that they were still quite far away from land. It was just that this world was too big. He did not know what Marquis and Great Emperor Wuwang's condition were, and his divine sense could not break through the power restricting him. Fortunately, the 3 of them were not too far apart and continued to walk side by side. Boom! 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 The 3 of them fell to the ground, causing the surrounding 10,000 kilometers to be flattened. Wild winds blew and dust billowed. The instant they landed, Zhou Xuanji felt his legs go numb. He inwardly cursed, if his cultivation was not universe heaven, wouldn't he have fallen to his death? It was definitely the other side's heavenly saint. How vicious. He patted the dust off his body and the restriction disappeared, and he quickly came before Marquis. Great Emperor Wuang did the same. What should we do next? Zhou Xuanji asked. Marquis and Great Emperor Wuang were both seniors, so he naturally had to ask them. If they did not have any ideas, he would have to act alone. Marquis said in a low voice, let's leave this place and hide for a while. We'll understand the situation of this world and kill those experts with great fate. Great Emperor Wuang and Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the three of them left like a gust of wind, disappearing without a trace. Not too long after they left, figures descended from the sky, all of them giving off powerful auras. Despicable, we let them escape. Looks like those three people also have universe heaven cultivation. So what? The heavenly saint said that their world is far inferior to ours. How can we capture them? We don't even know what they look like. Let's wait, they'll definitely act. These powerful beings floated in the air and conversed. They were all in human form and spoke the same language as the Great Thousand World. At the bottom of a cliff, Zhou Xuanji and the others were internalizing qi against the cliff walls and cultivating. They discussed as they internalized qi. If we keep working together, once we're captured, we'll all be wiped out, Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji muttered. He was confident in his own power. Emperor Wuang nodded, but he was a little hesitant. If you act alone, you will be easily defeated one by one. If that's the case, you must have absolute confidence when you kill your enemies. Kill them in one strike, then leave immediately. This battle concerned the lives of billions of living beings in the Center God province, so they had no choice but to be cautious. If they were fighting for themselves, why would they need to discuss countermeasures? Wang Ho frowned in thought. Zhou Xuanji suddenly took out 4 stalks of concealment grass and passed it to the two of them. This is concealment grass, 2 stalks for each person. After consuming it, you can hide your aura and body for less than an hour. After consuming it, you must leave immediately. Wang Ho and Great Emperor Wuang were rather shocked after receiving the concealment grass. There was such a treasure in the world? Since that's the case, I can't take it for free. Great Monarch Wuang flipped his right hand, and 2 blood pills appeared in his hand. These are miracle blood pills forged from luck. Once consumed, one can be revived from the brink of death and fully recover from injuries in a matter of seconds. Zhou Xuanji took the Wonder Blood Spirit pill and said with a smile, so powerful? I can't bear to use it. Great Emperor Wuang loudly laughed. He enjoyed Zhou Xuanji's indirect flattery. Wang Ho took out 2 jade slips and said, these are world-boundless jades. If you crush them, you can teleport them tens of millions of kilometers away. They can also save their lives at critical moments. Zhou Xuanji took the world-boundless jades and looked at them closely. Great Emperor Wuang laughed and said, world-boundless jades. It said that they fell from the 36th heaven, 36th heaven? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity, legends say that above the 36th heaven is the heavenly law, is that true? Great Emperor Wuang shook his head and said, I'm not sure, I've never been there. Wang Ho shrugged, indicating that he did not know. They rested for 2 days before leaving. This world was not smaller than the Center God province, and it would be very difficult for the experts here to find them. Unless they had truly fought, finding them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. They quickly found a city and snuck in. They split up and went to gather information. Zhou Xuanji walked into an alleyway and found a beggar. He said, I see that your bone foundation is not bad, but I don't know how intelligent you are. Tell me about your understanding of this world, and if it's not bad, I'll take you as my disciple and give you riches. Hearing this, the beggar lying on the ground immediately jumped up. Even though his body was dirty, he looked quite young. He immediately started talking non-stop. This world was called the Abyss Pearl Mainland, and it was ruled by the 3 god empires. There were 8 sanctums that ruled over the world, and there were heavenly saints who lived in the sky, while there were many mortal realms that ascended here. Zhou Xuanji asked if there were any rankings of experts. No matter which world it was, there would be all sorts of rankings. After all, there was no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Everyone wanted to chase after the strongest. The beggar replied that there was. The All-Heaven Alliance branch in the city could buy the Abyss Pearl Hero rankings, as well as other rankings. Zhou Xuanji took out a level 3 spirit stone and threw it to him before turning and leaving. The beggar was stunned. That was it? What happened to taking him as a disciple? He was not furious. Instead, he took up the level 3 spirit stone happily. He could buy some meat now. Zhou Xuanji quickly found the merchant house of the All-Heaven Alliance branch and bought a set of all the books on the rankings. After that, he left. An hour later, the three of them met and checked into an inn to discuss who to deal with. It was not easy to be discovered in the busy city. So, they did not leave the city. Great Emperor Wuang flipped through the Abyss Pearl Hero rankings and said, the top 100 are all above Universe Heaven level 7, and the top 50 are above Universe Heaven level 12. Zhou Xuanji and Marquis lips twitched. This was a situation of death. Among them, Marquis was the most powerful, but he was only at Universe Heaven level 5. He was not even qualified to enter the top 100 of the Abyss Pearl Hero rankings. Marquis took a deep breath and said, seems like this battle is more difficult than we imagined. Zhou Xuanji looked at Great Emperor Wuang and asked, who's the closest? As long as they killed the top 100 of the Abyss Pearl Hero rankings, they should be able to win. After all, the more powerful they were, the luckier they would be. 30,000 miles away, there's a sect called the Great Sky Sect. Its sect lord, Lin Wuhong, is ranked 78th on the Abyss Pearl Hero rankings, Great Emperor Wuang said. Great Emperor Wuang muttered. He began to think about his chances of victory. Zhou Xuanji slammed the table and said, let's find him first. If we can't even defeat 78th, we might as well kill ourselves. Marquis was ignited by his heroism and laughed loudly, that's right. Zhou Xuanji had just broken through to Universe Heaven, and he dared to fight. He had no reason to be afraid. Great Emperor Wuang nodded. The next morning, the three of them left. They followed the map and quickly headed toward the Great Sky Sect. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 502. Hong Tian Sect. It was a famous sect in the Abyss Pearl mainland. The sect master, Lin Wuhong, was ranked 78th on the Abyss Pearl Hero ranking list. His cultivation base was extremely high. Apart from him, there were more than 10 existences that surpassed real gods in the sect, not to mention how many real gods there were. There were more than 1 million disciples in the Great Sky Sect, and there were many towns and cities around the sect. Zhou Xuanji and the other two came to a small town at the foot of the mountain. They were drinking wine in the inn's courtyard. Looking over, there was a tall mountain that reached into the clouds. It was like a pillar that connected the heavens and was incredibly majestic. Looking around, one could see many cultivators flying up and down. There were also many immortal birds circling in the sky. It was like a land of immortals, beautiful like a painting. Emperor Wuang shook his head and said, it seems like we have underestimated the power of the Hong Sky Sect. If they wanted to deal with Lin Wuhong, they would have to deal with the entire Hong Sky Sect. Zhou Xuanji was also thinking hard. He suddenly had a thought. Would the Divine Cliff be attacked by the three geniuses from the Abyss Pearl mainland, just like the Great Sky Sect? Probably not. The current Divine Cliff was not qualified. If the Abyss Pearl mainland was stronger than the Center God province, then the Children of Destiny that they sent would probably be stronger than them as well. This was not a good thing. After the thought, Zhou Xuanji took out the Furious Ape sword and said, this sword of mine can store energy. Can you help me hide my aura? Wang Ho and Emperor Wuang looked at the Furious Ape sword in surprise. Is this sword very powerful? Although they were puzzled, they still agreed. Then, they left the place and stayed far away from the Hong Sky Sect. They hid in a forest, and Zhou Xuanji channeled celestial energy into the furious ape sword while absorbing and refining celestial energy. Great Emperor Wuang and Marquis stood on the two sides and began to form a formation. From the outside, the three of them could not be seen at all. Even the ripples of spiritual qi surged down from above, and did not spill into the surroundings. 3 days later, Emperor Wuang and Marquis expressions changed. Their eyes were locked on the furious ape sword. The sword looked like an ordinary sword, but it was like a bottomless pit that allowed Zhou Xuanji to channel immortal energy into it. They finally understood what Zhou Xuanji meant. This brat wanted to destroy the Great Sky sect with a single slash. Time continued to pass. 10 days later, Zhou Xuanji's right hand trembled slightly. The furious ape sword was already glowing with a white light, which contained extremely horrifying power. Now that he had reached Universe Heaven Level 1, the quality and quantity of his immortal power was far greater than before. A long time ago, he had relied on this sword to defeat his enemies, and he could still do it now. Wang Ho exclaimed, "This sword is too fierce." Even now, the furious ape sword already gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. Emperor Wuang nodded his head and looked at the furious ape sword with a fiery gaze. He suddenly wanted to create a similar mystic art. 20 days later, even Zhou Xuanji's right arm was trembling. He had no choice but to hold his sword with both hands. Cold sweat began to seep out of his forehead. Wang Ho swallowed and asked, "How much longer?" He felt that the current situation was already very terrifying. Zhou Xuanji replied, "I will only stop when you can't wait to get away from me. My opponent is a Universe Heaven Level 8 cultivator. Remember, it's the 8th floor. Do you know how powerful the 8th floor is?" Wang Ho was speechless. Why did he feel like he was being mocked? Emperor Wuang smiled faintly, his eyes filled with anticipation. He muttered, "If this battle succeeds, we can always use this method in the future." Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and said unpleasantly, "You want to squeeze me dry?" Great Monarch Wuang smiled ambiguously. "You can let us wield the swords." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Only I can use my swords. If I give them to others, they will become scrap metal." This sentence was true. Unless he died and the Supreme Legendary Sword System found another owner, he would not be able to transfer his swords. Great Monarch Wuang said thoughtfully, "Looks like these swords have some sort of connection with you." Zhou Xuanji did not say anything else. This fellow was too smart, and if he continued, he might guess the existence of the system. Time continued to pass. The 50th day. Zhou Xuanji's body was trembling, especially the furious ape sword. It was like a sun, giving off a brilliant light. Wang Ho's scalp felt numb and he gritted his teeth as he said, "I want to leave immediately." Great Monarch Wuang did not say anything, but he also stared at the furious ape sword, afraid that it would explode. Zhou Xuanji was also worried. This power was simply too terrifying, and he almost could not hold on to it. He gritted his teeth and forced a smile as he said, "Help me to the Great Sky Sect. It's best not to be discovered by the Great Sky Sect's people." "Help?" Wang Ho gulped. Great Monarch Wuang also hesitated. They were afraid that they would be blown up with Zhou Xuanji. In the end, they mustered up their courage and helped Zhou Xuanji fly towards the Great Sky Sect. They flew very quickly, trying to be as steady as possible in case Zhou Xuanji suddenly let go. "Brother, stay steady," Wang Ho said softly. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was as if he was going to give birth. They continued onwards. They came to the massive peak where the Great Sky Sect was. Great Monarch Wuang and Wang Ho dispelled the magic energy around them, and the three of them appeared. The two of them took the lead and retreated. Zhou Xuanji deeply breathed in and raised the furious ape sword with trembling hands. The Great Sky Sect disciples passing by were attracted by the furious ape sword's light. "That boy over there," he pointed at Zhou Xuanji and called out. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Xuanji suddenly slashed downwards. A powerful light flashed, and the heavens and earth became as bright as day. A terrifying sword chi flowed out, and all living beings instantly lost their hearing. Zhou Xuanji could not see ahead clearly, nor could he hear anything. The great sky sect's massive peak directly shattered, and all of the surrounding cities and living beings turned into dust. Wang Ho stared at this scene, dumbfounded. Great monarch Wuwang's eyelids were also wildly twitching. The entire heavens and earth became bright white, and everything turned into nothingness. After slashing out, Zhou Xuanji felt a sense of dizziness. His body swayed, and he fell down. Great monarch Wuwang acted in time and sucked him over. Zhou Xuanji continuously panted as he used the Xianxia map to provide him with heavenly law immortal energy. Before, he did not use the Xianxia map in case he became useless after slashing out. The white light gradually faded, and the heavens and earth returned to normal. In the distance, the disciple pointing at Zhou Xuanji was dumbfounded, looking incredibly shocked. Everything behind Zhou Xuanji was fine, but everything in front of him had been reduced to ruins. The forest disappeared, and the majestic mountain that connected the heavens and the earth also disappeared. Looking ahead, there was only desolation. Silence. Only the sound of wind could be heard. Zhou Xuanji destroyed the great sky sect with a single slash, and the 10,000 kilometers in front of him had been reduced to wasteland. It was too terrifying. Ah! The disciple was so scared that he turned and ran. He suspected that he was in a nightmare. How could the great sky sect be destroyed? And it had been destroyed by a single slash. In the distance, the people in the cities and towns all walked out and stared ahead dumbly. Wang Ho asked, "Should we retreat?" If they continued to wait like this, they would definitely draw over other experts. Zhou Xuanji and great monarch Wuwang nodded, and the three of them quickly flew over the horizon. On the way, Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. His fame had not even spread. Could killing enemies like this steal fate? Chapter 503. The once magnificent Great Sky sect had turned into a wasteland. On the rolling wasteland, not a single tree could be seen, let alone flowers and plants. After Zhou Xuanji and the others left, the cultivators in the distance gathered over. Dust rose into the sky, and the sea of clouds disappeared. The desolation in front of them stretched to the end, as if it reached the ends of the earth. The great sky sect has been destroyed. The calamity is coming, an old man hovered in the air and shouted with a trembling voice. Just like the Center God province, the heavenly sages here also told everyone about the fight between the heavenly sages. It had been a long time since an enemy from another world had appeared, causing them to almost forget about this matter. To think that today, it must be the work of a child of destiny from another world. The news spread on the same day. The godly mountain of the Great Sky sect was destroyed, and the entire sect, more than 1 million people, died without a trace. Apart from the disciples who were out on missions, no one was spared. Even the sect master, Lin Wuhong, perished here. When the news spread out, the whole world was shocked. The war of the two realms is here. Just how powerful is the child of destiny they sent? Oh my God, that is the Great Sky sect. If even the Great Sky sect was destroyed, wouldn't it be difficult for us to protect ourselves? What should we do now? All of the cities in the Abyss Pearl mainland were discussing this. News regarding the eruption of a war between two realms spread like wildfire to every corner of the Abyss Pearl mainland. The other side. Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a cave. Wang Ho sighed. Looks like I can't be your enemy from now on. You're too freakish. He finally understood why Sage Dao Jing had sent Zhou Xuanji to join this battle. This kid's sword was simply a great killing weapon. It was ridiculously strong. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "After killing so many living beings, I'm not happy at all." He was not averse to killing, but he only killed his enemies. How many innocent people were implicated in this war between the two worlds? Don't think too much about it. This is the heavenly Tao. How many flowers and plants have we stepped on? Have we ever felt guilty? To the heavenly Tao, you and I are just flowers and grass. Rather than feeling regret, it is better to become stronger. There will come a day when we become heavenly saints. Only then will we be able to set the rules again. Great Emperor Wuang said. In the past, he had been as confused as Zhou Xuanji, but as he experienced more and more things, he had come to understand. It was just like war, a war that was beyond one's control. One had to fight even if one did not want to. However, there were too many living beings involved this time. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "Who is next?" Emperor Wuang did not take out the Abyss Pearl hero list. He said directly, "Earth Dragon Race, Dragon King 9 lands." Zhou Xuanji took out the Furious Ape sword and began to charge up. Wang Ho said excitedly, "Just fight like this, keep ambushing." Great Emperor Wuang shook his head and said, "This method is powerful in the beginning, but there will come a day when it will be countered. We've wasted too much time, and we haven't grown stronger yet. I'm afraid there will be great trouble ahead." Marquis and Zhou Xuanji were in deep thought. Indeed. The 3 otherworlders of the Center God province were probably killing their enemies as they developed. The more they fought, the stronger they would become. Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 would be delayed for a long time because of the Furious Ape sword. It doesn't matter. Let's go now. Let's slash first, and then we'll fight our own battles. Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wuang did not have any objections. He used his magic energy to sweep away Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wuang. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, extracted Heavenly Law celestial energy and injected it into the Furious Ape sword. "Sword Spirit, impart to me the Sword Dao divine ability that you obtained earlier," Zhou Xuanji ordered inwardly. When he had broken through to Universe Heaven, apart from obtaining 2 legendary swords, he had also obtained a divine ability called World Suppressing. Just from the name, it was not simple at all. Following this, a wave of memories flowed into his mind. He did 2 things at once and quickly comprehended World Suppressing. World Suppressing was a divine ability that turned fate into sword chi. It did not consume one's own fate, and the more powerful one's fate, the more powerful World Suppressing would be. This divine ability had to be unleashed from above in order to be called World Suppressing. Zhou Xuanji memorized the method to unleash this divine ability. There was no need to practice it. 7 days later, they landed on a cliff. Great Emperor Wuang was very smart. They encountered many powerful sects along the way, but he intentionally went around them. After all, after what had happened to the Great Sky sect, the entire Abyss Pearl mainland would definitely try to capture them. In front of them was a wasteland with countless canyons crisscrossing. It was like a piece of land that had been scorched to the point of splitting. The Earth Dragon clan is below. Should we directly charge down? Great Emperor Wuang asked. If they swung their swords from above, it would be very difficult to threaten the Earth Dragon clan. If they were below, the Furious Ape sword's power would be too great, and it would injure them. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and legendary swords appeared around him. Hundreds of swords spun around him, creating a majestic scene. It was the first time that Great Emperor Wuang and Marquis had personally seen Zhou Xuanji take out such swords. Their gazes fell on the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword, Wind God Sword, and 7 Emotions Evil Sword, and they felt quite shocked. These 3 swords gave off such powerful auras. Apart from this, some of the swords were also very powerful. Just where did this boy get so many swords from? Zhou Xuanji ignored their gazes and leapt down first. Marquis and Great Emperor Wuang followed closely behind him. This boy is really arrogant. He has the same spirit as I did in the northern wilderness, Marquis said in amazement. Marquis sighed. Emperor Wuang smiled. Which great emperor who ascended from the northern wilderness was not arrogant and untamed? They had not changed, but they were more reserved. If they were to fight against enemies, they would still be fearless existences. Just like now. With just the 3 of them, they dared to charge into the Dragon Clan. Clang! 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 The sound of swords scraping against rocks continuously sounded out, shaking the ground. Soon, dragon roars sounded out from the depths of the ground, sounding ruthless and savage. Zhou Xuanji directly used Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. His body became golden, and a 9-sword violet Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead. He completely exploded out with his aura. Ever since breaking through, it was the first time he had so madly released his power. Fiery light appeared below as a massive flaming dragon rose up, madly smashing through the rocks. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. Universe Heaven. Within a world of ice and snow. On the summit of a mountain, 2 figures stood proudly within the flying snow. The one standing in front was an elder wearing a red robe. His hair was tied up with a golden thread, and he had a well-built figure. His elderly face still looked resolute. Behind him stood a woman in a blue dress. She had a graceful figure, and her skin was as white as snow. She was incredibly beautiful, and her black hair was coiled up with 3 jade hairpins in it. She gave off an otherworldly aura. Revered teacher, what are you worried about? Didn't you say that the Center God province cannot rival our Abyss Pearl mainland? The woman in the blue dress asked, a look of confusion on her face. The red-robed old man looked at the snowy horizon and sighed, saying, the heavens have changed. Before, the Center God province would definitely lose, but the heavens have suddenly become blurry. It seems that Sage Daojing has made a good move, a move that I cannot understand. The woman in the blue dress frowned and asked, you mean that there is a child of destiny who can defeat our Abyss Pearl mainland? The red-robed elder did not reply, and his gaze became deep. After a long while, he spoke slowly, it's just a little blurry. It's impossible to reverse the situation. Chapter 504. Since that's the case, what are you worried about? Why did you call me back? The brows of the woman in the blue dress did not relax. She was still very puzzled. She felt that her master had a lot on his mind. The red-robed elder turned around and stared at her. You Xiao, I've predicted your death tribulation. You'll definitely die in less than 100 years. You Xiao. This was the woman's name. Her surname was Huang, Feng Yuxiu. She was ranked 3rd on the Abyss Pearl hero ranking. Death calamity? Feng Yuxiu's expression changed slightly as she said, who in the entire Abyss Pearl mainland can kill me? It was not that she was conceited. Even if she faced the number 1 on the Abyss Pearl hero leaderboard, she still had the strength to fight. The mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed. Go back. Remember, where there's a will, there's a way. Let's hope that we can break free from this calamity. The red-robed elder waved his hand, causing Feng Yuxiu to feel even more puzzled. Her master was a heavenly saint. There were still things that couldn't be revealed. She didn't dare to disturb him and left with a heart full of doubts. Rumble, explosions occurred one after another in the dark underground, and all kinds of lights shone. Zhou Xuanji held the Wind God's sword and 7 Emotions evil sword, and he stood on the Wolf Ancestor soul sword. Hundreds of swords circled around him as he gritted his teeth and looked ahead. 1,000 feet away, a man in a golden robe with a dragon's head and a human's body surrounded by raging flames blocked the divine swords. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with disdain and said, Universe Heaven Level 1? Your Center God province is really weak, you can only send such weaklings to make up the numbers. His cultivation level had reached Universe Heaven Level 5. His aura was powerful and his magic power was boundless. Zhou Xuanji could barely fight him. Hearing his words, Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and directly used the power of the 3 ancient gazing swords. In that instant, his aura exploded out. The 3 violent waves of God power challenged the limits of his body, causing his face to contort. The golden-robed man was stunned for a moment before he immediately attacked. With a palm strike, countless fire dragons charged out from the surrounding rocks and mud, tearing at Zhou Xuanji. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep helped Zhou Xuanji defend against all attacks around him. He abruptly condensed 9 sword souls and unleashed the 10,000 ultimate steps to attack the golden-robed man. The 2 swords slashed down, and the golden-robed man was sent flying, but he did not bleed. This fellow's dragon body was already ridiculously hard. Even the ancient gazing sword couldn't directly cut through it. Zhou Xuanji gave chase, and the 9 sword souls shot out one after another. At the same time, Wang Ho and Emperor Wuwang were fighting their own battles. Marquis fought against Dragon King Jiuyu. He grew to 30 meters tall, and his muscles bulged like armor. He was extremely domineering, and his eyes were overflowing with blue flames. He was actually on par with Dragon King Jiuyu. One had to know that Dragon King Jiuyu's cultivation was at Universe Heaven level 9. There was a difference of 4 levels between them, but Marquis was still able to fight. It was unbelievable. "Kid, what's your name?" Dragon King Jiuyu shouted. He was shocked. No wonder the Center God Province dared to send these 3 over. Although their cultivation levels were low, their talent was ridiculously strong. Putting aside Zhou Xuanji, Great Emperor Wuwang had tied down 7 Universe Heaven cultivators by himself. Just the 3 of them were enough to make their Earth Dragon clan restless. Wang Ho. A noble born to be a monarch. Wang Ho laughed out loud. His fists were like the wind, and his legs were surrounded by lightning. Every punch and kick contained the power of a divine technique. He inwardly felt quite anxious. If they continued to fight like this, more and more experts would come. It was not just him. Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wuwang were also quite anxious. Zhou Xuanji quickly took out 30 swords and cast the Hades God-slaying formation. "Boy, how can your swords make up for the difference in cultivation?" The golden-robed man wildly laughed, his words filled with mockery. At that moment, the Earth Dragon clan's experts came to support Zhou Xuanji and surrounded him. The Hades God-slaying formation was quickly formed, and a 3-headed ghost tiger furiously roared as it charged out. It was 300 meters long and looked incredibly domineering. Boom! An azure dragon breathed out intense flames, directly burning the 3-headed ghost tiger into ashes. Zhou Xuanji felt quite awkward. The golden-robed man and the Earth Dragon clan's experts loudly laughed. "I'm afraid I'm going to die from laughter. Ha 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 ha. What did I just see? Boy, your summoning techniques haven't reached perfection yet. He's still a little baby, let's eat him. I'll eat the leg." Zhou Xuanji was furious, he dared to mock his elder. He let go of his hands, and following this, a sword shining with golden light appeared in his right palm. This sword was completely golden, and the blade was 1.5 meters long. It was incredibly sharp and beautiful, and there was a golden crescent moon at the front of the hilt. There were 9 orbs of light on the crescent moon, giving off a searing aura. Disaster-releasing legendary sword. 9 moon execution sword. Holding this sword, Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and madly swung it forwards. "Kill these earthworms!" He furiously roared as he unleashed the Trisource vein-severing sword. Sword chi berserk like a wild gale and a torrential rain, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Any rocks or mountain walls that were hit by the sword chi directly turned into dust. The Earth Dragon clan's experts howled and quickly dodged. They were unable to block the sword chi at all. As usual, the golden-robed man used his physical body to block the attack. He was shocked to find that the surface of his body had been cut open by the sword chi, and blood flowed out of his wounds. His entire body was covered in blood. How is this possible? What sword is that? The golden-robed man thought in terror and prepared to dodge. Zhou Xuanji suddenly used the 9 moon execution sword's disaster-releasing power. Boom! The berserk sword chi directly turned the golden-robed man into mincemeat, and even his soul was destroyed. Instant kill. He could not resist at all. Zhou Xuanji was incredibly delighted and wildly laughed. He gripped the 9 moon execution sword and started to move underground. His right hand continuously danced with the sword, and the heavenly law immortal energy in his body did not decrease but instead became stronger. He fused world internalization into the 9 moon execution sword, causing the sword chi to help him absorb his enemy's magic energy while killing them. Berserk. Domineering. Howls continuously sounded out. Zhou Xuanji was like a peerless sword god, holding a sword that gave off a golden light as he rampaged. Hurry and run. Ah! What sword is that? So terrifying, my body, no, all sorts of howls sounded out underground. Zhou Xuanji quickly came near Great Emperor Wuwang. Seeing how berserk he was, Great Emperor Wuwang hurriedly dodged. The other Earth Dragon clan's experts could not dodge, they had to protect their clansmen, and they all charged at Zhou Xuanji. Afterwards, he died within the sword chi, and not even his corpse was left. What sword is that? Why is it so powerful? Great Emperor Wuwang frowned and stared at Zhou Xuanji. The 9-moon execution sword's destructive power made even his heart tremble. Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji's immortal energy seemed to be boundless. After spending so much, his condition became better and better. There was no justice in this world. Zhou Xuanji intentionally avoided Great Emperor Wuwang and rushed toward Marques's. Universe Heaven experts charged over one after another, but before they could get within 30 meters of him, they were killed by the sword chi. This was not a battle at all. Chapter 505. With the 9-moon execution sword in his hand, Zhou Xuanji's aura surged, and he became more and more powerful as he fought. With the help of world internalization, his cultivation began to grow. The enemy's magic energy was absorbed into his body and converted into heavenly law immortal energy. His condition was getting better and better. The disaster-releasing divine sword was truly domineering. Even a primordial heaven expert wouldn't be able to block it. Dragon King Jianghu, who was at Universe Heaven level 9, could not just sit by and do nothing. He quickly rushed at Zhou Xuanji, preparing to kill him. Because of this, Marquis could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the 9-moon execution sword in Zhou Xuanji's hands in terror. What kind of sword was this? Why hadn't I seen it before? How many swords did this kid have? Facing Dragon King Jianghu, Zhou Xuanji did not fear him at all. He laughed arrogantly and said, "The Earth Dragon clan is only so-so." He immediately unleashed the sword soul, attaching it to his right arm and the 9-moon execution sword. He fiercely swung the sword. This slash instantly consumed all of the heavenly law immortal energy in his body. The sword chi rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Dragon King Jianghu was infuriated, but he didn't try to dodge. Instead, he transformed into a massive, ancient dragon, his entire body burning with blue flames as he met the sword soul head-on. Boom! Zhou Xuanji received a large amount of magic energy in an instant, which turned into heavenly law celestial energy. His condition reached perfection, even surpassing his peak. 2 of Dragon King Jianghu's dragon horns had been sliced off by the sword chi, and a long gash had appeared on his head, from which blood gushed out like a fountain. Zhou Xuanji also unleashed a sword soul, and berserk sword chi once again landed on Dragon King Jianghu's body, causing him to howl. Dragon King Jianghu had been beaten senseless. Only by truly facing the 9-moon execution sword could he truly feel how powerful it was. Especially with the support of the world internalization and the sword soul. His sword chi can absorb my magic power. Dragon King Jianghu's heart thumped wildly, unable to comprehend what was going on. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji seemed to have realized something. The power of the 9-moon execution sword was definitely not like that. He could sense the power of the 9 great moons. He gave a low shout, and the 9-moon execution sword burst forth with a bright and strong light. 9 great divine moons flew out from the strong light and surrounded him vertically. The entire underground space was filled with the strong light of the 9 divine moons, and the other creatures were so dazzled that they couldn't even open their eyes. This is Divine Moon. How is this possible? Dragon King Jianghu's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock, as if he had seen the most terrifying existence in the world. Zhou Xuanji swung again. The 9 great divine moons rushed out as well, colliding with his enormous dragon body as if they had teleported. The light of the divine moons linked together, suppressing him. Roar! Dragon King Jianghu let out a pained howl as his body was gradually shredded by the divine light of the 9 moons. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a pile of bones. Endless magic energy flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body. Awesome! It felt so good. If this continued, he wouldn't be far from breaking through. He suddenly felt that Wuxia Xianxia was indeed a peerless genius. The world Buddha art was truly amazing. Based on this alone, no human ancestor in the northern wilderness region could surpass him. Soon, Dragon King Jianghu was completely killed by the divine moon. As a universe heaven level 9 realm Dragon King, he only had time to escape with a wisp of his remnant soul, which quickly disappeared into the soil. Zhou Xuanji charged up and cried out, "Follow me." Great Emperor Wuwang and Marquis, who were still in a daze, quickly followed. The three of them quickly flew out of the canyon and into the sky. Zhou Xuanji madly swung his sword downwards, and countless traces of sword chi rushed down. The Earth Dragon clan creatures that were about to rush out were all killed. Boom! 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 The sword chi blasted the ground, causing the surrounding 100 kilometers to sink. Even though the Earth Dragon clan had perished in this battle. Even though less than 10% of the Earth Dragon clan's dragons remained, and Dragon King Jianghu's remnant soul had escaped, it would take at least 10,000 years for him to recover to his peak. In the final attack, Zhou Xuanji's sword chi had not hit too many dragons, so he had used up all of his immortal energy and felt quite weak. "Hurry up and help me leave. Are you going to stay here and wait for death?" Zhou Xuanji said unhappily as he looked at Marquis and Great Emperor Wuwang. Marquis and Great Emperor Wuwang looked at each other and smiled, and they quickly helped him leave. They moved incredibly quickly in case other experts came to support them. However, an extremely powerful aura swept out from behind them. The three of them looked back and saw a white-haired man wearing golden armor rushing over. His gaze was filled with killing intent, and there was a golden halo of light on his back that seemed to contain many spears. "Where do you think you're going?" he said coldly as he drew closer and closer to Zhou Xuanji and the others. His aura was even more powerful than Dragon King Jianghu's. Marquis immediately shouted, "You guys run first, I'll stop him." After saying this, Marquis turned and charged at the other party. Great Emperor Wuwang once again sped up. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Should I use the Wonder Blood Spirit Pill and fight with him?" Great Emperor Wuwang shook his head and said, "He has the world boundless jade. If we stay and fight, we will only attract more enemies." He was not surprised by Marquis' decision. Zhou Xuanji's performance just then had already made them come to a consensus. That was to place their hopes on Zhou Xuanji. This boy only had Universe Heaven Level 1 cultivation, and yet he could kill a Universe Heaven Level 8 cultivator. No matter how they looked at it, this boy's potential was greater than theirs. Great Emperor Wuwang made up his mind that if they encountered such a situation again, he would do his best to protect Zhou Xuanji. The two of them soon disappeared over the horizon. 3 days later, they came to an underground cave to rest. They first recovered their chi and blood, and they looked at each other silently. A long while later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "Now that we've lost contact with Marquis, should we search for him or continue?" Great Emperor Wuwang opened his eyes as well. His gaze flickered as he said, "Let's continue. It's good that we split up. This way, the Abyss Pearl mainland's attention will be divided." He believed that Marquis would not die. If this fellow died so easily, he would have died long ago. Zhou Xuanji nodded before closing his eyes and continuing to replenish his heavenly law celestial energy. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wuwang appeared again. News of the battle with the Earth Dragon clan had spread throughout the Abyss Pearl mainland, making everyone anxious. The Great Sky Sect and the Earth Dragon clan were both top-tier factions, and yet they were destroyed by 3 children of destiny from another world within half a year? Just how powerful were these children of destiny? Soon, the entire Abyss Pearl mainland was discussing Zhou Xuanji and the other two. Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wuwang came to the north of the Abyss Pearl mainland. They had to expand their battle space so that the Abyss Pearl mainland could not predict where they would fight. Their next target was the Frost Demon sect. The Frost Demon sect's strength was similar to the Earth Dragon clan. With the 9 Moon Execution Sword, they should be able to destroy the Frost Demon sect, but they had to be fast. 3 days after they left, A man walked into the cave that they had stayed in before. This person wore white clothes and looked handsome. He had a faint stubble by the side of his mouth, and his black hair was combed back. His facial features were sharp, and his eyes were bright. He placed his left hand behind his waist and pinched his right hand together as he divined. They escaped again, he mumbled, but this time it was just a little bit. I should be able to catch up to them next time. Chapter 506. The Freezing Demon sect was one of the overlords of the Devil Dao in the Abyss Pearl mainland. Dozens of primordial heavens and hundreds of heavenly law true gods were extremely powerful. At his peak, he could dominate the demonic path. The Frigid Demon sect was located on a high mountain, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. Countless cultivators were scattered around the various watchtowers on the mountain. There were also disciples guarding the plains at the foot of the mountain. The war between the two worlds had already broken out, and the Flood Sky sect and the Earth Dragon clan had been brutally murdered. Although they were far away, they still felt uneasy. Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wuwang walked on the plains and looked at the Frost Demon sect from afar. They could sense an austere aura. Looks like the Frigid Demon sect is smart. They can't start the battle immediately. Emperor Wuwang chuckled and stopped in his tracks. Give up? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could also sense the danger. This battle would probably be more difficult than the previous two. Emperor Wuwang pondered for a moment, and then he nodded. Let's retreat. Let's focus on the treasures created by nature. Seizing luck was not just limited to killing enemies. They could also snatch treasures that contained the chi of heaven and earth. For example, the 18 divine swords in the boundless universe. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two turned and left. The calamity of the Cold Demon sect was thus avoided. The speed at which they left was also very fast. An hour later, they suddenly stopped. A person appeared in front of him and walked over slowly. This person was the white-robed man who had been searching for them. He had even found the karst cave they lived in. Where do you think you're going? Even though they were 1,000 meters apart, his gaze still met Zhou Xuanji's and Great Emperor Wuwang's, and he was not worried that his prey would escape at all. At this point, they no longer had any hope of escaping. Emperor Wuwang narrowed his eyes. You're truly impressive. You've managed to catch us after chasing us for so long. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he was astonished in his heart. This guy had been following them all this time. Why hadn't Emperor Wuwang mentioned this before? Does he think that I've already sensed it? The tacit understanding between experts? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself as he locked his gaze on the man in white. Remember my name, Ichiotian. The white-robed man smiled. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and a black oil lamp appeared in his hand. The candle flame swayed in the wind, stubbornly refusing to budge. Ichiotian? Great Emperor Wuwang's expression slightly fell, and he immediately sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji, saying, hurry and leave, I'll block him. This person is someone that the Venerable One has specially heard of. We must avoid him if we encounter him. Zhou Xuanji frowned. There was no such name on the Abyss Pearl hero ranking, but Sage Daojing had warned Great Emperor Wuwang. What did this mean? Could it be an existence similar to the old beggar and the old immortal? None of you can escape. Ichiotian said with a smile as he stepped in front of the two of them. Zhou Xuanji instinctively took out the 9-moon execution sword and prepared to fight. Ichiotian suddenly waved his hand, and the black lamp gave off a brilliant fiery light. Zhou Xuanji felt that his soul had suffered a heavy blow, and he felt dizzy. In the next second, he was absorbed by the black lamp. Emperor Wuwang transformed into a wave of demonic aura, but he was still sucked away by the black lamp. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a black light swept out from the demonic aura and disappeared into the horizon. Ichiotian raised his brows slightly and muttered, this demon is not simple. Could it be his natural mystique? He shook his head and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and was shocked to find that he was surrounded by flames. It was as though he was in a sea of fire with no end in sight. Looking up, he saw countless sparks floating in the sky. Could this be the world within the lamp? Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. He immediately took out the ancient god's sword and communicated with the 9 souls. This scene made him feel like Monkey's son was in the 8 trigrams furnace. Where is this? Brat, I told you not to be reckless, but you didn't listen. Could it be the black prison lamp? Be careful. The surrounding flames are not simple. Are we going to capsize? The souls of the great beings all spoke up, and Venerable Xian even recognized the lamp's origin. The black prison lamp was one of the righteous Qian Great Thousand's heavenly law artifacts. It contained innate divine flames that could burn everything in the world. What's righteous Qian Great Thousand? Zhou Xuanji asked Sovereign Xian. He was curious why Sovereign Xian knew Yi Qiutian. Sovereign Xian replied, the righteous Qian Great Thousand is the righteous Qian Great Thousand world. There are many Great Thousand worlds, and the center God province's Great Thousand world is only one corner. When you surpass universe heaven, you will be able to freely travel to other Great Thousand worlds. Did this mean that Yi Qiutian had surpassed universe heaven? Zhou Xuanji asked, how can I escape? Sovereign Xian sighed and said, you can't escape, unless your cultivation surpasses his. The other souls started to panic. Emperor Zhao called out, no way. I haven't even revived and this boy is going to die. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji wanted to hit him. Why did the heavenly saint send you? It's not fair. Demon Lord Ryuan cursed. Zhou Xuanji had only just reached universe heaven, and yet he had been sent to participate in such a dangerous mission. Zhou Xuanji felt quite annoyed. Could it be that he really could not escape? Don't panic. Sovereign Xian once again said. Emperor Canghai called out, Big bro, are you trying to scare us to death? What method do you have to escape? Hurry up and tell us. Sovereign Xian sighed and said, he's my sworn little brother. Silence. The souls all fell silent, and Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. What the hell? Sworn little brother? A sworn little brother that transcended Great Thousand worlds? Zhou Xuanji said anxiously, are you guys on good terms? Don't tell me you're brothers who turn against each other. Sovereign Xian laughed in anger at his questioning. Turn against each other? We brothers are both invincible existences in our own Great Thousand worlds. Why would we turn against each other? Sovereign Xian said proudly. His tone changed as he said, don't go out yet, just cultivate in the black prison lamp. If he wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. This is a test. With his abilities and personality, he would not care about a war between 2 worlds. He most likely has other things to ask of you. Zhou Xuanji frowned. A test? Just as he was about to continue asking, a wave of memories flowed into his mind. He sat down cross-legged and carefully comprehended these memories. This was a divine ability. It was called Battle Path Flame's Soul. It could be used to fight, cultivate, and absorb any fire seed under the heavenly law. After Zhou Xuanji comprehended all of the cultivation techniques, he slowly opened his eyes. He asked in his heart, did you create this divine ability? It was very powerful. He felt that it was not any weaker than the world Buddha art. That's right. After you learn it, Yi Qiutian will understand that you are my successor and will not deliberately make things difficult for you. Also, don't tell me that I'm already dead, Sovereign Xian replied. The first half of his sentence was arrogant, but the second half was a little awkward. He had died such a pitiful death. He did not have the face to tell his old friend. Zhou Xuanji laughed before beginning to cultivate Battle Path Flame's soul. In the outside world, Yi Qiutian came to a massive waterfall. This waterfall was thousands of meters tall and hundreds of meters wide. It was surging violently, and the lake below was like a vast ocean, filled with mist. Following his gaze, he saw a golden ape levitating at the center of the waterfall, enduring the impact of the violent water. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 507. General, the war between the 2 worlds has begun. What are you waiting for? Yi Qiutian said with a smile. His voice was soft but could be heard clearly by the golden ape. At the center of the waterfall, the golden ape opened his eyes slowly. His blood-red eyes looked down at Yi Qiutian and said, "Yi Qiutian, why are you so concerned about me? Even if you have a scheme, you should not be so attentive." Yi Qiutian shook his head and laughed. "I'm just fighting for an opportunity for both of us." Having heard him, the golden ape got up slowly. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were as tough as divine rocks. It was a striking sight. He walked out from the waterfall. "Yi Qiutian, what are you going to do?" the golden ape asked. He twisted his neck, and the water on his body evaporated into steam that wrapped around his body. He landed quickly and came up to Yi Qiutian. He was 15 meters tall. Compared to Yi Qiutian, he was like a mountain. "The war between the two worlds will be our chance," Yi Qiutian said with a smile before explaining his plan. At the same time, in the black prison lamp, Zhou Xuanji was absorbing the flames around him to cultivate the battle path flame soul. A fiery figure levitated behind him like an armored fire god. It was difficult to tell its true appearance just by looking at its shape. The ancient god's sword levitated beside him. Sovereign Xian praised in his mind, "You are really talented. You can cultivate it so quickly. Amazing." If it were not for the urgent situation, he would not have taught his divine ability to others. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji did not let him down. Of course. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself proudly. Absorbing the flames with the battle path flame soul, he realized that his cultivation was growing. This meant that his cultivation could grow tremendously with the flames in the black prison lamp. Just like Sun Wukong, who jumped out of the 8 trigrams furnace. Not only did he master the fiery golden eyes, but his cultivation grew tremendously as well. He almost fell into the Cloud King Palace. The billowing flames flowed into his body and made the battle path flame soul behind him more solid. After a while, a silhouette appeared before him. It was Yi Qiutian. Yi Qiutian frowned and asked, "Battle path flame soul, what's your relationship with Sovereign Xian?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and replied calmly, "Teacher and friend." Yi Qiutian frowned even deeper. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and closed his eyes to cultivate again. Since Sovereign Xian had said that Yi Qiutian would not kill him, then he could continue cultivating without worry. After all, he was powerless to resist. Yi Qiutian had a complicated look in his eyes as he said, "Then you can cultivate here. If you can make it out by yourself, I will let you live and will not attack you again." With that, Yi Qiutian disappeared. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and felt curious. Why did Yi Qiutian want to capture him? Given Yi Qiutian's capabilities, he probably wouldn't care about the fate of a continent. He had asked Venerable Xian. Venerable Xian was ambiguous, saying that there was no knowing what was in a man's heart. How would he know? However, seeing how he was not surprised, Zhou Xuanji believed that he definitely knew. Zhou Xuanji stopped thinking about it and continued to cultivate. 1 month later, his battle path fire soul had been completely cultivated. The domineering fire soul floated behind him and attached itself to the surface of his body, causing his battle strength to skyrocket. This effect was similar to a secret technique that could temporarily raise one's cultivation. Not only that, the battle path flame soul could also fight on its own. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had reached a limit and could break through at any time. In the battle with the Earth Dragon clan, he had absorbed a massive amount of cultivation, which saved him a lot of hard work. If he wanted to break through, he would not be able to do it in a short time. In the blink of an eye. 3 years passed. Zhou Xuanji had been suppressing the urge to break through. He wanted to make his battle path fire soul more solid. This day, he could not hold it in any longer and prepared to break through. Boom! Violent celestial energy exploded out, causing the sea of flames to roil. Because in the black prison lamp, he did not even need to undergo a tribulation. Outside, Yi Qiutian's head was filled with a majestic starry sky, and below him was a sea of clouds. He opened his eyes suddenly, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Sage Dao Jing. He mumbled. Among the 9 saints, your eyes are the sharpest indeed. With a strange smile, he took out the black prison lamp with his right hand and began forming hand seals with his left hand. Strands of green flames came out of his palm and flowed into the black prison lamp. In another great thousand world far away. Still Thought Temple. Sage Daojing opened his eyes slowly with a slight frown. Yi Qiutian's image was reflected in his eyes. This guy is troublesome indeed. It's a pity that you are too late. You can only help Zhou Xuanji. Sage Daojing's lips curled up in a pleased smile. Shortly after, he closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the heavenly law. Zhou Xuanji used 3 days to break through to Universe Heaven Level 2. The heavenly law's celestial energy in his body grew tremendously. At the same time, a domineering flame coursed through his bones and tendons. It was like celestial energy that he could control. After the breakthrough, Zhou Xuanji felt that both his body and soul were transformed. In Hunyuan Luo Tian, every breakthrough was a completely new transformation. He opened his eyes and looked up. Above his head was a sea of clouds formed by the green flames. The clouds billowed like the hideous face of an evil demon, looking at him fiercely. Zhou Xuanji smiled. The battle path fire soul in his body got up and opened its mouth, devouring the sea of green flames. After the green flames entered the battle path flame soul, his physical body was ignited with green flames that burned fiercely. His aura grew tremendously. Black Prison Green Flame. This is the original flame of the Black Prison lamp. Yi Qiutian wants to help you, Sovereign Xian praised in Zhou Xuanji's mind. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the safer he would be. As for Yi Qiutian's goal, he knew it, but it did not affect him. Because in his eyes, Zhou Xuanji would be like Yi Qiutian one day and break through to that stage. Fengxian God Dynasty, in the royal capital. On a massive training ground, Marquis was tied to a scalding iron pillar. Chains wrapped around his body, and there were many sharp hooks on the surface of the chains. As they slid, they tore at his skin. Marquis's clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled. His face was covered in blood spots, but his eyes were still bright and determined. He looked toward the horizon, as though he was waiting. The training ground was surrounded by a sea of people, and there were people watching from the buildings far away. He's the otherworldly child of destiny? He can remain so calm after such torture. Amazing. Amazing my ass. He's our enemy. Looks like his companions won't come to save him. How can they save him? If they dare to come, they will die without a doubt. If I were them, I wouldn't come either. After all, I'm carrying the lives of billions of people on my back. The cultivators and commoners discussed among themselves. Some admired Marquis, some mocked him, and some cursed him. Behind the training ground, there was a small mountain that surrounded the city. There was a building at the top of the mountain, and a man wearing a black robe with tiger patterns stood beside the building. Behind him stood a row of soldiers. He snorted coldly and said, "They're still not coming? Let's just kill him." It had been a month since they captured Marquis, and the news had been out for 20 days. The other 2 otherworldly beings still did not appear, which wore out his patience. Chapter 508. General, please reconsider. He's already in our hands anyway. A silver-armored man stepped forward and cupped his fists, afraid that the black-robed man would act rashly. The black-robed man was a divine martial marquis of the Fengxian God Dynasty. His name was Emperor Tsang, and he was ranked 48th on the Abyss Pearl Hero Leaderboard. A Universe Heaven Realm Level 12 was extremely powerful. When Wang Ho encountered him, he was immediately defeated. When the 2 kings met, Ho was no match for Tsang. Emperor Azure coldly snorted, "What a waste of time. Just kill him directly. The children of destiny of the Center God Province are only a so-so. They are far from being comparable to our Abyss Pearl mainland." The silver-armored man nodded in agreement, not daring to retort. That was indeed what he was thinking. In another part of the imperial city, Feng Yuxiu was playing the zither in the courtyard. She wasn't the only one. There were many experts hiding in the Imperial City, waiting for the other two otherworlders to descend so that they could kill them together. She frowned slightly and muttered to herself, "Why do I always feel uneasy?" She felt that something was wrong with the Fengxian God dynasty. The children of destiny sent by the War of the Two Realms would definitely be top-notch existences. It was very likely that they were not good friends to begin with. Furthermore, with the stakes of the War of the Two Realms, wanting to rely on one of them to lure the other two was undoubtedly a pipe dream. It was impossible for the Fengxian God dynasty not to have thought of this. Since that was the case, why did they still do it? She began to hesitate, wondering if she should leave this place. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. She sighed softly. The death tribulation that her master had mentioned made it difficult for her to calm down. If she did not overcome the tribulation, she would not be able to fully focus on her cultivation. Her master's predictions had never been wrong. Inside the green hell lamp, Zhou Xuanji absorbed the black prison green flame and even controlled it. According to Xian Zun, a normal universe heaven cultivator would be burned to ashes if they came into contact with this flame. If he had not absorbed the light earlier, he would have been burned to ashes by the black hell green flames. Zhou Xuanji let out a long sigh and asked, "If this continues, how long will we have to wait to force our way out?" He couldn't wait too long. After all, he was in the middle of a war between two worlds. "Why don't you beg Yi Qiutian?" Sovereign Xian's words caused Zhou Xuanji's mouth to twitch. At their level, would begging make them soft-hearted? "Do you want to go out?" Yi Qiutian's calm voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Xuanji replied with narrowed eyes, "Of course. You trapped me but did not kill me. What do you want? Just tell me, it will save both our time and energy." Yi Qiutian fell silent. Zhou Xuanji patiently waited. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, only then did Yi Qiutian speak. "I believe in your talent. One day, you will reach my current level. Let me ask you, do you want to become a saint, or do you want to be suppressed by a heavenly saint forever?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. What did that mean? Sao discord? He replied, "Naturally, I will become a saint." To cultivate, one had to fight against the heavens and constantly surpass their limits. That is impossible. There can only be 9 saints under the heavenly way. Once the 9 saints are full, only a heavenly saint will have the potential to become a saint. Yi Qiutian snorted coldly. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood what he meant. It turned out that this fellow wanted to rope him in and work together to deal with the heavenly saints. "If you let me out and help me obtain victory in the battle of the two realms, we can pursue the position of heavenly saint together," Zhou Xuanji said. Other than Sage Dao Jing, there were 8 other heavenly saints. This was not a difficult choice. "I can only let you out. If I help you openly, won't I anger the heavenly saints here and seek death?" Yi Qiutian replied. Just when he spoke, Zhou Xuanji was teleported away by a powerful force. In the next second, Zhou Xuanji appeared above the sea of clouds and stood beside Yi Qiutian. Yi Qiutian glanced at him and said, "From now on, you can only rely on yourself. But don't go to the Fengxian God dynasty to save your companions. There are more than 100 universe heaven cultivators hiding there. If you go, you will die for sure." "Save companions?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. "Who was captured?" Yi Qiutian got up slowly and walked up into the sky without leaving a word. Zhou Xuanji swooped down and was prepared to gather information. Center God Province. Boom! A silhouette descended from the sky and smashed into the grassy plain. The impact caused the grassy plain within a radius of 1,000 miles to collapse, and dust billowed. A silhouette levitated high up in the sky. It was Wuxia Xianxia. He had already revived. His eyes were blood red, and he no longer looked like he did in the Xianxia map. He wore a tight-fitting black armor with many metal spikes on it, and a cloak that looked like a red flame was hanging by his side. He laughed arrogantly, arrogant and insufferably arrogant. The child of destiny from another realm? Is that all you've got? Gu Tianxia laughed condescendingly. His laughter reverberated across the sky for a long time. The dust settled. In the ruins, a man in black clothes lay among the rubble. He was covered in blood, and his handsome face was covered in dust. His black clothes were tattered, and he looked extremely pathetic. He tried to stand up but realized that his magic energy had been sucked dry. What evil divine ability did you use? He gritted his teeth and said. Flames of rage burned in his chest. He was the most famous person in the Abyss Pearl mainland, and yet he was suppressed by a nobody in the Center God province. How could he not be furious? He had already found out who the top cultivators in the Center God province were, but he had never heard of Gu Tianxia. This is the world Buddha art, created by me. Gu Tianxia laughed proudly. The feeling of being reborn was truly wonderful. Being able to bully the child of destiny from another realm made him feel even better. The man in black clothes stood up with difficulty. He held his chest and thought about how to escape. Outside the Center God province. In a dark and gloomy forest. Xian Daoya and malicious Buddha reunited. Gu Tianxia has been revived. Now, you're in big trouble. Malicious Buddha laughed mockingly. Gu Tianxia was a dazzling genius in the past, and he was even more talented than Mo Jiuqing. Xian Daoya snorted coldly. He wants to kill me? He's not qualified. There were countless people who wanted to kill him, but who succeeded? In the end, they were all killed by him. The Heavenly Saint's move is really brilliant. Reviving Gu Tianxia to fight against the Abyss Pearl mainland is really brilliant. Gu Tianxia was an incredible existence in his previous life, and it's more than enough to deal with the child of destiny from the Abyss Pearl mainland. Malicious Buddha sighed. He was very curious about how the Heavenly Saint revived Gu Tianxia. Could the Heavenly Saint really recreate someone whose soul had been destroyed? Don't bother about this. Hurry up and collect the divine swords. Also, the demonic emperor, did he suffer from qi deviation? He's been in closed-door training all this time. Xian Daoya said impatiently. Ever since Zhou Xuanji ascended, everything had gone wrong for him, and he could no longer keep his composure. Malicious Buddha shook his head and said, how would I know what the demonic emperor is thinking? Our relationship is not at the level where we can confide in each other. It's like our relationship. Xian Daoya frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, a series of footsteps came from the darkness. The two of them turned around and saw Divine Lord Ji walking over with Su Han. When they saw Divine Lord Ji, Xian Daoya and Xian Daoya's expressions changed.